known for his big plays when he used to be in the gold lane making these huge plays. You're going to have something that you need to watch out for if you're overskilled. Right now, starting to even things out, even though the score says something different, the gold tells another story. However, that map still wide open for Villanera.
Yeah, and you talked about Lucas. I noticed he picked up those Queen's Wings, so he's going to have that that passive, right? When his HP gets low, he's going to have that damage reduction. He's going to have that CD on his skills as well to come into effect to be even more of a threat. And it definitely came in at the right time over there for Villanera because it was looking a little shaky. Right now we're witnessing a battle of tug of war. Even Myth Bomby picking up the Queen's Wings himself over there on the Suyo.
Yeah, and this is a pretty even matchup when it comes for the Lucas and the Suyu. I do feel like Suyu does need just a little bit more farming as we take a look here at the items. 12K. So, I mean, Myth has been putting in some farming work. He's been out there towing those fields, hoeing the grain, making sure he's still keeping up in the gold. So, when it comes to his engagement here, he should be able to hold his own.
Yeah, and can Jatizi stand his ground against the double marksman combination? We'll find out here soon as both teams battling it out in the Lord Pit.
Yeah, great clear by Kong, but Stress goes into the back line, looking for the stun. Are they going to be able to get it? Down goes Myth, and another one down. He tries to get away. The Lord is down. Kohari finds himself a reckoning there as a Sleeps runs for the hills, and that is a Churro taken down. They won the battle. They do lose one in the back line for Villanera, but this is definitely a W for them for that engagement.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's like a reverse Uno card has been played by Villanera. This time they take out 4 members of Overskilled. Feathered Airstrike on to Sleeps and marching down the mid lane.
With the tricky little flicker there, and that's going to be a wrap. First game going to Villanera.
Villanera. It looked like everything was going to work in their favor in the beginning, but Overskilled, a light turned on out of nowhere, but quickly shut off, and Overskill took control back as we see a lot of those new faces on the scene, the Giga Chads. But nonetheless, 22-8. When you see a game like this, the fact that Overskilled was almost able to turn this around with such a massive deficit in kills just shows you that you cannot afford any mistakes.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big takeaway here. Even with that mid-game little spike coming out from Overskilled, you still have to have, I want to say, they had the plan. Stress tried to get to that back line, tried to find Kong, but what it ended up doing was left their line open, and they just took too much in the late game. We've talked about this before. Late, mid-game spikes are great, but you have to be able to get to that path. You have to be able to pave the way there and not be taken down too far here. And Villanera, they just showed how well they were put together, and especially, let's call it, some mistakes there in the early game by Stressed. Maybe overthinking the changes to Glue and thinking he was a little tankier than he was.
Yeah, it was definitely a stressful time for Stress Bomby in the beginning with that Glue. I think we saw like 3 deaths before the 5-minute mark over there on his side, and it definitely gave a lot of an issue over to Overskilled to kind of pick that back up, especially with the double marksman composition with that Kimmy in the mid lane as well, who had a very rough game on top of that. Only 1 kill and 5 deaths, 5 assists. But on the other side, a lot of things were going right for the side of Villanera. You got to see Kong in action with this Farza, who he said has got the buff. Everything's looking great. I would honestly say one of the best mages available right now when you are drafting, and it definitely worked out in Villanera's favor.
Yeah, we're going to find out here, especially 08 and 22. Right from the beginning, they just came out swinging. I do want to say Overskilled kind of showing the little pieces of what they needed, what they were all about, especially being able to get that macro up, getting the better of exchanges and some of that mid game, especially with that mid tower. They just weren't able to hang on to some of those fights, and especially when it came to the composition, we talked about it, especially if you're going to go with a double marksman composition. I want to say Farsha probably would have been the top of my ban list to take out of that, especially because of how badly she hurts marksmen. Not just the fact, I mean, you do have an engagement to kind of counter her. However, you're pretty much guaranteed 1 to 2 feathered air shots raining down onto some of your squishy marks. And as we saw, she was able to do tons with even just that little opportunity.
Yeah, just tons of damage, and Wukong wasn't, Gilla was able to find those opportunities, find those ganks, and find those sets that Villain Era could rely on. But on the side of Overskill, like we said, they ran the Moskov, great, but then they also went in with this Kimmy, and mind you, picked the Kimmy first in the draft. They prioed that, and they had blue side. It kind of raises the question, was that worth it? Could that have been the mistake? Maybe putting too much on this Kimmy and assuming that maybe a team like Villain Era would think that I was going in the gold lane and catching them off guard inside of the mid lane instead. But I feel like it's just a little too risky, especially when you're playing a best of 3.
Yeah, take a look at some of these replays here. I mean, just how Kohari was on this Lucas. Lucas has been a problem when it comes to a lot of these matches. When it comes to any type of backline, look at how low he is. Like 10% health there, and it feels like he's hitting you harder because of how well he can get into the backline, how well he can take people down, and then just escape without any type of repercussions. Not just that, but in the early game, it did feel like Overskilled kind of overestimated how strong they would be. There were a lot of stock put into this glue revamp, and I felt like they felt like he was an early game character, and he's really not. The entire draft coming from Overskilled kind of really signaled to me late game, and they didn't have anything to really cover them in that early bit.
And I think it was a wise decision. I mean, glue's great when you have like stationary mages, stationary backlines that you can easily wrap around and grab. But when you have a mage like Farza, when you have a Claude you're going against, these are backlines that glue is pretty much not ever gonna catch, which means he has to focus in on other heroes. Who's he gonna go grab? Lucas? You know, that's kind of what Lucas wants at that point. So it just doesn't really work in his favor. Yes, I think the glue is great, just not in this specific style of drafting. Maybe could have waited for a Phoveus to come out or a fighter that was a little less mobile, because the CC definitely was great at kiting around and finding those opportunities. So stepping into game number 2, there was a lot of things that we saw right from Villain Era. There was a couple of things we saw right from Overskilled as well, though, right? They started to try and turn things around. There was a moment where they took a Lord. They took down 4 members of the Giga Chads over there and were able to push through with the Lord, but then out of nowhere, overly aggressive, and it costed them that advantage that they claimed.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. The one thing I would like to see. Well, what I want to talk about some of the positive. Like I talked a little bit about from Overskilled, is that they were able to kind of come in with the macro. They were able to make some better exchanges and showing why they kind of got up here when it came to exchanging that bottom lane for the mid lane. And then once they had the mid lane, they were able to kind of move around as we move here into another draft. But they were able to move around like clockwork, get some of the towers, start with some of the Lord pushes as well. However, they just weren't able to hold on to it when it came to the initial composition and when it came to those team fights that they were really having an issue with. Here, we'll see if maybe, I want to say there's some glaring things that happen with certain compositions. I talked about it, I was pressing on this before. Double marksman, if you go with that, there's a reason it isn't picked often. It's because it makes 2 people on your team, they are very susceptible to a lot of damage without much payoff when it comes to the form of CC, which is usually the other edge of that sword when you pick a mage in mid lane. Here, we didn't really have that much of that, and you left Farsha on the field. If you're going to be making these things that have these glaring weaknesses, you need to be able to kind of cover those up just a bit, or a team here like a Villain Era is going to be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think it's just that situation where you show your cards a little too early. Yeah, they're great picks, but definitely should have waited a little bit later in the draft. But this time around, we are going to be seeing Villain Era on the blue side, Overskilled on the red, which should shift things possibly in their favor. A couple of things we're noticing on the ban board, though. We are looking at that Lucas taking off. Looks like Overskilled feels like that was a very, very, very big problem, especially with Kohari, the Brave over there. running that, because you don't really know where the Lucas is going to go, right? I mean, you don't know if it's going to go in the XP lane. You don't know if it's going to go in the roam position, throw it in the jungle. It can pretty much get it all done, and we got to see that in game number 1. So I'm not going to knock it too far off of Overskill, but we still have some valuable pickups on the table. The Kalia is definitely available, some great CC, brand new hero to kind of shake up the scene. It is still currently walking.
Yeah, Kalia's still out there. Suyu's still out there, especially with what are you going to match with a Suyu if that's going to get picked up? That's going to be a priority out here as well. And then kind of wondering, we've got... I want to say Hayabusa's still out there. The one thing for me though is that Hayabusa, while you got to be a great Hayabusa if you're gonna pick him up early, because there's just certain things that have really started coming down the line when it comes to assassins like that to be able to kind of step into there. You talked about it, Kalia pick taken off the board for Overskill. We're gonna see what Villain Air is gonna be looking at for their first pick.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Hayabusa, and it has got a little bit of a nerf. I mean, back before the patch, the Pinnacle Ninja was pretty much able to shred anybody toward that mid to late game. It didn't matter if you had defensive items or not. If you weren't stacked against a teammate, you were going down. But it looks like they have tried to patch that a little bit, so a little bit of a nerf there. I'm not sure how effective the patch is, so if you do see the Hayabusa, definitely going to keep a close eye on that. But yeah, we are seeing the Lucas taken off the board this time. Some great options. The Marksman can definitely be solidified. You can pick up the Granger. Still not too many Marksmen that can go against it. The Harith is still up for grabs as well, which could be a decision. They can go safe and pick up the Gatot. There you go. You lock that in. It's a flexible pick. So, I mean, you can run it in the XP lane. You can run it as the roam position. So far, I'm liking the way this is turning out so far.
I don't mind the Gatots. I feel like maybe it offsets some picks coming from Overskilled as well. This means you're not going to, especially if you're setting up for an assassin pickup on your side, the Gatot makes sure that you have a little bit of that tankiness in case there's an early invade, somebody like a Hilda, somebody like a Khalid trying to come in there. You've got something in the front line that could take that off of your mind. Here, I'm expecting potentially a Suyu pickup here by Overskilled. He is wide open. You talked about it, Harith coming out. I want to say it's been a while for me to see Harith because he's always been banned. He did receive a few nerfs this last round here, but I mean, an immense amount of damage. Once you get through that early game, get a couple of those items, max out that a cooldown on him, he's going to be buzzing around. It's a little early for me though, and there's still a lot of CC that can be done to Harith to really like hunker him down.
But I'm curious to see which way this goes now, because it's paired up with the Phoveus, and I mean, against the Phoveus, you could technically pick up the glue here, but it's going to be for Villainera, not Overskilled this time. But again, you mentioned this Harith. It was solidified first from Overskilled, which would be great against the glue in a Gatot, right? Those up close and personal heroes. You drop down that Chrono Fission and rush in to be able to take them down with that Zaman Force, and could work in their favor. Now, there's still some heavy picks on the board. The Fars is available. The Granger's available. They're going to go for the Esmeralda instead. Now, this is a twister. Esmeralda's been getting nerfed because it's been so effective internationally, but to be able to see it now in the NACT, I wonder if it still hits like it used to after the recent nerfs.
Well, if you think about it, her kit is made to take health from shielding of enemies. The first two pickups from Overskilled, when you lay down that Zaman Force and you put down that dash, you get yourself a little bit of shield. If you have the Zaman Force, you dash, 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 dash. That's a lot of shield for Esmeralda to pick up. Same thing when it comes to the Demonic Force. You come slamming down, or when you use the first ability from Phoveus, what is it? The Astros Eye, I believe it is. When you slam it down, you get a little bit of shield from that as well. So she's gonna have herself a decent amount of shield that she's going to be able to soak up from these guys.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of mobility working in Villainera's favor, because Esmeralda's way more mobile than the Phoveus is. You know, it's actually surprising how fast a Phoveus can move with how slow the animation is when he's walking. But it's not enough to be able to catch up to that Esmeralda, so we'll see how that fares off. There goes a little bit of that mobility booster, though. They pick up the Hylos, have the Glorious Pathway, but this is starting to turn into a very centralized frontline composition from Overskilled.
Yeah, and we'll see how this kind of plays out. I do like I want to say the maneuverability that seems like it's coming out from Villain Era. Their picks very much seem like they're based on as a response to what Overskilled is putting out there. Despite the Farja, though, this is the one thing that kind of is a little interesting here. This might be something that Kong just really, really likes, but when it comes to the picks here, there's nothing that a Farja really shines at here, especially because Harith is like your main target here, but he can get away very quickly. Phobius can close the distance on you so quickly, and you're definitely not aiming for Hylos with that feathered airstrike. So it's going to be very interesting to see where that damage is going to come out. You're going to need to have a very strong early game to get her fed, to make sure that she's still a threat to the teams through that mid and late game.
Yeah, and I think the question with that, though, is, I mean, it's definitely a different dynamic, like you mentioned, compared to Game 1. It's not a double marksman composition that the Spars is going against. So you see those feathered airstrikes, you see those quick pushes to try and get some early kills. They're going to be a little bit beefier. It's going to be harder to be able to pull that off with this Farza up against the Phobius, up against this Hylos. But I will say, the thing that Farza shines in is it's been buffed in every single category. But on top of that, they can provide early game pressure and fast, which means even though in theory, technically, they shouldn't be able to burst it down, a team like Overskilled, who we've seen in game number 1 make a lot of early game mistakes, when you pair that up against a fast composition that can apply that pressure, it might force them to make mistakes at an even faster pace, and I think that's the plan for Villain Era.
Yeah, we'll see. I do like the potential of the CC that can kind of come down. You've got the ultimate coming from Esmeralda. You've got the ultimate coming from Gatakacha. Oh, and we've even got a little bit from Kohari here that can kind of stack them all up with that Alpha, the Spear of Alpha. So you have a lot here that can group up these people into a nice, neat little ball where Farja can rain down onto them, where the Claude can rain down onto them. The one thing Overskilled, I mean, they have, I want to say, a decent amount of movement on their side. The only problem is some of them are a little bit more flexible with that movement. Harith can kind of get all over the map as he pleases. Same thing with Suyu. Phobius has one direction he goes, and that's towards the fight. And once he's going towards the fight, the rest of the team needs to be on the same book.
And that's the thing. Usually Phobius is best paired with a support that can at least keep him alive. Mathilda would be the most optimal combination, but I feel like the Hylos can work. I mean, you have the Glorious Pathway, but he has to get on that like a Taxi Express when it's available, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But wait a second. He does have a little bit of breathing room, okay? Hear me out. It's an Eve. You got artillery versus artillery, but that grid square is what I'm going to keep a close eye on, right? If it's good positioning with the grid square from that real-world manipulation, they can slow down majority of the members of Villain Era, but it could be tricky because there's a lot of mobility on their side.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobility. It's really going to come down to how is this feathered airstrike versus the real-world manipulation being placed. Is the feathered airstrike going down first, and then we're countering it by throwing down the RWM and trapping her with Hylos charging at her? Or are we throwing down this real-world manipulation and allowing Kong on the Farja to stay outside that line and still rain down damage? It's going to be very tricky for both of these teams, and I want to say pay attention to both of these mages to see where the success lies.
Yeah, the mages, and I would say the tanks as well. The tank mage synergy is definitely something we got to keep on. Even the fighters, because Stress Bomby was the one who fell several times in the beginning for the side of Overskilled, and Villain Era was able to make the most out of his deaths. And as we jump into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, best of 3 between Villain Era and Overskilled. Villain Era up 1-0.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure here at the mid lane. Overskilled this time as well, getting a big jump on the... Oh, actually, no. Actually, I thought that was the second one. He's actually a little bit behind right now. Suyu behind Kohari on this Alpha. Alpha does have a very fast clear speed. He's going to be able to get to this Lethal Wanderer first, but he's going to meet Kev Bomby and Churro there trying to guard it. Now we do have a 2v3 over here. Oh, and picked up by Kohari. Retri is strong with this one.
Retri is strong with this one. The Force is more live than ever. And I'm looking at Gilla, right? He's running on this Impure Rage, so he's going to have a lot of that extra skill damage and some mana restore on hit, but he pairs that up with the sprint, which makes him even more mobile, which can be a little bit of a problem for Stress Bomby, rocking on that flicker as a get out of jail free card. We know in game number 1, Stress Bomby was kind of the victim's advocate when it came to falling in the beginning of the match 3 times in a row. And maybe with this Phobius, who's not as mobile, he won't really be in the front lines unless he's ready to take somebody out.
Yeah, and I want to say a much safer game here played by Stressed. Oh, a little bit of engagement here. Kahari sees it from a mile away, backs up, and just like that, they have to turn, walk away. This isn't the bathroom. They go ahead and wander themselves back into their own jungle. But you have to wonder if Stressed not taking some of those early deaths might be a lot more beneficial for Overskilled. Maybe they would have won that last game if Stressed maybe had been just a little bit more careful. They wouldn't have been able to get those huge wins, those huge objectives that they got in the early game, and got such a sizable lead before the mid game came. Now we're on to the turtle. Ooh, we have an ultimate coming out. Does catch Kevy. PDR in the midst of it, putting down the damage. Real world manipulation is out, but on the back line, Gilla jumps deep, looking for the damage onto Churro. Is it going to be enough? He does take away, running away from the tower. Myth gets taken down. Kong raining down the artillery onto Stressed, who finds the safety of his tower. And that is just a good team fight from Villain Era.
Yeah, and good pressure from Gilla to force members out to the top side. It looked like it wasn't going to work in their favor, right? They used a lot of ultimates onto Kevy Bomby, and he was able to get out there with the Glorious Pathway. I expected Overskilled to try and wrap around and punish, but Gilla wrapped around and stopped them from being able to push in on the counterplay, and overall costed Overskilled the first turtle.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't even think of, when the real world manipulation comes down, it gives Eve a ton of shield at the beginning of it. Gilla immediately, you saw, was waiting for that real world manipulation to come down, immediately dives on with an ultimate, soaking up all that shield. Churro has to run for the safety of the tower, and that takes out a big amount of damage coming from Overskilled.
Yeah, it's definitely a more, I would say, placement level skills for Overskilled with this Eve, with this Harith, right? You got to drop that Zaman Force in the right position. You got to drop down the RWM.
Woo! Ooh, and we see a damage going down. Sleeves dashing back and forward, catches back to the safety of his tower. Real world manipulation is out. PDR misses Churro, waits too long, finds himself in a coma from all the CC. Kevy tries to protect him. He's not going to be able to get back to the safety of the tower. That is 4 members of Villain Era taking apart 2 from Overskilled.
Yeah, Churro Bomby not able to find the mark with the RWM from the side play. Kevy Bomby falling alongside him. 2 members down in that engagement, and a tier 1 turret on the bot side claimed even when the gold plating is still available.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Sleeps here, diving back and forth with the Zaman Force. We do have the Feather Airstrike coming out. Kong looking for an escape, put some CC down. On the back line, PDR does find a Stress, who already uses that demonic force, but is able to find himself an escape. And just like that, Gilla running through the mid there finds himself an out.
Yeah, but not an out for an objective, as they are going to fall in a pit, and Villain Era will claim the second turtle of this game. Now pushing toward the mid lane as well, and just off to a really good start. Kong spearheading the way and kills again on this Farza. Is it a comfort pick? Is it just because he knows it's one of the most dominant mages with the recent patches as well? It's definitely a safer option, and they're being very aggressive in the early game, and it's paying off.
Yeah, right here, Myth actually might be in trouble from the back line. PDR comes in there, half health at Myth, but that's going to go ahead, light up this second tower for the side of Villain Era. And Overskilled are at a loss right now, looking to try to respond. Gilla getting chased down, takes a heap of damage to shielding, doing a great job of protecting him as he suffers no death here and is going to be able to protect his tower.
Yeah, able to protect the tower, but you are going to go ahead and see Villain Era continue to on this push, right? They're trying to claim this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Now they're really surgical the way they've been traversing across the map and claiming these objectives, and Overskilled running around like a chicken with his head cut off, not able to find a window of opportunity. Villain Era not giving them any breathing room. It's about a 3K gold lead, 6 minutes in. But the same story we saw in game number 1.
We're going to go ahead and call that a lag spike there. That little miss coming up from Villain Era. Tried for a little bit of a surprise there on an overskill. Both of them missed. But I want to say a lot of them just got countered out. We can take a look here at some of the items. 5K already on Kohari. 2K over Myth on a Suyu. That is just an immense amount here at the 6-minute mark. He is doing what needs to be done, especially with his team. He's continuing to keep that gold lead up there. And Myth is just having a problem, especially on a Suyu, where you want to get some kills or you want to get some farm, get to that mid game, and he's already struggling.
Yeah, struggling indeed in the battle on the way in the mid lane.
Oh, a little bit of a bad engagement there coming from Villain Air. They're going to try to turn it around here. Kohari is able to find himself a turtle. Comes in with the Spear of Alpha. Finds 2 with the help of Gilla. Unnamed soldier here. Gilla only has 1 kill, but I feel like Gilla has just been putting in work for Villain Era.
It's like the falling star moon when you see Gilla, the Giga Chad. It's like a bomb going off in slow motion, man. You see it coming and still... you know it's going off. You can't stop it. You just have to watch every piece of it. And right now, Villain Era, they're comfortable. They're not phased. They're pushing these objectives and rushing in for the tier 1.
Oh, Stress gets taken down, and down and out. That's 2 down for the side of Overskilled. Kohari on the front line, Sleep's taking a heap of damage, and Kohari's going to go ahead and disengage from this fight. You can see from the side there, Gilla was looking for an opportunity, did not quite find it. I feel like some of the picks here from Overskilled ignored what was on the side of Villain Era, especially for Churro. Churro is having a tough time here. Every single time he sets down that real world manipulation, he's got Kong gunning for him. He's got Gilla coming for him. He's got PDR with an Avatar of the Guardian. It's just so many people that are just waiting for you to stand still so that they can lunge at you.
Yeah, and speaking of lunging, you are going to see that Zaman Force drop down, Overskilled on the defense, trying to hold off Villain Air. Keep in mind, we have not even passed the 10-minute mark. Tier 1 falls in the mid lane, sieging toward that tier 2 now. Villain Era applying a lot of pressure, and that lead is steadily climbing. You're looking at about 7,000 gold. I would love to see just how that fares off to these ADCs.
Oh, look at that damage coming out. Is it going to be enough? PDR gets taken down by Sleeps. We do have the Blazing Duet. Stressed on the bad way onto the back line. Gilla finding another kill for himself there. And that is a 1-for-2 collection for Overskilled. Just kind of goes into the favor of Overskilled. Maybe a little too much of, I want to say, a little eager by the side of Villain Era. They're not that far in the lead just yet.
Yeah, I like to say confidence sometimes breeds arrogance, and you got to be careful when you have this lead. Still need to be strategic. Still need to take it as if you're tied up. You don't want to slip through the cracks and let these things walk in Overskilled's favor. As we seen in game number 1, they were almost able to bounce that back, but now with the Lord being taken down, Villain Era, another opportunity to push on forward.
Ooh. Yeah, Kohari goes in there. We do have the glorious pathway laid down there. PDR from the side, looking for Churro. He's still, look, he's doing such a great job just by himself, able to stave off 5 members of Overskilled, allowing Villain Era to start just having their way in their jungle.
Yeah, and speaking of jungle, massive invasion from Villain Era. Gilla taking some hits.
With the feathered airstrike, the rain down damage, separating the 2 teams. Kong doing a great job here of using that, just waiting for the opportune moments. His great positioning, great protection from his team to make sure that he's not keeping himself in harm's way.
Speaking of harm's way, a lot of damage on the way on the top side as the Lord pushes in.
Gilla, over eager, gets in the back line, but takes a whole lot of tower shots. Down goes the feathered airstrike, pushing away the rest of Overskilled. Churro looking for an opportunity, was not able to find it. They're a little low here. Might want to think twice about what they're trying to accomplish as Overskilled, trying to get the most that they can here, protect some of these towers, get some of these minions, and try to even out this lead that seems to have just slipped away. They are at about a 6K gold lead, or deficit.
This is where you start seeing the mistakes start to kind of bleed through the cracks, right? I mean, they should have definitely pushed in for that tier 2 turret in the mid lane instead of trying to do a full siege for some kills on the top side, especially at the 11-minute mark, man. You got to get these objectives.
Oh, and here comes the damage. Sleeps able to find a kill onto PDR, turning it around. Blazing Duet from the backside in a bad way. Able to use that BMI to get away. Demonic Force on the back line. Gohari finds himself a kill, followed by Churro, who is able to repay the favor. 2 down for Villain Era, 3 down for Overskilled. Gilla trying to put the damage down, able to find a kill with the help of Jot onto Sleeps. 3 down for Villain Era, and Churro alone to tell the story of what happened.
What a story to tell, but I don't know if he'll be able to tell it for long, as you're seeing Jatizi rush in, possibly going to go in and try and take this turret. No, he's going to go in for the farm instead, but yet the story remains the same. This game has been in full control by Villain Era, but we are starting to see a couple of those mistakes start to kind of showcase itself as we cross the later half of this match. Right now, Kong off to a really great game yet again. He got the MVP for game number 1. Looks like it may be stacking up for game number 2 as well. These feathered airstrikes have been massive on the placements, keeping Overskilled out of pushing forward to be able to engage, and Churobami not having the easiest time matching with the artillery.
Yeah, it's just too much a CC down there for Sleeps. Sleeps is still doing a great job, 4-1 and 2 right now, but I want to say this is all basically on his back. Churro has been basically shut down at this point, and we need to maybe bait out some of these abilities before we're using that real-world manipulation, because he is becoming a huge target. Now, 50% down, Feathered Airstrike to zone out the rest of the team, stressed on the back line. Kohari gonna go ahead and feed into that fight there. Real-world manipulation is out. Jatizi does find Kevi. Stressed is down. Jatizi finds the Lord, and Villain Era giving chase to Overskilled, running for the hills. Myth looking for the escape, not going to be able to find it. Evil Queller be damned, does use it to get away, and alone here to fight against this push from Villain Era, who are looking to surprise all of us and go with a clean sweep over Overskilled.
Yeah, looking for the clean sweep. Mythbombi rushing in, but not going to be able to hold them off. And they have done it. They lit the fire early and burned it all the way to the end. Villain Era claiming the first series of NACT Spring 2025, moving on forward.
An excellent game, and I especially like it because I voted for Overskilled. I wanted to see somebody change my mind, somebody prove me wrong here. Villain Era, who were sent to the lower bracket, obviously used that momentum, learned a few things here, and definitely took it to Overskilled when it came to the draft, when it came to their momentum. I absolutely love, I want to say, the fluidity and flexibility of their draft and how they were able to answer here and basically shut down Overskilled.
Yeah, and shut down is exactly what we saw today. A dominant performance to take the first series of NACT Spring with a clean sweep, and against members who have competed in previous NACTs. I guess you have members from both sides as well, so it's a little bit of a mix of some veteran teams as we start off today's matches. But yeah, this is how the coin flips when it comes to a best of 3, and unfortunately with that, Overskilled, they've been knocked out of the spring season, and Villain Era able to push on forward. A hard-fought battle, but well-deserved.
Yeah, even Gilla on the back line, a decent amount of damage dished out by him. He was just everywhere he needed to be, saving those ultimates for jumping down and making sure that Churro was not a problem for them, making sure to back off the mage. Once the mage is taken out, there was nothing in the early game that was really going to be a threat for you for a lot of those objectives. And unfortunately, by the time Sleeps came online, by the time he was able to start getting some of those kills, it was already too late, and Villain Era had basically started running away with the lead.
Yeah, and you know, we even asked the question, was it stress bombing when he fell so many times in the first game? But the second game, he was able to sustain himself for a while, and it really wasn't him that kind of fell, but it was Kevi Bombi and also Churro Bombi, the tank mage synergy, that fell short. And I think that's really what we got to also keep a close eye on. Maybe that's the issue, is the tank mage synergy not able to keep up with Villain Era. Those rotations just way too fast, and then you allow that Farza to walk. It's definitely a gamble, especially when you've seen how dominant it was in game number 1. And I think as we progress through the NACT spring season, it's definitely worth keeping a close eye on. Maybe not even letting the Farza walk. Maybe going in for that ban instead could be a viable option.
Well, there needs to be a way to kind of get there and get there early. The problem here is like they had people like Kev Bommy. I feel like you need to kind of stick with a plan 110%. What ended up happening is the reaction. You had the real world manipulation come down. You had the glorious pathway go out, go to the back line. As soon as they attacked the mage, the real world manipulation, the whole team kind of turned around. And now they need to protect the mage. They got to make sure nothing's happening there. Instead of, I feel like, all right, sorry, buddy. You're down. We got to force this fight onto the back line. Unfortunate here. It just felt like Overskilled was kind of taking the clinic here as Villain Era just really kind of showed they were just very precise with what they wanted to do right from the draft.
Yeah, you can definitely tell when it comes to experience, when it comes to the micro plays, it definitely is more in favor for the side of Villain Era. Overskilled, like you mentioned, and a lot of these macro plays as well. A lot of those chained attacks, those combinations, you talk about the Falling Star Moon, the Feather Airstrike dropping down, the Spear of Alpha coming out. It's a lot to process and keep up with, and you've seen the Overskilled have a very hard time on the counter engages.
Yeah, and that was a big problem here. It almost felt like that first match was even sloppy for Villain Era. They realized more than Overskilled what their mistakes were and really kind of covered them up instead of allowing that mid-game rush to come from Overskilled. They really kind of tightened around all of these holes they had, and this one was kind of a wrap. This was right from the beginning. There really was not an opportunity at all for Overskilled.
And an opportunity for the side of Villain Era, as they are going to be the ones to push on forward. And already our first series out of the day. I know everybody's been watching, and I know our amazing host has been tuning in as well. We got to swing on over and see just how Liz feels about all of this action for the NACT spring season.
I mean, what a turn of events. We didn't get to see the casters' prediction slide in the beginning of the game, but I know that all of our casters actually unanimous decision voted for Overskilled. So to see how...
Oh, they didn't show it. It doesn't count.
Well, for that, in that way, then we all voted for Villain Era. So they did great. You can see so little mistakes coming out of Villain Era, and then like their pictures, they all looked very Giga Chat in their video cams. Everyone seemed very nonchalant with everything that went on, and it shows that they seem to have so much more experience as well as confidence. And let's take a look at who the MVP is for that series. I know Khan did a lot in the first game, was it in-game MVP, but it does seem like Kohari is the MVP of the series. Kohari the Brave, is it the same person?
I want to say yes. I'm pretty sure
that is definitely him, unless they're using the same picture.
Yeah, I mean, he was the marksman for 2024 fall season, I would say, and then he did such an amazing performance throughout that season and actually got a lot of highlights. I wonder why he actually switched to jungle this time and took such a surprise to everyone.
Well, you know, honestly, I feel like it fits his personality a little bit better because he got a lot of highlights, but if you would have had a lot of lowlights as well, there would have been a lot of footage to throw on the channel. But I would definitely say it fits his nature when it comes to gameplay, right? He likes to be aggressive. He likes to rush in and find those opportunities. He doesn't like to play the passive play style.
I want to say a lot of times I find that junglers just are kind of fluid when it comes to marksman and jungler roles. A lot of them are kind of interchangeable in that. But when we used to watch Kohari, and he earned that nickname Kohari the Brave, we were watching a lot of the times his team would be doing all right, but kind of struggling. And then Kohari would have to start taking that game on his back and just absolutely just put on a clinic for for us. Here, in the jungle role, he doesn't have to be that savior. He can control the game from the beginning and make sure that the pace is at something that's comfortable for him. So I do like this, and especially what we saw from Lucas. He understands the heroes. He understands the damage that they can take. He's not, especially for a hero like Lucas, which we saw in the first game, he understands that he can be in there with 10%, get that little kill in, and then still be able to find himself an escape. So I definitely am liking Kohari the jungler more than Kohari the gold laner right now.
Yeah, nonetheless, Kohari is proving to us he is Kohari the Brave. And the entire team did an amazing job working together with each other and against their opponents. And we can see that even with the draft phase, I would say, they came in prepared. Their draft just seemed to make more sense compared to the era. And let's hear more from the team as we have an interview with Khan, the mid laner. What's up, Khan? How you doing? Congratulations on that amazing performance. I actually can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say that, I'm proud of my team and we worked hard. We made this team less than a week before NACT, so there's a lot of doubts. A lot of people didn't believe in us, but as long as you believe each other, then it works. It all works out. So thank you guys for supporting us. It means a lot to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, a week before the tournament starts. So how did this team actually come together? Were you guys friends who always played with each other? Like, how did you form this team?
We were people who knew each other, but I actually quit the game before NACT started, so I just came back and then I was looking for a team, and then it was kind of like an outcast. We call ourselves the villains because we're the outcasts. So we just formed a team of whoever was left, whoever was stranded, and it all came out. It all came out good. So I'm proud.
And it came out perfect. And you can see on the screen, I don't know if you can see it, but VCon actually said, even if my team makes mistakes, it's fine. They still have Khan on their team. So you must have proven to the team that you are the strong player that everyone can depend on.
Yes, I try to bring everyone up when I can. I know I'm not the best, but at the end of the day, as long as you try to bring everyone together and not argue, then it all works out, So I'm proud. I'm really proud right now.
Yeah, you did amazing on that Farsa. I'm sure it's gonna get banned now, moving up throughout the series. Now, this season, it's been a little bit different. This is a best out of 3 single elimination. How do you feel that impact how the team plays? Does it bring more opportunities or more fear?
I feel like it brings more opportunity for us to practice or try to adjust to what the enemy plays. The first game, we were winning and then we started kind of messing up. And after we got used to it, I feel like it got easier for us to adapt. And the second game, it was much smoother. We didn't make as much mistakes. We just closed it out easy. So I think definitely more matches will bring more opportunities.
Yeah, and you guys really made very little mistakes in the second game and proved to be the strong team moving forward. And looking at the other teams that are still available, which team are you most excited to go up against?
Well, I lost to BTK in 2023, so I would like to versus them in this year again. I really want to beat them. I know that would be hard, but that's the one team I really want to look forward to.
Well, and we hope that is going to happen with this with the series coming forward. Thank you for joining us for this interview and amazing performance once again. We hope you guys continue the momentum moving forward.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me. Yo, support the villains, man. Support the villains. Thank you guys.
You heard him, guys. Support the villains. A lot of veterans coming into this season. It actually shows that we need to do a little bit more research on our teams. It does seem like the underdogs have made it this season.
Support the villains, man. It's the only time when you hear that. Support the bad guys, but nonetheless, I guess it's a villain arc on the way. He mentioned going up against BTK and falling short, and I do like to see a team that scales through the NACT, and I feel like that's what we're kind of seeing with Villain Era. I mean, game number 1 was a little shaky, but game number 2, they're able to iron out those flaws, and hopefully as they progress in tomorrow's matches, we'll be able to see even more from them.
I got two things. One, can we talking about how you're the villain when you're standing in front of a wall of these adorable baby pictures? He doesn't fool me. He's a big teddy bear. But man, hearing that it was a team that was thrown together shows some of the experience, and them being able to share some of that collective knowledge amongst each other, especially with those drafts. Those were some pretty decent drafts coming out from them, especially drafts that kind of went a little bit outside some of the boxes that we've usually seen. How long has it been since we've seen an Esmeralda picked up? And especially with how successful it was at countering Overskilled here. But man, a great game here played by Villain Era.
Yeah, it really does show that they understand the hero matchups. They understand what counters what, and they really adjusted the draft based on their opponents. And that's something that Overskilled could have done better. So moving forward in the tournament, we just don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, this first series poops us on, but a lot of exciting matches coming up. So we're gonna take a short break, guys, and we'll come back in I don't know when, but we'll see. Wow, what a short 3-minute break, right on schedule. Something that never happened before in NACT. I love it, guys. This is day one of the NACT Spring 2025. I'm your host, Liz, joined alongside Steph Weezy and Private Answer to bring the second series of the day.
Yeah, second series of the day. But before we jump into that, man, we got to talk about the first series of the day. Single elimination, and one team already sent home, Overskilled, full of some veteran players, not able to rise to the occasion and taken down with a 2-0 sweep from Villanera.
Absolutely. Despite the thoughts of a lot of us behind the table who really thought overskilled, which goes to show that we really don't know what's going on behind the scenes for a lot of these teams, where their powers lie, where they might struggle, and with all of those questions in mind, it brings us to, for me, one of the most anticipated matches, especially of the top bracket.
Yeah, and you can see it coming up next. We'll have Millionario versus Area 77. Area 77 being one of Private's favorite teams in the previous seasons. I know you've been an advocate for Area 77. I'm looking forward to see what Private thinks of the upcoming matchups. But in the second half, we also have BTK versus the Valley, Vendetta versus Team Eagle. So it's moving really quickly, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely moving at a very fast pace, and maybe even faster as we see these two teams fight it out. Like you said, Area 77, a team that's been around for a while inside of NACT, but Millionario, the new kids on the block, they've been creating quite the havoc in the qualifiers.
Yeah, this is the thing, and Liz kind of touched on it. Area 77, there is no team in North America that has quite as much history here and active competition here in North America as Area 77, sans maybe BTK. Area 77 has been here for the long haul. They know what it takes to kind of get to that top, but then what they're going to be facing in Millionario is a mystery, a big question mark on a lot of viewers, a lot of players' minds. Millionario, all what we do know is they beat Asian Disappointment, they beat Team Ego, and they even beat the Valley in the qualifiers and set the Valley to the lower bracket. So there are a lot of eyes here on Millionario to see what they're going to be able to put out against a team, especially a veteran team like Area 77.
Yeah, you bring out a good point. Area 77 has been here throughout all the NACTs, I would say, even before BTK officially made it back to the scene. So they've went through the ups and downs. Last season, not as strong of a performance, but this season, definitely a lot to look forward to. And let's first take a look at Millionario's roster coming in. They were the team that have continuously improved themselves. T-Cake in the XP lane, Marquee in the jungle, Monarch in the mid lane, Grokky on the roam, and Cozy Dreams on the goal lane. It's safe to say that all of these teams sounds pretty new for me.
Yeah, definitely interesting blend of talent. Millionario, the new faces on the block, and we love to see it, right? We don't want to always repeat the same story time and time again in NACT, and this may actually be the team to change the narrative.
Yeah, one thing I notice when I take a look at this roster is I know nothing about any of these guys, which is something I enjoy. I enjoy seeing new people come onto the scene, building a story for these guys. Hopefully that no matter what happens to them in this tournament, they stick together to create that storyline for us in North America so that we can talk about them down the road, or even here, as there are a lot of people who think that Millionario are the ones who can take this all the way.
Yeah, definitely. If there is one season that they really have a chance to prove themselves, it's going to be this season. It's best out of threes, and if you can make it through these first two games and secure that momentum that they've had, it's definitely going to be a great run. Now for Area 77, let's see who this roster is for this season. It's going to be Ureshi on the XP lane, Shiro in the jungle, Hunter in the mid lane, Joybotch on the roam, and ISO in the gold lane. I know before this tournament, I actually saw Joybotch post that they're traveling, so I wonder if they're actually in a boot camp of some sort.
Could be a possibility, but like we said, there's two sides to every single coin, and Area 77 being the other side of the coin for this series. A team full of veteran players, Joybotch, ISO, Ureshi. We see these members who have been such a threat. I mean, Joybotch spearheaded the way as one of the top roamers in North America for BTK. ISO as well. Just some great players. And then not to mention Ureshi, who's been across the board. He's been in international events as well, competing. There's a lot of experience when it comes to Area 77, and like Private mentioned, a team that has stood the test of time.
Yeah, it kind of brings a tear to my eye seeing a team like this who has been here for so long, who I've gotten to literally they've been at every single live event, NACT, online, NACT, Yoreshi, you talked about it before, the experience coming in from these guys, MPL experience, BTK experience, live stage experience. These guys have it all, and to go up, it is a huge mountain that Millonario will have to ascend if they want to continue on in this tournament.
You know, that brings me to the casters predictions. I know, I actually this time I copied the homework of our other casters, but I kind of want to recall my vote. I want to vote for Area 77. They look very strong, and that lineup definitely a lot to look forward to. But I want to hear Private Dancer, especially what happened there.
Oh, I can go first here. Just Millonario, I kind of got into the rumors. I have this black spot, this question mark, this unknown team that put down Asian Disappointment, that put down Team Ego, that put down the Valley. I'm kind of souping into these rumors. I want to see how good Millonario are, so I'm going to give them the little bit of boost, especially against like a team as accredited, as dominant, that has set the standard for so long in North America in Area 77.
Look, I just want to say I voted for Millonario, and everybody copied my. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, I'm right there with you. I like to see the story of the underdogs, the dark horses, and I really feel if there's any team that deserves the title of the dark horse, especially with the performance inside of the qualifiers, it's got to be Millonario. And I want to see this team spearhead the way. I want to see the new faces rise to the occasion and possibly see some upsets, right? Hopefully not too early, but I mean, again, this is best of threes and anything is possible. But I feel like Area 77, I wouldn't rate them as a top 2 team so far out of everybody that's on this bracket for today, but I will say that they're definitely high up there, possibility of top 4. And Millonario, they're that question mark, that black spot, like Private mentioned, and we got to fill that in.
Yeah, I think we've all been going strong on their qualifier performance. We put our vote, put our money on a team that proved that they are the strong team throughout the qualifiers. But looking at the Area 77, it's very promising. And what's more promising for the viewers right now is you have another giveaway for you guys. Let's take a look at the screen. There's a QR code for you to scan and a code to type in for your chance to get one of these permanent skins. Ooh, looking pretty fruity.
Oh, pretty fruity indeed. Definitely want to get a fruit off of that tree. As you are going to see some amazing skins available, definitely scan it while it's available. First come, first serve.
Yeah, first come, first serve. Only 30 available, so that means you guys are only available for like 28, 27, since we're going to go ahead and claim ours first. Just using that while we're behind the scenes here. But yeah, a nice little chance and a little opportunity for you to get something free for being a viewer here. Is there nothing that Moonton does not give us?
I mean, is there anything that they're gonna give the casters? Maybe some legend skin for us here. Just shooting my hopes in. But for you guys watching at home, make sure to pull out your phones before every series, because we will have a giveaway for you guys.
Yeah, definitely claim it while it's available. Like we said, another amazing gift from the NACT team, and definitely shout out everybody who's tuning into the show.
Man, let me say I am just so excited, so ready, so pumped here. We've talked about it for so long here. We've talked about it offline. I've been talking about it on stream for so long too. This is the veterans versus the new blood coming in to NACT.
And let Private Dancer bring the excitement and dance us into the second series of the day.
Ooh, let's get it on. It is going to be a Millonario. We'll get that right at some point. Versus Area 77. So much experience, so much knowledge on one team versus the fresh take And I don't even know what to expect here. Do they go by the meta? Do they have offhand picks and that's what has been surprising people? How is this going to balance out? I don't even know what to expect, but I expect that the draft, especially against a very square-rooted, I want to say, team like Area 77, the bans are going to be pretty standard. Those assassins, the Matilda, get those out of the way first.
Yeah, definitely take them off the way first, but I'm right there with you, right? Millonario, while they shut down a lot of names that have been known across the MLBB NA scene, a lot of those matches were not caught in the public eye, so they have the element of surprise to work in their favor against Area 77. But Area 77, I would also say this is, even though it's the standard name, right? These faces on this team are not the former Area 77 members that we've seen in the past. There's no cuties on the team. There's no Mar cutie, Gals cutie, Jules cutie. But there are those familiar faces that have been kind of spread across the talent blend of the top 8 teams in North America, such as Joy Bosch, ISO, Yoreshi. And so I do expect a great match. I will say one thing, though. When it comes to Rome versus Romer, they're going to have to be on their P's and Q's because Joy Bosch, there was a moment when he was really keeping up, even up against Shark when it came to rotating around as one of the best roamers in North America for a point of time. But he kind of went away for a little while. So now to be able to see him back in the scene again, we got to see where he stands.
Well, and that's the big question here is how are some of these matchups going to go, especially Yoreshi in the XP lane? The thing is, that's the reason what they did to get here is so important. They beat the Valley. Co-World, on his own, people have been talking about him and how great he was in that roam position. NACT, an MPL legend who came overseas here from the XP lane. He apparently lost to these guys as well. So, I mean, what is Yoreshi gonna do? That's why there's such a big question about Millonario. They beat so many greats already. What is it that they had? What is this magic? And maybe have Area 77 found out what it is to be able to find that counter for it.
And that's what I'm kind of wondering as well. Was it comfortability? A lot of times when you have a veteran team and they go in the qualifiers, they kind of just pick what they want to and don't really expect the team to hit as hard as Millonario did in the qualifiers, which definitely caught everybody by surprise. But now with them being on the board, with teams knowing what they're capable of just from looking at the qualifier bracket and who they shut down, I don't expect them to do that again, right? I expect these teams to show up and show out and definitely have a game plan, and that's what we're expecting to see today between these two amazing teams. First picks up on the board, they're going to opt in for the Harith for the side of Millonario, matched up against the Zushin and the Lucas.
Yeah, interesting draft here. They pick up the Harith, but they let out the Zuxin. They let out the Lucas. I'm not going to lie. These have to be two of the most annoying picks already. On the first 2 picks for Area 77, the amount of CC that Zuxin can put out. We just watched what Lucas could do in the first series. No matter how much health he has, he's able to get to that back line, get some of those kills, find himself an escape here, especially for a Harith that kind of comes online around mid-game. He's able to start hitting like a truck by that point, but you need to kind of get to that mid-game. You're already at the beginning, at the mid-game. You're going to have issues here from Area 77 who are going to be all over you, especially during these objective fights.
Ooh, speaking of objectives, Matilda walked away and picked up from Millonario. I'm surprised this actually went through. It's because the Hayabusa was banned out by Millonario, and I'm kind of wondering why they would allow this to happen. Maybe they have a game plan, but I mean, I guess they took it anyway, even though they banned the Hayabusa. So Area 77 not opting in for that, going in for the Zushin and the Lucas instead for Prio is definitely a little bit more interesting. But are we seeing the crawl back of Esmeralda?
Yeah, another prio for Esmeralda. I like the pickup here. Matilda, with that guiding winds, gives her entire team some shielding. Esmeralda, we talked about it in the last series, feeds off that shielding. Harith, with his Zaman Force laid down, he's able to get that dash, gets more shielding. This is a good pickup for Area 77, but I mean, it comes down to execution. It's been a while since we saw a Fredrin that has been super successful. He has has all the tools he needs, though. Especially now, you pick up the Matilda. You're not going to have as much tankiness on that roam position, but you have it with the jungler. What I'm looking for here now is some more damage to come out from Millonario. Not just that, but, well, I mean, they have CC pretty much covered here. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to need, for me, it's always, when there's a Zuxin on the field, my question always go, what is our plan for her? How are we getting to this hero, and how are we shutting it down?
And it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, right? We got to see how this kind of plays out. I will say with the Fredrin, it pairs off well with the Matilda. So you have the energy eruption, you have a little bit of that displacement, and not to mention he's a beefy boy, right? So he's able to sustain himself in a lot of these fights. It's definitely going to be the jungler for the side of Millonario. But speaking of jungles, Area 77, when you pick up this Lucas, it's a kind of that trifecta, right? You don't know, is it XP lane, is it roam, is it jungle? You have that element of surprise that's still working in favor. When you see the Esmeralda picked up, it's most likely going to be the XP. But I mean, technically, if you go back to international waves, we've seen an Esmeralda put in multiple different roles. We've seen it run in a roam position. We've seen it run in the mid lane. But now we are seeing the Kalia walking today. Look, we're talking about fireworks in the sky. If series number 1 wasn't explosive enough, man, some fireworks are going off right now.
Yeah, with these heroes walking, I'm actually surprised that Suyu walked here as well. That's in fact, I think that's the only one we're missing from the Naruto collab right now. Veil as well for the Gaara skin. But it's interesting. I mean, I guess we could still put Suyu in the XP lane here. I honestly, I don't even know what you do against the Kalia right now. Her ability to kind of get in there, snatch you, the amount of CC, the amount of health that she regens from there. I do like these picks, though. They've got some late scaling here. My problem is this early game. Matilda is a decent early game. Fredrin is decent early, but that's only decent. There's no real damage in this early game, so Millonario are going to really be looking for that mid to late game spike.
And just one more question. What's going to be slotted in the gold lane for Area 77? They're going to go in for the 1-1. Now, it's okay. I mean, I guess there's an R-lot on the other side, though, so it could be a little tricky. There's a lot of setup potential, but with the crossbow Tang, if they can hit those marks, it can definitely be effective. And that's going to finalize the draft for our second series.
Is this correct? Is Arlot going to be the jungler from Millonario? Well, okay, so maybe that might be wrong. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes out.
No, don't you say that.
We'll see. We'll see what kind of comes out of there. But it is an interesting draft from Millonario. Like I said, I kind of am favoring Area 77. They've got some pretty standard strong picks on their side.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, all of my chips would go to Area 77 right now. Based off this draft, and that's just because of the high IQ pickup from Yureshi. And Private, you were right on the money. It kind of slipped my mind for a second, but then, I was like, okay, the math is starting to math. You have the Esmeralda, you're able to steal the shields. The Matilda provides the shields to the team with the guiding winds. And then you also have that Hera. So Yureshi's going to have a heyday. We know he's one of those players that will quickly rotate and find those windows of opportunity. And when you give him an advantage like that, you give him an inch, he goes a mile.
Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, we are on to our second series of the night. It is the new blood in Millonario taking on the OGs, Area 77.
Yeah, we get those amazing webcams that we love to see, the reactions that everybody lives for. And we're going to go ahead and watch these two teams fight it out in the Land of Dawn. Millonario, their first public showcasing. They took the world by surprise in the qualifiers behind closed doors, but now, with the public eye viewing them, where do they stand in the top 8?
Well, more than that, Area 77 all look to be in the same location there. Have themselves a little bit of a little mini boot camp going there. Could that be the difference maker? People don't realize, it makes a huge difference having your teammates next to you, able to make those calls and hear them in real time. Yureshi, whoa, very low! And still able to get away, and that's just showing some of that MPL experience. He understands how much damage he can take, how much they can dish out with the ability to still be able to get away.
And I love how you kind of harped in on that, right? Area 77 boot camping it out. Looks like we have another team boot camp in this NACT. It's starting to become a common reoccurrence as the seasons come and go, and it definitely has a major effect. I mean, the last time we had teams boot camp and they were top 2, right? So maybe Area 77, they're definitely keeping their eyes on the prize and taking this seriously.
Yeah, as we get into that 2nd-minute mark, no kills on the board just yet. Nobody looking to make any huge mistake. Oh, going in for Hunter, get the pop up there, a little bit of a taunt, and a flicker to get away. That is a spell used immediately as this first turtle comes up.
Yeah, and you got to watch out for Graki on this Mathilda, right? One of those heroes that's almost 100% guaranteed to be banned has walked, and Marky caught in a situation.
Yeah, he does. He's down 3v1. Marky looking to try to get away, getting stunned. Up there, taken down. Marky is down. That is a jungler out for Millonario and a free turtle for Area 77. And that is unfortunate. And this is what we were talking about. This early little bit of a game for Millonario is going to be a little rough, especially before Graki is able to get that Flask of the Oasis. And even when he does get the Flask of the Oasis, give his team a little bit more shield with those guiding winds, you're going to have to compete with an Esmeralda.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a hard counter, especially up against all those shields provided from the side of Millonario. And speaking of counters, a big slam!
Yeah, TK gonna have to flash himself back to, oh, and taken down by ISO. Monarch does find himself a kill, able to return the favor to Area 77 is 1-2. Both teams take 1 apiece for that engagement. But I want to say Area 77 looking very smooth and very confident.
Yeah, looking very confident. And confidence is key, especially when it comes to these high engagement plays. But right now, Area 77 finding the first neutral objective, leading the way by 1 kill. Corrosion Scythe picked up over there by ISOs. Now going to be able to apply some slows upon hit. Is going to be effective. You have to watch out for those crossbow tangs and those weakness points. You don't want to let him find those and create that opportunity to burst down your team. Millonario, we were looking at Mark. He was caught out of position on that turtle play. He has the Mathilda. I'm wondering why he didn't ride the guiding wind train.
Yeah, and this is one thing too. The early game, I kind of suspected this was going to go to Area 77. What they need to do is just they need to be able to kind of set this apart through the mid game. Because once Cozy Dreams comes online, once some of these guys get online, Yoreshi's really going to have his work cut out for him, because he's going to be the only thing really standing in between his team and this immense amount of damage that can come out from Cozy Dreams. He's going to need to be locked in on Graki and Cozy Dreams on the Matilda and that Harith. As we get to the mid game, we'll start seeing, I just wonder, oh, caught again! And we're looking at a little bit of airborne there. T-Cake able to get himself out there finally with Graki's help. But this is going to be another turtle away for Millonario.
And that's the thing. You have the Mathilda. This is a time to engage, keep the team alive, and take these objectives. But Area 77 continuously punishing Millonario, and yeah, the Kalia, the water zones, and then able to get that slam down for those setups has been massive. You see T-Cake getting caught out of position a lot with it, rushing in with this R-Lot, trying to get a slash in, but not hitting the mark. And then I feel like there's a lot of displacement from Graki right now on this Mathilda to try and rush in and find these opportunities.
Yeah, and I like the way that they're traveling now. A little bit of backup there for Marky, making sure. The only problem here is that Area 77 is doing such a great job. We were talking about this roam lineup. Oh, grabs up the jungler, is able to dash himself back to safety there. Graki providing a little bit more help with the healing there. Marky trying to get this Lethal Wanderer. I'm not sure how he was able to get it there. Now chasing down Joybosh, but I was going to say, Joybosh is doing such an excellent job of getting that information, feeding it to Area 77, and I feel like Millonario is really kind of lacking in that department right now. The roam is really playing more defensively now than able to get that information and feed it to Millonario to where they can use it to their advantage.
Yeah, right now it's a low-kill game. Definitely different than the first series for sure. Demon Hunter Sword picked up from ISO. We'll be able to soak into the heavy HP pool, especially from Marky and T-Cake. And then the shielding provided by Graki as well could be a threat. You're looking at a massive, I would say 2,000 gold lead right now for Area 77's favor. But it's the two turtles that are making the difference from them so far. No turrets have fallen.
And the nice little advantage that ISO has when he's playing a Wan, he doesn't even pick up shoes. He's just a Wan playing bare feet, slapping on the ground there. Oh, Shiro able to pick up a kill onto Marky, and they do pull back TK. This is what I was talking about. We don't have anything for this Zuxin just yet, and we are having a huge problem being able to like counteract giving away the Zuxin pick.
And again, similar story with Marky. What is going on with the positioning? He's often caught off guard by Area 77, and Grocky not close enough to pull him back to safety. I feel like Grocky has to be a little bit closer to him for these guiding wins. ISO able to find Cozy Dreams off screen on the 1v1.
Yeah, off screen, finds it, trying to put down. Oh, he might actually be able to get this tower. Finds it, in comes the circling eagle. ISO looking for another one, finds a kill onto Grocky. 1 and 5, and Area 77 giving Milanario a rough introduction to the NACT.
Look, if you're going to pass the sentence, you got to swing the sword as well, and that's what ISO did right there. The judge, jury, and executioner able to find Grocky on the top side, take the tier 1 turret as well, and now the siege play for the tier 2.
Yeah, Cozy Dreams gets snatched up there. ISO with the finishing blow there, 1 to 6 with a 4K gold lead. Reshi in a little bit of trouble here, surrounded by 3 members. Here gets taken out Grocky with the kill there, and a little bit of momentum regained by Milanario. But look at the damage. Look at Hunter. The amount of CC that he is issuing out on that Zuxin pickup. And this is what I was talking about. What is our counter? How are we going to be able to shut that down? Because right now, Marky is having a rough time trying to do anything in here with all of that damage and CC in front of his face.
Yeah, and speaking of damage, looking at the gold difference between ISO and Cozy Dreams, you're looking at about 2,000 gold lead, and already working up that Sia Halbert as well. It's going to be such a heavy hitter. I mean, he's stacking up those items quick, and that crossbow Tang is going to shred through Milanario, and they have yet to find an answer for him.
Oh, and a little bit of panic there. Oh, we're going to go in here. A little bit of a pop-up there. Some damage coming out. Grocky gets snatched up, taken down. Monarch in trouble. Has the Bats Feast out, but they are still not able to answer. And you see the panic starting to set in. The turtling that they're doing on their side. The towers are pushed in. Not any type of, I want to say, pressure on their side. And they're going to have to let this first Lord go.
Clock of Destiny picked up from Hunter, has some heavy mana, HP as well. Should be able to sustain himself in these fights. Already such a heavy threat with the Zushin rocking on that Brave Smite as well for the HP regen. Able to sustain in the heart of the battle. Area 77 taking the Lord away from Milanario with no contest.
Yeah, oh my gosh, and Marky gets caught again, pushed in and now dragged back. And this, I mean, I don't care what kind of hero you're playing, you need to be a little smarter than that, than checking by yourself. You're down by about 6k gold and you're face checking bushes by yourself without anybody from your team there.
Yeah, it's, you definitely crossed that T and dotted that I. It makes no sense to face check these bushes when you don't have a means of escape.
Oh, into the back line. Joybosh finds himself another. Taken very low. Monarch finds himself a kill on the ISO. Cozy Dreams take down Joybosh, turning this around. Hunter's going to have to use his flicker, but in comes Yureshi to cover the escape. Lord still dealing up at top, and Shiro and Marky having themselves a little bit of a battle here at bottom.
Look, I just want to say, Liz said she changed her vote, but it doesn't count because we're already started the show, so we can't go back and fix that, all right? But yeah, Area 77 steamrolling through Milanario so far at the 10-minute mark, 4 kills ahead. But a 6k gold lead is what's making the difference, and also the placement of where those kills are going. ISO, highest kills in the game, 4, 2, and 1. Shiro, deathless on this Lucas, who's been such a dominant force this NACT spring season.
Yeah, I'm kind of. We're going to go in, and you see Arlok get snatched up there, pulled back there by the guiding winds. But down comes the Zaman Force. TK gets taken down by Joy Maj Jureshi on the back lines. Monarch down as well as Grokky. It's just Marky alone here as a Fredrin to try to tank off this damage. 4-12, and you got to wonder what the problem here. The first problem comes from the draft for me. Marky on this Fredrin just did not provide enough oomph for it. As you see the entire team swarm around Marky, last mid tower taken down, and this is going to be a first game for Area 77.
They didn't come in peace. They came to dominate. Area 77 has landed, and no one left standing from the underdog team Millonario for game number 1. What a performance and a debut.
Yeah, an excellent game for Area 77, really showing what they are all about here at NACT. And like I said, a welcome to NACT for Millenarios. You faced some other teams, but you didn't face Area 77. And I say the problems here for me started at the draft.
Yeah, it was, the Mathilda walked, and it was definitely bait from Area 77, a high IQ moment from them. I feel like they planned on that the entire time, right? They said, okay, we had this Esmeralda in our pocket, and a lot of teams are underestimating the value of what the Esme can provide, and maybe we'll see that kind of form even further as we progress throughout this series. But game number 1 for Area 77, 13-4. Not a hot look for the debut performance of Millonario, and it kind of raises the question on how they took down the top teams like the Valley, or teams that are expected to be in that top position. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe they made a slight mistake in the draft, and I'm expecting in game 2 some possible adjustments.
Well, this was, I want to say, especially this draft, I want to say the stars kind of aligned for Area 77. You pick up the Harith and you bait out that Matilda pickup with Jureshi having an Esmeralda in his back pocket. And Jureshi already, you're gonna have no deeper hero pool than what he can pull out, as we've talked about before. He's got that MPL experience, so he knows everything that he can put out there to counter. So then you have your Harith and a Matilda on the same team, so he pulls out the Esmeralda. Not just that, but I feel like maybe Marky might have gotten shut down a bit. I feel like there were kind of better pickups there than a Fredrin to be put out there. And this is the reason that Fredrin has kind of been left at the wayside. There's not much that he can do. He's very slow on his rotations. He's slow on his jungle clear, and he doesn't do enough damage to be as much of a threat anymore because of the amount of CC that is out there now, especially against the Zuxin, Esmeralda, Kalia. Like, there's just so much CCs. Fredrin is basically sitting there stun locked at the objective and not being able to provide his team with anything that they need. And we even saw from that first objective, he was stun locked so hard he wasn't even able to take the guiding winds to get away. Gets killed in the early game, which gives that first objective over immediately. A great job, a great read, and just a great draft by Area 77.
And, you kind of broke that down really well. You talked about the limitations of what the Fredrin already has, and this is on a perfect player, right? Those are limitations that are still going to be there. But when you have Marky, who some of those problems wasn't even the limitations on Fredrin itself, but the limitations on Marky's positioning and decision-making when it came to these engagements. You saw a lot of times First Blood rushed into the heart of the battle on the first turtle without being in distance of Grokky's guiding wind to take him down to safety. Here you get to see a lot of that start to pile up in Area 77's favor. Even though it wasn't a high kill game, it was those minor decision-making plays that made the difference.
Yeah, and this might be kind of like what happens to a lot of teams that can get a surprise during the qualifiers. Maybe they've got some like off-brand, really strong picks that people don't understand. But when it gets to this point, when it gets to the playoffs, I want to say, especially against a team like Area 77, they're going to do their homework. They're going to talk with people about they're going to talk with the Valley. They're going to talk with Asian Disappointment, and they're going to see what happened during those games and come in with a plan.
Coming in with the plan is definitely necessary if you want to move on forward, especially up against a team like Area 77, who's been around, stood the test of time, and is one of the most known names in the North American scene. And taking away game number 1 is a major step in the right direction, considering this is a best of 3. Millonario, still a shot, but definitely on the losing end of the side so far in the series. A lot of things are going to have to change in game number 2.
Yeah, but I believe we're going to be going back to Liz here as we figure out a little something. Or actually, no, we're just going to go right into a break, ladies and gentlemen, as we get that audio fixed so you can have the best experience you need. But we will see you right after a short break.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。
All right, we are back after a short break, and hopefully all the audio issues are resolved. But if you guys notice any, definitely let us know. It's always our pleasure to bring you guys the best experience, and not only the teams, but from the production standpoint as well. But now jumping into a little bit of a recap from what we've seen before the brief intermission, we got to see Millonario, the underdog teams, the new faces, who kind of raised a lot of eyebrows in the qualifiers, struggle in their debut against Area 77 in their first match of this best of 3. Taking down in a pretty dominant way.
Not just that, but a lot of things people noticed. Area 77 coming very strong. Area 77 seemingly at a boot camp right now. Everybody together, everybody next to each other. They are taking this very seriously. And one thing that they are not going to do against a team like Millonario, what it seems here, is definitely not going to be underestimating them.
Yeah, you don't want to underestimate your opponent for sure, especially Millonario. I mean, maybe it's a mind game. Maybe game number 2, they're just going to flip the script entirely. We'll have to wait and see. We are going to see the Phobius ban for the side of Area 77 alongside the Joy, but now we got to raise a question, man. The Mathilda, it wasn't banned in game number 1. Do you see that being banned game number 2?
It really depends. Like I said, the planets kind of aligns when you picked up a Matilda and a Harith and got outdrafted with an Esmeralda on the other team. Not just that, but you picked up a Fredrin too. I want to say the Fredrin was kind of the little piece, the little domino that really broke the rest of Millonario in there for me. I'm not sure how bad the counter would have been if the jungle was doing enough to become a threat. The problem here is there was just too much CC. Also, giving away Zuxin. This is something I beat into the ground, and I personally don't know how you counter it. I counter Zuxin by banning it because I don't know what you can do to get to the back line. She's got so much in her kit to be able to get away from dives, even more so than a Sicilian. It's absolutely jarring to me, and it's just something that there needs to be a plan for if you're going to go against it.
Okay, look, Zushin's up and Kalia's up. If you're blue side, what are you picking first?
I mean, maybe the answer is a Kalia. Maybe you let them pick up the Zuxin, you pick up the Kalia, you dive into that back line, you get an ult off, you bring her back to your group. But, of course, there's also the amount having a Purify on a Zuxin, using that ult. They're going to go ahead and lean onto it, and I'm looking at Millonario. What is your answer?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely running out of windows of opportunity, right? This is the best of 3. This is match point for Area 77, so hopefully after the brief intermission, they were able to find a strategy to work in their favor to tie up this series. I like to see things go the distance, and I'm definitely a fan of the story of the underdog, but right now, there's a lot of things on the checking list that have to be answered for Millonario after the last performance in game number 1. So with the Zushin pickup, it's definitely been a major force. You talk about the Crimson Beacon with the massive AoE damage, the displacement from the Lantern Flare. It's such a heavy threat, and then you see the Clock of Destiny paired up with a mage like Zushin, and you're able to pretty much sustain yourself with the HP. You're able to have a lot of mana regen as well to continuously fight in the battle, and there goes the Harith pickup again, but wait, Esme's still available.
Esme is available, but you only have a Harith out there right now. I do like a Suyu pickup, and I'm very curious as to why we didn't pick up this at the first game, but you have to know Area 77 was ready for this, because this is objectively where I thought the first draft was going to go, and I'm pretty sure that they were prepped for it. Here, we still got some great engagement, possibly a Hylos can come out there, something else. Esmeralda still works here, still knocks. And a Hayabusa picked up by Area 77. What I'm going to want to see is potentially maybe some type of early game. The problem is a lot of that early game is very countered by a Zuxin.
Okay, Private, this is going to be crazy, right? Mathilda is still on the table. And if Area 77... If this does not get banned in the second half or picked up from Millonario, no, it can't. I guess there's Esmeralda, and that's a smart play. They really don't even want to take that Matilda because you have the Harith already. It'd be the same situation as game number 1, right?
I think you're forced to ban it. 'Cause do you want to give that to Area 77? I think that would make a bad comp even worse for them. They're going to go with the Hylos pickup here, so I'm assuming the Matilda's going to get banned out, or maybe it just walks here. I definitely don't think you want to give that to Area 77. Hayabusa, man, you're going to have a rough time dealing with a Hayabusa here. I do like this tanky front line. I do like the amount of, I want to say, coverage you can get on a Harith to protect you, possibly. So you've got two very tanky frontliners here. If a Hayabusa jumps onto you, gets that quad shadow, gets that shadow kill onto you, you dive to your teammates, spread the love to them, let Hayabusa do his damage, and then he has to get away. It's just that we've seen how well, like I said, Zuxin, and I want to say also Joybaz just did such a good job of getting around the map, getting information, knowing at all times where the jungler was, what he was doing, and feeding that information to the rest of his teammate. I need to see that coming out of Millenarios. I need to see a more offensive approach from them when it comes to this. Hylos, he's a very tanky boy, so he's got the survivability that he needs.
Yeah, he has survivability, he has mobility in his kit. Honestly, without the Mathilda, it's still another great option to be able to get your jungler back to safety and some of your backlines. A way to engage and also disengage. But I want to kind of keep a close eye on this Hayabusa, right? With the Hayabusa, you have the quad shadow, which means you have a chance, and the Luigi shadow kill. You have maneuverability across the map when it comes to these neutral objectives, a means of escape, or a means to go in and be invulnerable with the Luigi shadow kill to be able to get this retro play on the neutral objectives. And Area 77, they already have been winning on neutral objectives without having that as an additional bonus, which is going to make it even hard for Millenario to be able to contest on these engagements for these turtles and these lures. Now, the Mathilda was not banned out, it's still available, and we have yet to see a roam picked up from Area 77. Do they bite that bait laid out from Millenario? But honestly, in this stance, I don't feel like it'd be too bad of a pickup for Area 77.
Well, I'm kind of wondering what you do for a mage pick here. I mean, the last, what was the last counter for a Zuxin? Was like a Zask. Well, honestly, I don't hate Zask here. He's got a little bit of survivability. You put a shadow kill onto me, Zask can pretty much get out of that with his ultimate. I feel like we might be going a little too far outside the box. Terizla is one of those very dependable old school picks in the XP lane. The only problem I have is that once he goes in, there's going to need to be an answer, because he's going to be the one diving in the back line. He's going to get that penalty zone, and you're going to need to have some type of coverage for him. Nice pickup on the side of Area 77. You've got the Jawhead. That means you're going to have this very fast clear for Hayabusa. That a very strong early game for Area 77.
Yeah, the missile projectiles on the Jawhead got a recent buff as well, so it's even more effective when you're trying to get some additional damage off. And then you got the revamped Kimmy to be able to burst down into the back line. Once you fill up that energy, it can definitely be effective and more mobile as well. So right now, Area 77, they have a lot of mobility to work in their favor. A strong frontline composition from Millenario, though, right? You have the Harith, you have the Suyo, and then you also have this Terizla, which a little bit of a shocker to me, putting up the Terizla up against... I'm expecting this to go inside of the XP lane against the Esmeralda. I don't think they're going to put the Hylos in that position. But they're going to triple down on the crowd control and pick up yet another, I would say, unorthodox matchup.
I don't hate this. It's in Millenario, their comms are going to need to be crisp for this to pay off. You go in with the penalty zone, you get the rough waves coming up from the Kadita. There's a lot of potential damage that can come out here, but there's nothing really in this early game to really protect Millenario. So we're going to need to be very careful in these first few objectives.
The thing about Kadita is, I mean, you can use it for utility, or you can use it to really try and burst down and get that single shot onto a member of Area 77. The tricky thing about that is, though, if you go for the damage aspect, you have to pick up early in the game, right? You have to start getting kills from the beginning. You cannot be killless 7 to 10 minutes in, or it's not going to be as effective. It's just going to go more of that utility route, and they already have too much of that. They need damage. They need more in the damage aspect. That's putting a lot into the hands of the Harith and also the Suyo. When you look at the side of Area 77, they've got a very aggressive early game composition, and without wasting any more time, you're seeing these teams, Area 77 boot camping it out, Millonario on the webcams as well, ready to take it for game number 2.
Yeah, you already see Hayabusa and the Jawhead moving very quickly for Area 77.
Yo, you guys hear me? Sorry, I had you.
And you can see that Suzu has just started on his second. So that's just what we were talking about.
Sorry guys, give me a minute.
The fast rotations.
Can you guys hear me?
And again, how do we get to Hunter? How do we get to Area 77's mage here to be able to stop them from being able to put so much CC onto them?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of things.
Yo guys, give me a minute.
We have to see them jump over. And Area 77 in game number 1, they were not playing no games. They were very aggressive, very surgical on the way they were executing these neutral objectives and going across the map. And a lot of times, Millonario, the pressure was too much to handle.
Oh, he gets a fight, but he gets it onto Grok. He comes back in with that quad shadow and then gets taken out. Very good. I want to say very precise. You get that ejector, even on the tank, even onto Grok.
Yo, can you hear me?
There. So that's just some great game knowledge there from Area 77, knowing what they can do, knowing what they can take out. And
Yo, I'm streaming. You should watch my stream. You should watch my stream. Dude, did you see first game?
With these lethal ejector plays are massive right now. Both of them leading to.
Dude, it was crazy.
Yeah, this is absolutely, I mean, a clinic being put on by Area 77. Especially with the ejectors coming out. Shiro's doing such a great job. They have the communication.
Yo, watch my stream. Bro, if I get a lot of viewers and stuff, there's going to be like stuff happening. Bro, that was good by Jawhead, bro.
Poor Sasuke. Big T coming in with a penalty zone, but this is what we were talking about. That maneuverability from the Zooks and able to get out of harm's way. Rocky and TK taking a load of damage, gonna have to find themselves an escape, and even with finding
Dude, Area 77 is winning.
Joybaj on fire. 3 assists so far, all leading to direct kills for Area 77. And throwing a thumbs up, showing he's ready to take it to the next level of this spring season. Millonario on the back end, needing to find a way to not get caught by these lethal ejectors. But how do you stop Joybaj?
Dude, Jawhead is crazy, bro.
Again, it doesn't matter who you are. they're not
Yeah.
even going for the squishy target. They're going straight for the roam and the damage that comes out. This is what we were talking about, that early game damage that's able to come out. Not only get the ejector into the back, not only are you getting the heavy damage coming out from a Jawhead, but Zuxin is right there waiting for it. He doesn't even survive along for Zuxin to get the CC.
Dude, who do you think will win against BTK and the Valley?
Yeah, and this is what you want, especially on the Assassins. Picking up that Hayabusa, paving the way in the early game, getting these kills, and then Joybaj very overly aggressive. And you mentioned
Dude, like, whoever loses, like, they're gone. They're done.
rhythm from Area 77.
It's crazy.
Gets taken out. This reminds me of a few seasons ago when Jawhead.
Yeah, and both of the team, like, had boot camp and stuff.
Everybody knew what he
I mean, they could be, like, one of them could be, like, a wasted trip, you know?
right here.
Since their journey could end really soon.
Hard way of how much of an upset he can do in the game. This is exactly what I was talking about. There's no coverage in this early game, especially with such a presence by Area 77. Not only that, but they have security in the mid lane, or in the mid game. They have security in that late game too. So this just gets worse and worse as it goes on.
That's definitely a problem. And Shiro,
Sheesh.
Monarch's second death of the game. Shiro spearheading the way with the highest kills, 3.
Bro, they-
Still play called out. Cozy Dreams.
Dude, every lane is getting
So short here.
destroyed.
Next on there, looking for a lift up there, gets picked off by ISO. There's just too much CC. No.
Yeah, bro, his jaw is crazy.
Joybaj's gonna use that flicker. Marky in trouble. Hunter takes a little bit of a stun. Grok
Mhm.
around 3 members has to use that flicker to get away. T-Cake comes up to ensures a getaway, and ISO finds the kill on Marky. 9-0 and a dominating lead for Area 77.
Dude, I know.
Strategy. We're witnessing extraterrestrial.
Dude, look at their jungle. Their jungle is literally 0-4.
Through the mid lane for the tier 1 play.
Oh man, right now Area 77 doing what Itachi did to the Uchiha clan and wiping them out. Millonario on the run as a tower goes down at mid. Yureshi with a kill onto Monarch.
The Itachi play was crazy, but it definitely fit the.
Dude, how many minutes? Do you think less than 12 minutes?
Get another cozy dreams looking like an uncomfortable nightmare.
Oh man, and
Crazy, bro.
by ISO right now, Millonario are not able to find that magic that got them to the. I want to say that got them through the first round of the qualifiers. It's qualified for the playoffs right here, but I mean, you're talking about a team like Area 77. This was going to be the big challenge in your bracket. This is the proving ground. This is the wall you need to pass to establish yourself here in North America. Area 77 showing that they are not going to go down without a fight and showing why and what that history means for them here in North America.
Yeah, they don't seem like they're putting their foot on the brake anytime soon. Looking like they're going to take off yet again to increase their lead on this map. Already up by 8K and climbing and deathless so far.
Wait, is that them? Is that all of them? You see the Area 77's kill? Is that all of them? Yo. Did they do boot camp?
Finds himself a kill. Cozy able to find a kill as well. 16 and 1. Who is the leader on Area 77? It looks like Joybot a little too greedy with one play ahead. Ended up giving Area 77.
Yo, Kong, you still here?
I don't know if they're placing a bet on who would have fell first, because Joybot, they just dapped up on the webcam.
Dude, what the heck?
The boys were talking about.
Oh, they got one kill.
Oh, it's okay, bro. There it goes again. There goes the dap for everybody to see. But 17-1.
Oh, Timber's left flicker.
Man, and not just that, but I mean the cohesion, the synergy coming from these guys, the tight draft. I want to say they obviously have found the answer here that they needed for Millonario, because I mean this is definitely not a team that I suppose would have beaten the Valley right now. This is a clinic being put on by Area 77. And let's not take anything away from Millonario. Area 77, like we said, they're no slouch. They might not be what they were. They might have some new members, but who's to say that this isn't a better, more crisp Area 77 than we've ever seen here in the last 3 years of NA Esports?
Yeah, they're definitely putting on a show for their debut series for day 1 of the NACT spring season playoffs, and there we go.
Sheesh, look at the higher, bro. You can't. Yo, you should give me a shout out, Con. On your interview, bro.
Yeah, and now pushing forward. A nice ultimate. TK in trouble here, getting lifted up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a full sweep and a dominating second match.
Dude, they won.
77.
Not from this earth, not of the meta. Area 77 delivering a signal to shake the NACT spring season. What a match to be able to push on forward a clean 2-0 performance.
What was that? 8 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, a great
8 minutes and 59 seconds, bro.
to Millonario. I know that was a
Dude, that's crazy.
dominating loss that they just took to Area 77, but to get here, to beat a team like the Valley, to beat a team like
Dude, Con, next time, give me a shout out, please.
here says a lot about them. And
Bro, it was such a good game you guys did.
NA's future
Dude, you told me that you said that you don't think you'll win against them, but now you won against them.
in Area 77, and you got
Your next opponent is Area 77 now, I think.
clinic put on by the aliens.
And I gotta say, look, I know Joy Bars. I love the name, man. Definitely anime fan myself, but I'd say
Yeah.
he kicked it into sixth gear, something we haven't seen before. On a jawhead, a little mechanical reference with that as well. But the jawhead, the lethal ejector, a hero that has been
Yo, Colin, do you think you win against Area 77?
You don't really have an answer for it. He was aggressive in the early game to create those opportunities. It was what, 3 to 4 plays unanswered, just straight lethal ejector.
Dude, all the games are going to be like one.
Find the kills he needed on his Hayabusa to pay that early game, and that was just the beginning of the story from pretty much a flawless performance. We're talking 22-1. This may be a record
Crazy.
to beat for the NACT spring season so far.
Yeah, it was a great performance. And once again, the entire back desk completely wrong on this.
Good luck, Colin.
This does not bode well for our predictions right now. So anything can happen here. Area 77, man, a great draft by them here too as well. And that's kind of the value you get here when it comes to reaching this point in North America. When you get this high, that is when it becomes so important. You can't just outplay your opponents with whatever picks you have. You can't just be good on a hero. You need to be good on all the heroes, and you need to be able to understand the draft, able to understand those power spikes, and be able to fill in the holes that happen with some of your compositions. And I feel like Area 77 just has so much more experience in that department, and they showed it.
And that's what I want to harp down on, right? It's the experience that's definitely shining over Millonario. They had a great qualifier, so I look forward to seeing them in future NACTs. Hopefully this is not the end of this team that took the world by surprise in the NACT's qualifiers. But, you know, it's a little bittersweet when it's a single elimination format. You don't really have a chance to see them crawl back in the lower bracket. So a lot of highlights, and most of them are going to be going toward Area 77 on that amazing performance. But yet again, you're talking about one of the most stagnant teams that have stood the test of time and remain. And I would say the most traditional players that have always been on Area 77, but players who have been around the NACT scene since the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, and you said it best. One of the most stagnant.
Yo, did my stream end?
Have withstood the test of time in North America and showing.
No, it's still here.
Their team always means a particular standard, means a particular level of play, a particular level of understanding of this game, and they showed it here against a team like Millonario, who most alone.
Yo, did my stream end?
How good they were, and it just seemed like I mean, this happens for a lot of new teams who maybe make a little bit of a wave in the qualifiers because they have something outside the box, but there's a reason that drafting is so important, and it makes it
No,
so much to a lot of
I think BTK is next, no?
perfectly here in that last series.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch. I mean, we're just getting started, right? We're halfway through.
Yo, guys, let me fix something.
Down already, both of them ending with 2-0 sweeps, and just getting started, right? I mean, Area 77, who would have? I mean, a lot of people would have probably thought that the vets would have taken down. I honestly wanted to see the story of the underdogs. It's a little bittersweet. But as we wrap all this up for the second series, we got to swing on over to our amazing host, Liz Beth, and see her thoughts over this match.
I gotta say, I'm the only one who got the prediction right. I voted for Area 77, and they indeed showed us why the veterans and why the boot camp really helps. I'm kidding, guys. I know Private must be really happy that Area 77 showed their performance, and let's take a look at the MVP of the series.
MVP.
Drum
You
roll,
gotta,
please. Joybot.
Yeah, Joybot.
Sorry, guys, let me fix something.
I wasn't really sure who it was going to go to. I thought maybe it would have went to Shiro just because he had the most kills, and I feel like the assist kind of lacked off toward the later half. And I mean, Joybot was the only one who died on the team.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out there. But the lethal ejectors were definitely on point.
I mean, you brought this up when we were talking about.
Yeah, I told you,
Joey
I
Bosch
told
is
you Bosch was gonna get
probably
MVP,
one
bro.
of the best
That dude is
rollers
doing
in
too much work.
America, and somebody that you had to keep your eye on if you had a plan that was gonna be successful against Area 77. And he showed exactly why. In the first game, as Kalia, he was able to get a great amount of those.
Okay, guys, if anything goes wrong, let me know.
The map to get a ton of information to feed it to his team, doing exactly what you
Bro, I
need
used to only
as
stream
a
this.
opponent. In the second game, he took that a step further. Not only was he feeding
Good.
information, but he was taking an active role in a lot
That's
of these
yeah,
pickoffs, getting that ejector, feeding them back to his team, and getting that damage on them as well. I mean, there's a reason like he is talked about in such praise here in North America.
Yeah, he has consistently made himself on the top teams of the NACT, and this season back to where
Oh,
he
you gonna
from
play some
Area
ML?
77. Amazing performance coming out from the veteran teams, and it looks like
Yeah.
we're all
Wait,
in
wait,
the
wait,
boot
wait a
camp.
second.
The boot camp does definitely help, especially if your opponents are scattered around the country.
Wait, are
When
you in
everyone
the
is
game right
mixed,
now?
Everyone is on the same line,
No,
and it just shows
but just
that
got
nothing can take
online,
them
bro.
down.
Let me
A
check.
couple of daps from Joy Baj over there as they were getting those kills. I definitely think that boosts that momentum to help them continue to push on forward. So well,
You gonna
out
play?
and a great
Oh.
victory for Area 77.
Yeah, that's great. I'm wondering if this boot
You'll
camp
start a game
was,
without me, and I'll
idea
come
of
next
theirs
game.
that they knew from the beginning that they were going to do to
Okay,
get them
then.
an advantage, and we'll probably be able to find out here shortly.
I'll watch you. Are you gonna be a solo or dual trio?
Especially with the country.
I'm doing trio kill.
As the land that
Then
Oh
I
my
can't
goodness.
come.
that encompasses
Unless you have a
North America,
fifth.
Canada, U.S. It's just a huge landmass. There's a lot of people issues, a lot of lag. Not just that, but there's also something to be said about having your team next to you. I've talked about this. Being able to talk normally to each other and
Bro,
be able to get those cues very
You
quickly.
coming?
I mean, and not
No,
be
you can
able to-
start.
One more spot for my man,
What did he
bro.
say? Should I go? Should I stop?
Oh,
Should I-
for real?
You know
Oh,
what I
never
mean? Like, so you don't have the-
Never mind,
the
never mind.
comms
And
and
then
not just that,
left
but the
again. We
motivation
might have to
you
go.
get.
Yeah,
and maybe
probably
that
after
was
this
part
match.
of the
Okay,
big
okay.
deal that really helped Area 77.
Probably just tell
But
him
man,
to treat
a great game from them, and shades of what we used to see from Area 77 here in North America, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, and let's find out more about the boot camp experience as we have an interview with Cheryl. Hi, I was wondering who the blonde was in the camera. Hi, Cheryl. Amazing performance for your team.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, is the whole team in the boot camp together? Where are you guys right now?
Oh, it's just four of us. It's me. It's me, Joy Baj, Hunter, and then ISO. And then we're in Dallas right now, so we're like in the central area.
I see. So can we actually and introduce yourselves? This is the time where your whole team gets to be in one camera and everyone gets to have a little spotlight for themselves. So who is in the back right there?
Oh, that's ISO and Baj. They're just watching our game right now. We're playing it.
Yeah, amazing. And how did you guys decide to ISO doing that victory dance? How did you guys decide to plant this boot camp, and why did you guys decide to go to Dallas?
Oh, because we think that we've been improving, and then we felt like we can win this NACT if we got like good MS, you know. I think it's gonna be much easier to play around with your teammates, and then like the connection is like much easier than playing online, because you get to bond with them in real life, and then improve your synergy as a team.
You know that ISO and Bosch probably met before at the offline events. Is this your first time meeting your teammates?
Yeah, it's my first time.
And how has it been hanging out in the boot camp?
It's so good because like that's my teammates right there. Like I get to play with them.
Yeah, and I mean, you've been hanging out all throughout, and we're so happy to see everyone. No one is lying on the couch today, so good job for you guys. And we saw in the first series, it was up against Villain Era actually made it out.
So,
And you guys were gonna face them tomorrow in the semifinals.
oh my gosh, thank you guys.
We're pretty confident because we thought that Overskill was gonna get that one, but now that they dropped to lower bracket, and we're gonna go against Villain Era. It's like felt like more reassuring that we can beat them and be in the finals.
Yeah, and speaking
Dude,
of
I can't
finals,
believe
next
he dyed his
series
hair
is
to blonde.
NCT versus the Valley. What is your prediction for that series, and who do you want to go
Oh, I
with?
can say, I can say, I can say.
Bro looks so
I can say.
different.
And
I
they,
guess, yeah, just I guess just like best of luck to whoever's gonna win.
and your confidence, whichever team makes it out to the.
We're like in the zone. We're like in the zone right now. We're just ready.
That we are so excited to see you guys in the series tomorrow and your journey throughout this NACT. Best of luck, and thank you for your amazing performance today.
All right, thank you so much. Also, I want to give shout out to my friends out there. Thanks for supporting us, and then please keep supporting us. We'll show. We have more things to show in the game, so stay tuned.
Can I shout out? Can I shout out?
Shout out.
Yo, shout out to my girl
Yeah, shout
Ella. Love you.
Yo, shout out to my mom. Thank you for watching my game.
Also, yeah, I want to give shout out to my family out there in the Canada. Like, I flew here just to get in boot camp with my friends, and then, yeah. They're
Bro,
supporting
look
me
at
for
you,
it.
shout out
So,
G.
you know, I'm pretty excited to show what I'm capable of in the NACT.
Bro, that's what
Well said, guys.
they
I'm
should have
sure
done
everyone you guys shouted out
for
to
me,
is
bro.
watching and cheering for you guys. And
Can't
we
should have
are
done that
as
for
well.
me, bro.
So best of luck in the upcoming series, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much. Cheers.
Wow, they look confident and strong. And like they said, they're locked in, they're in the zone, and I'm just so excited.
I'd say most important, there's a lot of emotion in the right direction, right? There's a lot of confidence and there's a lot of fun from this team, and you can definitely tell that chemistry is there, and if they continue to hone that in, I feel like their capabilities of what they can perform in the NACT is endless.
Man, there is something stirring in North America. Area 77 used to be that team that people put along the lines that was going to be the flag bearer next to BTK, but sadly they kind of fell off. As history showed in the last 2 years. Here, this is probably one of the strongest I've ever seen Area 77, and I'm very excited to see what they can show us through the rest of this tournament. Perhaps this could be the passing of the
Bro,
torch
what
here
the
in
heck?
North America. If they can continue this momentum, if they can take this into the finals, if they can meet one of the people from the lower bracket in the grand finals, we'll see. Only time will tell if this boot camp is enough to kind of bring them to that point.
Dude, next game is
with a brand
BTK,
new
bro.
roster. But some new
Yeah,
things brewing here
watch
in
the
North America.
BTK one.
I mean, absolutely. A new roster of veteran players. At least 3 of the players on that team has the offline experience at the grand finals for the NACT. So they definitely look very strong, and we just have to see how they do tomorrow. And that brings us to the most anticipated series of the day. I'm sure for every fans out there, you're waiting, and we're waiting as well. Next up is BTK versus the Valley. Let's see what they're cooking as we take a short break.
Yep, come, please.
Me?
No. After this one, the count. Please. Nice. Oh, stop it. Oh. Oh no.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる
Yo, you gonna buy Naruto skin?
New Naruto skin?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Waiting for the SpongeBob one. SpongeBob skin.
Dude, they're adding SpongeBob?
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, you should-
Wait, who are they? Do you know? Who is
Yeah,
who?
I'll send you. I already sent it in the
Oh, you seen your server already? Yo, I'll check it out later.
What the hell is this? Oh my, yo, how we not kill this? Oh my goodness, this dude too tanky, bro. How we not killing this? And now, nice. Oi. Oh, God. Can't help the mid. Oh my goodness, this dude is not taking any kills. The thing. Dang, good problem. Oh. Yeah.
You guys watching, huh?
Yeah.
What? You guys know each other? How? How the hell you guys know each other? What's it all?
Yo, he used to be my squad member a long time ago.
No way. I didn't expect that. Bro, it's like as long as the player is Chinese, Tony automatically just know them. That's so funny. Hey,
Yeah.
are you also Chinese?
Yeah, we're Chinese. I'm Chinese.
Oh yeah, same.
You Chinese too?
Yeah, I'm also Fujonese.
Nice. Yo, who do you think will win against BTK in the Valleys?
Valley?
I feel like BTK is gonna win because I don't know, man.
Yo.
I feel like they got stronger after they replaced Mobile Zhang. I'm not even gonna lie.
We are right on time, guys. 5-minute break, and now we are in the nail-biting match between the Valley versus BTK. This is the match that everybody is looking forward to, and I just cannot wait. A lot of toss-up this time with the rosters as well as the lineup for both teams. We know that the best player and Zane in the same team, and some switch-ups in their coaches.
Dude, do you guys think if BTK were on the edge of losing, do you think Mobile Zane would play?
Say when it comes to these two teams facing the top, whether it's Cloud9, whether it's BTK, whether it's the Valley, whenever you hear the
you don't think so?
But it's the same players, it's the same faces that you see time and time again.
Bro, like, you just imagine, they might pull out the wild card and let Mobile Zane play.
Some of the greatest cinema moments inside of MLBB NA history, and hopefully we get to witness that today. Now, this is a different dynamic, one we have not seen before ever, right? For them two to face off in the very beginning in a single elimination bracket in a best of 3 on top of that. This is the first.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big and monumental match, worthy of the finals. In fact, we just saw this last year in the finals, so there is a lot of stress, a lot riding. Both of these teams have been told that they are at a boot camp, have told us that they are at a boot camp, so they're all next to each other, both of them, and we saw what it did for Area 77, put them onto another level. And both these teams, whether it's the Valley or BTK, you know they are going to take every single step they need to be successful here.
Yeah, let's take a look at their rosters for both teams. Coming in strong for the Bloodthirsty Kings is going to be Floyd Chicken on the XP lane. Best player.
Dude, how did they get best player?
Hoon with his
Did you
body cut off.
Did you and BTK? Do you guys know?
Shark in the
Yo, they know each other already from TOB.
Yeah, that's true. But like,
everybody,
he was part of the Valley.
Are
Like,
familiar with. They've had such a massive impact.
I forgot their old team.
A big crowd.
The Cloud, yeah, the Cloud9.
What they've contributed to for the community, and to be able to see
Well, best player was
players rise up to the pedestal again.
Why do
to
everyone
take a chance at international is a sight to see.
I don't get it. Why do
And
everyone
the
talk
big
shit about
story about this
Catch?
team, not just the synergy
It's a pretty
between these
decent player,
five
too.
guys, but
That
taking
that
a
position.
step back, some very
Is there-
big shoes for
Nice.
best player to fit, and we're going to see how well he has fit into those shoes, into this team, to hoist that flag of BTK.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and on the other side we have the Valley. A lot of familiar names, I'm sure, as well, coming in for the Valley's lineup as we just
Dude,
pulled up
today's the game, guys. BTK versus Valley.
to Hoon waving at us. For the Valley, you have Naz on the XP lane, Nasty Wayne in the jungle. I'm sure we've seen Nasty Wayne somewhere. Mark Cutie in the mid lane, World on
No,
the
yo, Grand Final is on Sunday, I think.
Man, you gotta love to see it, right? Some
Fanny
familiar
first.
faces and some new additions, and we gotta see where they fare off
Fanny
up
first.
against a team like
Let me
BTK.
check their
Basic
lineup.
over there. He's known to be kind of that leader when it comes to
Look, he has
the teams
white
that
shirt,
go
bro.
against BTK.
Crazy.
To see him rise to the mantle again. Cold World. We've seen him
Black.
represent North America several times. He's been on the international level, and he's known as one of the best roamers in NA as well. Mark Cutie, a player that we've seen all the way from starting in Area 77, transitioning all the way over to multiple top echelon teams, and here again, for yet another trial run for greatness. I can't wait to see where this team goes.
Yeah, when I look at this team, especially when it comes to Nath, Smart Cutie, and Cold World, the term high IQ players comes to mind. People who can fit in multiple roles, people who understand this game on a different level and have been able to take that level and lead the Valley to some of the greatest games and even victories over BTK. The big question on everybody's mind, the same with BTK. Is Nasty Wayne going to be able to fill in that jungle role to be able to help the Valley and get them to victory? Are they going to be able to recapture that same aura that they had from last season?
Yeah, definitely a newer name compared to his teammates on the roster, but he has regained supremacy.
Bro, do you see fried chickens?
Let's see.
Cool.
who has
Yeah.
predicted for
Fried
this series.
chicken.
I'm wondering, is it going to be
Right there.
a unanimous decision for
Come on,
BTK? I have to say, so far the caster predictions have been 0%. I'm sure, I hope that our predictions actually come in clutch this series. I hope, you know, we all voted for the Kings, and maybe the Kings will rise on top.
Look, I'm just gonna say it. I'm on my miracle wave. You know, the caster
Who the hell
first.
understand?
So I purposely did this because I knew it was the other. You know, I'm just kidding. Because now BTK,
Yeah,
is, oh my
nasty.
god, my
man.
YouTube is gone. But you're gonna see some great competition between them. I mean, when it comes to BTK, I mean, for me personally, Liz, you kind of touched on this a little bit as we were jumping into these teams. To see best player and Mobazane on the same team is something we have yet to watch. And it's going to be something I look forward to seeing. And honestly, with them two, the two best junglers in North America on the same side, Nasty Wayne is a big question mark for me. And, you know, I have to watch how he steps into those shoes. And could he possibly be a new heavy-hitting jungle that rises to the occasion like a leader like Mobazane does, or best player?
Fuck.
One thing I've
Can't go on.
learned since the beginning of casting here in North America is when the pressure is on, when the stakes are high, there is no betting against BTK. They have the survival in them to push forward and to reach new levels. And
Bro,
I'd be remiss if I bet against them
You
here.
thought you know.
When there is no bottom bracket, when there is no
Oh
way
my.
forward except
go.
victory. So we'll see if that stands.
And new levels they have to reach
So-
because this is
So-
their only
okay.
chance to move forward. And
Well, they're
there
yours
is
though. They're your
no,
person.
comeback
Yeah, but I need you to
story
keep them
for
safe
the
for me.
game.
Okay.
I'm not gonna use them right now.
Okay.
And for you guys watching at home, we have another giveaway for you guys. On the screen, you should see a QR code and a code to type in for one of your chance to another set of permanent skins.
Dude,
for
why is the
Super
code
Reserve.
so long?
Some changes with the skins.
Did you imagine if they were temporary skins? No, definitely claim them while they're available, guys. Another gift from the NACT
Guys,
team.
claim this code,
Love it,
guys.
As we are jumping into one of the most anticipated matches of the day, our third series. I mean, so far it's been nothing but sweeps, but honestly, I feel like this may be the first one we see go the distance.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about tonight. It's not even our final match. The night isn't even over. We still have another
Only the
series
first 30
after this
players
one,
you
and
give
this
them.
one, the stakes are so high, the excitement, the fandom around the world here. You can take a little moment there, grab yourself a skin as we get ready to take you to probably one of the most anticipated matches of this first round.
Yeah, for sure. And just so you guys know, both of these teams should be in a boot camp. We saw how dominant Area 77 was in that boot camp in the last series, but this time both of the teams will be fighting against each other on an equal footing, and we're so hyped to see how they play out. And with that being said, draft is ready, so
Oh, they're
take
elite
us
skin?
to the series.
I thought they would be
Away we
a lot
go
better.
into the third series of the day between two of the most
Like Dragon,
known
do you
names
own
in
any of them?
America. The coin being flipped.
Yeah, it's true, it is
yet
better than
again
nothing.
For another spring season. Is it going to be the Valley? Is it going to be BTK?
Any skin is better than nothing.
A new addition to the jungler tier list for a top 3 position. We got to see what they bring to the table. But Private, before we jump into that, let's jump into a couple of things.
Yo, wait, guys, I have to mute my guys
You
here.
had the chance to watch BTK. You've had the chance to watch them kind of push through a lot of these matches. How do you feel about their performances so far?
BTK felt like BTK, honestly. They, as far as their dominance, as far as what they did, like that last game with Area 77, what they did to Millenario is what BTK did throughout the qualifiers to every team that they had faced. They didn't hit any real struggles. They were very quick, very decisive, and it just looked like a well-oiled machine. Now that I bring that up, now what did I see from the Valley? I did know, and like I said, I didn't watch the match with Millenarios, but we do know that they did have to fight their way from the lower bracket. So there was a little bit of a misstep, obviously, coming from them. Does that make them weaker, or does that mean that they found that little bit of humility that is going to make them even stronger now, because they know that they're mortal, because they know that they can mess up, and they don't want to make that mistake again, BTK?
Yeah, you can't afford to make a mistake here. That is for certain, and we are seeing some of the bans on the table already. The Jawhead taken off the table from the Valley. They're not even going to waste any time on that, and honestly, I respect it. I mean, it's been picked up internationally, but it's been such a great pocket pick, and the Kalia will walk, and this time picked up by the Valley.
Yeah, Kalia being that primary skin. The Jawhead has been a huge thing, especially for a player like Best Player who likes those assassin plays, who values the Jawhead very quickly for that early game damage, for being able to help him move along the jungle very quickly. Jawhead just provides so much of that snowballing that you like in the early game, where I will say BTK does sometimes tend to struggle in that early game. They like to play it safe, they like to play it slow. They know and they understand where their power spikes are, so they're not going to move that needle until they know it's a sure thing for them.
Now, you've been harping on the Valir time and time again on how you've been liking seeing it kind of rise to the occasion. Do we think the Valir is going to come out between these two teams?
It made a huge splash. Personally, when I played the Valier and when I saw it come out with some of the changes, I wasn't too big on the Valier just because he still has some of the same weaknesses. He's still susceptible to ganks. Assassins, backline divers can still get to him and shut him down very quickly. But I was very surprised to see him in the qualifiers. But because it was such a frontline heavy, a fighter centric compositions I was seeing, Valier seemed to shine. It's been actually amazing that I haven't seen him here, but I want to say maybe some of these players understand the weaknesses of Valier a little better than I do. We do see that revamped Kimmy has come along, and you talked a little bit about how well she does with her revamp. So we're going to see if that kind of plays out here too as well.
And best player, we're going to go ahead and showcase his pickup right there, Hayabusa being slotted in. You know he likes to pry those assassins. We talk about him and Moba Zane being the top 2 junglers in North America. Zane, who kind of prefaces those fighters and those tanks, and then you have best player who's the opposite, right? He likes to go in for those flashy assassin plays. So that's what we're going to see today from him, paired up against the Suyo. A little bit more of a strong frontline composition from the Valley starting this off. We have yet to see what they're going to kind of pick up as their roam position. I guess Kalia will be the roam position, so they still got to see their XP lane possibly. The Gatot can be flexed. We don't know if it's going to be roam. We don't know if it's going to be XP, and that's the thing about these two teams, right? They like to think outside of the box, 3-dimensional drafting.
Yeah, the interesting thing here for me is I've talked about this before. Gatakacha, very strong roamer, but you cannot use him as an initiator, mostly because you're going to have issues landing that avatar, the Guardian, because it's telegraphed for so long. You need to have something in front, something to CC them, some type of fight going on before he goes and gets into the mix. And they've already blown a lot of their flickers, blown a lot of their dashes, and there's a very mobile team here on the side of the Valley, so you know they're going to be able to get out of that if they see that coming down on them. A lot of picks taken off the board here too as well, especially for BTK, focusing really down onto that XP lane to try to really iron and pigeonhole Naths.
Yeah, we got to see where this plays into, and also that Kimmy. Last time we saw a couple times we saw the Kimmy in the mid lane position, and it just really didn't hit the mark. I want to see how BTK kind of plays this off. We saw a double marksman composition last time with the Kimmy, but this time I'm wondering if they just lock that into the gold lane, pick up a more solidified mid laner. I mean, the Farza is still up for grabs on the table. They go in for the Hilda play, which is great. Can be very aggressive, especially on that Suyo. But you do have this Kalia to watch out for.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing is how
okay guys, I'm back. Sorry.
Be able to get into the back line, and maybe that's what we're going to use the avatar. The
you guys, this is going to be an intense game. Everybody's waiting for this game.
Get a little bit of CC down.
4 out of 5, nice.
Ooh,
wait, which one do you not own, Blood Dragon?
Hilda, we don't exactly have anything. Well, I guess the Kalia plays into that, can do a good job of trying to protect the lane against something like a Hilda.
You're right, Dragon. Do you use Discord? Are you in my Discord server?
As well as the Badang.
The Discord server is in my description.
And you got the fist crack over there from the Badang to get a possible broad setup. Selena picked up as well. This is something that we've been seeing step into the scene on the Pro Scene internationally, and to be able to see it here in NACT, picked up from BTK. What are your thoughts on it?
This is a very risky composition that can pay off or can burn them back. Hilda and Selena are two of the biggest heroes that can give you.
Yo, Tony, are you watching?
In the early game, or if you're on your back foot, can be
are you watching?
Two of the most
BGK?
Heroes on your team, because if you're on your back foot, if you're playing defensively, if you're turtling up, there's not much that you can do offensively without getting taken out. So this early game, it's a huge risk. And I mean, if anybody's gonna go all in, it's gonna be BTK. So I'm very curious to see how this plays into it.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit the Abyssal Arrows, it's some great setups, right? And the Trap's got a little bit of a buff as well from the Selena. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into one of the most anticipated matches, the coin being flipped again for another spring season. The Valley up against BTK.
I'm not gonna lie, I am vibrating in my seat right now. I am so excited for this matchup. Like I said, this is basically a rematch from last season. You can see all members.
Dude, live cam on the BTK, there's 5 of them.
They are both teams taking this so seriously.
For the Valley, there's only 3 of them, I think.
The jungle for BTK onto the Valley. And a nice stun landed as Shark here heading the way. Colwell trying to head off. Shark taking very low. It might be in a little bit of trouble here looking for
Yo, 1 for 1?
Yeah, no way.
Dude.
Finds the kill onto him. Fly Chicken using that flicker to get himself back to his tower.
Yo, isn't Nasty Wayne like a MPO player from other server?
Of his own, and you are going to see them kind of push on
don't
the
know.
board to lead the way in terms of kills. Right now, the Valley looking strong, right? A lot of, I would say they're the kind of voted as the underdogs, at least for the caster predictions and how they performed in the qualifiers, but they're putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so much to be said about a boot camp. Like, you know, both of these teams were doing nothing but in the last 2 weeks but playing, but practicing. And an evil Queller from Nasty Wayne takes down Fly Chicken in the XP lane.
Chicken will fall. 3 kills on the board for the Valley. Nasty Wayne. Talk about a nasty jungler. We asked how he would kind of step into the tier list, those shoes needing to be filled as the top 2 junglers are now on the same team. He's now rising to the occasion, leading the way in kills for the Valley.
This isn't unseen for BTK either, though. I've talked about this before. They do sometimes have a very slow start. This type of composition kind of remarked to me that they were
Dude,
a little bit of a slow
BTK
start
side
as
is
well.
like
They were gonna try to
full
be
magic.
carried by Hoon,
Hayabusa is
by
basically like the only physic.
some of these heroes that do really well
And then
in the
Freya's
early
probably gonna
game.
build tank.
As we hit that 6-minute to 7-minute mark, we'll start seeing how this starts adjusting. But right now, I mean, it's not looking too good for BTK.
Yeah, the Valley. Pressing on
He's probably
forward
dead,
onto this
yeah.
turtle. Nasty Wayne able to claim it.
So-
Shark!
Oh, he got away, nice.
Just narrowly able to escape with that Avatar of the Guardian, doing a great job, understands his hero, understands what the damage he can take. Ooh, just misses a stun. And this is something too, are we getting the value that we need out of this Selena pick to really make it worth it? And that's what I really need to be seeing out of Hoon for BTK's composition to be successful.
Oh, okay. Wait, which one are you, Light Dragon?
You're looking at a turtle on their side and up by 2 kills.
VE server? Yo, join my server.
You can't count on a team like BTK. We know they know how to bounce back when things don't look in their favor.
Yeah,
Oh, I mean Discord server, I think. Oh wait, I think you're in my Discord server, never mind.
Out with that shadow kill. Mark Beauty coming in, trying to put a little bit of suppressive fire onto it, but not going to be able to help. Chicken rotating from the bottom lane to mid.
Yeah, we'll rotate on over. A little bit of a slower start, but some spicy plays already from both sides. The Valley doing good on taking these neutral objectives, but we got to see how this transitions over to the turret plays. How does this go into wave management as you are seeing a little bit of rotations down the bot side? We talked about the Hilda and the pressure that this is going to provide. I'm expecting to see a little bit more engagement on the neutral plays, maybe see the Hilda try and soak into the backline, especially to try and catch Mark Cutie off position with this E pickup.
Yeah, and you can see here from the damage, most of them are pretty even right now, whether it comes up there. Nasty Wayne kind of edging his way forward when it comes to something.
Yo, Tony, do you know when we receive
and that's what you want to do,
our
especially
NACT diamond?
you continue the farming, get
probably
get
after,
some of
like,
those damage items so that you're kind of
for
crushing
this
it,
NACT,
through a lot
like,
of
when
it's
objective
finished.
fights. A little bit
I really hope
with
we
that
get
defensive
it
arrow as well. Both
before the
teams,
Naruto
a lot of
skin in.
respect for what both of these teams can do. You
Well,
see,
they
they're
do
not
the
trying to
skin
make
so-
any mistakes or being
They
very
give it so
safe
late,
with
I
some of their
know.
plays. They're waiting for the advantage when it comes to some of these objective fights.
Yeah, waiting for those advantages.
Oh, I
Zeo, the
see, I
weakest
see.
finder for his emblem, best player, running on that war cry, has that increased
Oh.
sustained damage.
Yo, Light Dragon, who do you think will win?
This assassin playstyle, he thrives in.
BTK
Let's
against
go.
the Valley.
By Shark as the turtle spawns in. Chicken caught in a barrier.
Yeah, both teams have all of their ultimates ready for this engagement. They're just waiting for the opportunity. Colwell takes a little bit of damage. Shark right there to coop up. Fly Chicken comes in with some damage of his own. Feeling around here right now. Both teams playing it very safe, not wanting to be the one that makes a mistake. Shark edging out. Coldwell gets caught by who?
Oh, they're fighting. Oh, Coldwell's dead.
Finds the kill onto Coldwell. That's going to be a roam down for the side of the Valley, and potentially a free turtle for the side of BTK. Oh, Fly Chicken very deep into the back
Dude,
line.
what the heck?
Recouped up there by Shark to help him with that escape, allowing best player the time he needs
look at this
to
late
get
game
this
point.
turtle.
Oh, Nuts flicker.
Nats using his flicker to get away.
Yeah, Nat's able to escape to safety, but losing the neutral objective to the Bloodthirsty Kings. Now tied 1-1 on the Turtles. Best player up to his 3rd kill of this game. Highest kills on the board so far. He has all the kills for the Bloodthirsty Kings right now, but he did take 1 death. You got to watch out for him, though. He's definitely, with the invulnerability of that Luigi Shadow kill, it's going to be a little tricky to beat him in the Rechu plays, and that's
Hard
what
to
we're going to
say.
keep a close eye on Nasty.
Give me a moment. Okay.
And that
Take your time.
might be the difference here too. Nasty Wayne has 2 kills. One of them actually went to Nats. All of the kills on the side of BTK went over to best player. The other team, BTK, doing what they need to set up those kills for best player, so he can kind of get the farm he needs, especially on a Hayabusa, who just becomes such a menace toward that late game. Coldworld and Fly Chicken kind of going at it here, both checking up into these bushes. Some of those long and boring fights that you see here, as both of them super tanky and a lot of regen.
Yeah, a lot of regen and a big
Oh, Chicken might be
stun.
dead. Oh, he flicker.
Yeah, Fly Chicken's gonna go ahead and expand that flicker to get away. Ooh, coming in from the side, looking for a shadow kill. Best player does not find it. Comes in with the quad shadows and
Yo, this
decides to
hero
use
is
the shadow kill.
insane.
Got a decent amount of CC on his way in. Decided not to continue it.
Yeah, but he's baiting the utility, but he needs to be careful. You're looking at the Valley trying to sandwich around for a play. A turret will drop on the bot side in favor for the Bloodthirsty Kings, able to take that down, and now a possible 3v3 maybe on the way on the top side. Like you said, both of these teams, the coin being flipped. Look at how even the matchup is so far. Even in kills and barely a goal difference. 2K ahead for the Bloodthirsty Kings so far, and now a possible play toward that mid turret. I gotta look at Zia though. I'm looking at him on this Kimmy. I was wondering how it would play. Plays in the gold lane. Luigi Shadow kill, doing a little bit of chip damage.
Ooh,
He has that
Hayabusa no
weakness
O
fighter,
for
right?
turtle
So he's gonna
fight.
apply some slow, especially up against basic on this Harith. See how these two fare off.
Ooh, Mage
Big
Purify.
engagement there. Marquita's going to have to back off. We do have the fist track coming in from that. Big pop-up lands onto BTK. A big track up. Who's going to use that flicker? We do have the real world manipulation is down, trying to put the damage onto Zia. Nasty Wayne, in the meantime, finds himself a turtle. Shark put some damage onto Nasty Wayne.
Yo,
Flying in
you
the top
coming?
line as well
Huh?
to help out. And unfortunately,
coming?
BTK just
Can I
not
play
in a
one?
position to be able
Let me
to
wait
contest
for
that
my
turtle.
Yeah.
Zia will pick up his first kill though, taking out Cold World, but trading.
Well, I'm
that
watching the
turtle into
BTK
hands of the
match.
Valley. I'll still take that trade for the Valley.
Well, I'm coming.
Right
Wait
now,
a
the
second.
gold is almost even. It went down by 1K.
Wait, are we gonna go 5 minutes?
We are looking at the matchups between Basic and Zia right now. Zia sitting at about 6K. Basic right behind him, not too far.
Dude, Basic is 0-0-0, guys.
Able to finish the job there.
Oh,
Best player
he might die. Yeah, Hayabusa's
Nasty Wayne
dead.
in trouble here. Nasty Wayne finds him. Shark goes in, puts the damage on. Hoon in trouble. Gets
Bro,
taken
are
out
these
by Nasty
girls?
Wayne. Zia from the sideways comes in.
Bro, they're boy. Yo, one
This
of them
might
are
be it
boy,
for
one's
Zia
girl.
as Shark looking to try to help out.
Are they a
Zia
couple?
Puts the damage on, finds a kill of his own. Cutie is down. Nasty
yeah,
Wayne is down 5 to 6.
fuck it.
A slight lead for BTK. Nat's still here with that damage. I want to say, I was talking before about some of the most annoying heroes. One of them being
Goodbye.
Zuxin, the other one being Lucas, but we're going to have to add, I
Wait.
want to say, Bidet
Let's
to the
see.
list as well. Especially when it comes to
S2
late
is Jungle
game.
League, right?
CC that he can dish out and how tanky he is just so encumbering.
We are going to see the
Yo,
2-1 turret on the
70%
top
window
side
with
fall.
solo?
Zia will claim that with no contest. Right now, 2 turrets for the Bloodthirsty Kings and still holding on to all of theirs. And, you know, we were asking the question earlier with the Valley. They did great on the neutral objectives on these turtle plays, but
Like Dragon, you back?
questioned where do they fare
Yeah.
off when it comes to overall wave management and turret control. And right now, that's where BTK is reigning supreme.
Yeah, and they're doing such a great job of it, especially with the fact that they're holding the Valley. Kills are are great, but when you're at this high level of play, if the kills are not leading you to objectives, leading you to those towers, opening up the map for you and giving you that advantage, eventually, as the game gets later and later, it's going to be becoming an issue. Now, starting on the turtle, Nat's in the front line, Basic comes in there for some damage, Fist Crack lands on the fly chicken, real world manipulation is out, Zia finds a kill onto Coldwell, Nasty Wayne finds the Lord, Zia finds Nat, they're chasing down the valley, and this is the price.
Dude, Zia, man. Yo, Savage? Yo! First Savage!
And a complete team wipe for BTK.
Crowns are not given. They're taken by
Yo, what the heck?
and
First Savage.
BTK pushing on forward with a savage.
Yo, Tony, where'd you go?
Yo, invite me back.
Absolute,
I was checking their lobby.
This is things I've seen sometimes from a lot of teams. They will focus so hard on
Dude, if only the BGK got Lord, they probably could have won. They probably can end, actually.
Taken away their exit strategy here.
Maybe.
BTK hanging on to a lot of those abilities.
No.
Of course, the Lord does go away. They're able to keep
Get
it
one
up,
more.
and they really punish the Valley.
Yo, you get one more then.
Yo! Yo!
Indeed, Zia taking
Yeah,
off,
Simon.
finding Mark Cutie.
Dude, with that fight, it's insane.
Finds another kill on Nicole. Well, Basic is able to return the favor. Too Shark coming in. Fly Chicken with the flicker out as Basic was coming in with that Zaman force dashing in to put on a ton of damage on the BTK. 6-13 right now, and BTK
What the hell is that?
advantage. And this is something I've been talking about when it comes to BTK and their strategy for those mid-game power spikes.
Look at Zia on the Savage. First the Maniac, then the Savage to follow,
Jeez.
taking out Nasty Wayne, dropping like dominoes. And this is just game number one. Zia, he's working his way toward that MVP.
Man, and to think, so long ago, Zia was playing mid, and the biggest problem he had in BTK
Yo, Tony,
was that
we're
they
rolling,
didn't
man.
want to let him
Go.
marksman. And look at him
What
now,
role you
years
wanna
later,
play?
the
I'll go
number
EXP
one,
or
I say
go.
that without hesitation, the number
Okay,
one
then, I'm
marksman
gonna
He can
in
jungle,
North
right?
America.
He said with no
Nah, he
hesitation
can't go
either.
jungle.
I mean,
He
how
can
you
or he can't?
debate that
He
Savage
can.
Oh, okay.
moments ago.
Then yeah, he can jungle.
Not to mention on the revamped Kimmy on top of that. To be able to get that on that hero is definitely a treat to see. 13-6 on the scoreboard for the Bloodthirsty Kings, leading the way with 6 turrets on their
Chris,
side.
bro,
yet
you make me...
to have a turret drop
Bro, how?
on the red side for them. A really strong defense, and this is where it seems like they're outshining the Valley, able to have more proper wave management and objective prio. And that starts to bleed over into the team fight.
Dude, Viper,
because
do you play
they're scaling
NACT?
gold. They're up by 7K.
And I talked a little bit about the hazards of having a Selena and a Hilda on
Yeah,
your team
TV
if
comp
you're on
looks
the
good,
back
but
foot. But on the opposite side,
So it
of
might
that,
be not
the
as
chemistry is just not there.
you have map control. A Hilda and a Selena are probably two of the most dangerous heroes to play against. You can see here the vision. These dudes are so afraid to get hit by an abyssal arrow because that's basically going to be like chunking half.
Guys,
of
this
the
is
health
only
down.
first game as
Taking
well.
his time, getting down to the Lord, now about 50%. You can see BTK pulling it out.
Tell me how this
Wants
dude got like
this
350
fight. Nat's up in
already.
front, Colwell coming in,
That's sweet.
looking for an advantage.
Aren't you 200 on you? Or almost?
Ooh, Kimmy all comes out, Avatar the
I got
Guardian,
350,
misses
bro. They're
one,
global.
looking for the engagement.
Forward's dead. Yo,
Is
Basic might be
now
dead.
BTK finding the
Oh,
kill. Their
Basic
best player
lives.
doing a great job coming in with that shadow kill. And the freeze shark with the ice crown.
Accelerate.
Able to find himself and escape from damage.
Dude, they can do more than that. They don't have a
Tower
tank.
Valley and, actually it was a tower
They don't
down
have-
for BTK.
well, they have front lines. They have nuts.
But a man down for the Valley and BTK
They got it.
with the free Lord.
Hey, I mean, they're willing to take that trade any day. Taking the Lord with the other team standing down to their inhibitors, I mean, that's definitely nothing to really debate about. I feel like Bloodthirsty Kings, they're trying to pretty much put the Valley in a checkmate position, right? With this Lord, they may have an opportunity to take down the inhibitor and go for a potential push on that base crystal.
Dude, you guys think
a little bit of the
Mova
spicy
Zane
dance
is
between both sides,
in the
sharp
boot camp-
approach, but
boot
best
camp
player,
with
look
them?
at him wrap around right here with the quad shadow, and he notices Nasa's low, he notices Basic's low.
I haven't
Okay,
seen
we don't
him.
see it all, but at the end, that Ouija shadow kill did lead to some kills, and is definitely best player keeping his eyes on the prize.
Yeah, right now it is BTK's game to lose, an 8K gold lead for them as the Lord starting to mound its way down to these high grounds.
Oh, Nasty Wayne might die. Yeah, bro.
He needs to get that rose gold. We are gonna go ahead and see Nasty Wayne fall.
Dude, yo, Mark Cutie got stunned. Yo.
Oh man, a big push there by BTK.
Yo, dude, Selena stunned. It's crazy. That's 5 men out. It's wiped out.
First game gonna go to BTK in dominating fashion.
Not just
Guys, BTK won first round. First game.
Ruling the battlefield yet again on their debut in the spring season up against the Valley.
And what a game. I want to say, we've talked about
Dude, whoever wins this match, the other team can play.
It's sluggish. It's struggling. They understand where their weaknesses are, and they try to play to it. They took a couple of deaths there. We're struggling a bit, but as soon as that mid-game hit, as soon as they were able to start winning those fights, they were just a train of devastation to basic. Or to the Valley. I was going to say, the one thing I noticed about basic, and the problem here, no rose gold, dog.
Ain't no way they said no rose gold.
Honestly, no rose gold. But you are going to see BTK press on forward for game number
Yo, Tony, do you just want to go true with them?
Valley, they were taking off strong in the beginning. Nasty Wayne, he was getting a lot of those
I don't think we can find
he was
fifth.
finding these turtles. It looked like he was doing some great contention on the Lords. But it was the overall team's synergy that I felt was lacking when it came to overall map awareness and wave management, not to mention turret control. That's where you started to see BTK thrive and shine. They only lost one turret that entire game on the bottom side, and that just goes to show that even when you have these neutral objectives, you gotta play for your lanes.
The interesting thing I'm seeing here too, as we saw the damage dealt stat up there, a ton of damage dealt by the Valley. It's just that BTK used its resources more valuably to be able to kind of get those precise hits that they needed. And as we talked about before, when BTK won a fight, they
Yo, Tony, we're winning for you.
objectives into towers, and that is where the Valley started to struggle a bit. Those early kills are great,
Tony.
they set a nice little bit of momentum, but if you're not using it to open up the map, and the enemy is, you're playing
Ain't no
a
way,
game
brother.
that is eventually going to start closing in around you slowly as the game progresses.
And it was interesting to be able to see Hoon on this Selena, right? I mean, we've seen the Selena starting to be picked up a little bit more often. We saw it a bit in the qualifiers. We see it a little bit more internationally. And now, treading its way in water to the NACT spring season. We got to see if this is going to continue to be showcased as we progress through the season. I mean, I don't feel like his Selena was a top-notch performance. It's a little different from what we usually see from Hoon. We see Hoon on more like the Valentinas or the AoE mages. But to see him more on that straight-up predator like a Selena is definitely a different story.
This is actually something that I've kind of been harping on when it comes to Hoon. I feel like
Do you know
he
them?
is a mechanically gifted individual. He's been playing these games for so long on the same level.
I am the
that
best
Zane has.
Estes.
He has the same amount of history, the same amount of
Damn, where's
experience when
Haji,
it
bro?
comes to these type of games. But I felt like the meta has always held him down because of the heroes like Aurora, like Vexana, heroes that don't shine when it comes to your mechanical ability. However, something like a Selena is something that is great, especially for somebody like Hoon, who can be able to excel at some of those mechanical abilities, the strafing, landing those skill shots that he needs to. So I'm very happy with that pick for him. Like I said, I was a little nervous at the beginning because it's one of those things that needs a little bit to take off, but man, what a great game. And then, of course, you can't start this without talking about Zia.
Yeah,
this
Zia,
up, bro.
able to get the first Savage of the NACT spring season. I feel like this dude always pulls this off, man. This is like nostalgia. It's like we're in the Matrix right now. We've seen this glitch before, but nonetheless, Zia, here it goes. There goes that amazing Savage that led over here as they traverse toward the bottom lane, popping off with the triple, the Maniac on the basic, and the Nasty Wayne. The final
Dude,
piece
that
of the
stone
puzzle
is crazy, bro.
to make that
The Savage game.
just ultimately a great game for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yep. They banned the
I like
CP
the
now.
respect
They
for
probably
his
put
team,
hard
too.
or something.
As soon as that Abyssal Arrow landed, the entire rest of BTK stopped and allowed Zia to kind of push forward, grab that Savage, and then you saw the recalls going off there. And after that, it was basically a lost cause for the Valley. They had lost so much ground, and like we said, once you start losing, especially that mid tower, it just basically opens up so much on your base.
And that's the thing about the Bloodthirsty Kings, right? Even when you have a slight advantage in the beginning, you think you have such a massive lead. But really, they're just poking the bear, right? They're just trying to figure out, when are you going to start making these mistakes? When are you going to get a little too overly aggressive? And once they figure out what that is, they just keep harping on it until they find the advantage they're looking for to even out that playing field. Once they even it out, that's when they start to steamroll. So jumping into game number 2, we got to see a couple of things change for the Valley for sure.
Well, yeah, and it comes down to those little things. The problem is such a difference in the early game of BTK, where because they understand, they still try these little things, and sometimes they'll get caught in the early game, and that makes you think, oh my god, these guys are slipping, we got it, we're just going to keep on playing the same, and eventually you start making these mistakes against them, and especially when it comes to that point when they hit their power spikes, where your attention needs to be at its highest is around that 6-minute mark, that 8-minute mark, where they're going to start hitting those power spikes, and unfortunately, that's where a lot of teams, they start to get a little lackadaisical, they start thinking that, oh yeah, we got this in the bag. And then you get plays like we saw from Zio. He gets himself a complete wipeout. They got the Lord, and I'm sure they were all congratulating him. Like, oh, we got the Lord. But, I mean, what they were able to return with was...
Yo, they've been Selena, bro. First ban.
Big respect paid there to Hoon as that first ban going to the Selena.
Yeah, and I'm sure it was the stuns from the Abyssal Arrows that were really creating such a threat, right? Able to kind of isolate somebody from being able to even engage on these team fights was definitely annoying for the side of the Valley. And taking that out is definitely going to help them out there. I mean, and that's kind of hard to see, right? When you have the Selena rushing in with those stuns and you're looking at everybody fighting it out, you don't really get to see where that Abyssal Arrow goes sometimes when everybody's stacked together. But I'm willing to bet that's why they kind of banned that out there. So it was more that utility aspect that I would say Hoon was providing for that match.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing for me is that, especially when it comes to those Abyssal Arrow, when it comes to that damage, as soon as that passive explodes, it spreads onto the rest of your teammates. Not only does it spread onto the rest of the teammates, but now Hoon can transform into that monstrous form, he can jump in, he can just start doing immense amounts of damage to everybody that has that passive on them. So, and that's the crazy thing, the market plays a huge role into it, and this is a good ban for the Valley here as well. So we're going to see what Hoon goes out. I would love to see if he's got another pick that is super, I want to say mechanical. That's what I've been really harping on with Hoon, that to help him shine.
Yeah, but I'm willing to bet, best players like, look, man, let me get something now, all right? You had your turn. The world got to see your spicy pickup, and that's the interesting thing when you have a team of this caliber, right? They're able to play so well on so many different heroes that their comfort picks are pocket picks that you don't expect. And they pull out something like the Selena, and now it's forced to be banned out. And then you have a team like BTK who's first on this draft, so now they have a lot more prio on what they want to get because they force the Selena to be banned off the table. So we'll have to see how this kind of, progresses on forward. Now the Kimmy is still available. They got a Savage! Is it worth the ban?
What I do see available is...
Yo, if they don't ban Fanny, do you think best player play Fanny?
Yeah, so... that's going to be a prio pick, and if the Valley wants to make it to a Game 3, as I've been harping on, there needs to be a plan for Zuxin.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be a plan, and we have yet to really see one. Kalia is still on the table as well. I wonder if that's something the Valley wants to pick up, or if that's something they want to allow BTK to pull into the chopping block. But no, they're going to go in for the dynamic duo, the Kimmy and the Kalia pickup, to work on their side. I feel like that's an okay trade for BTK. You're able to get the Zushin, you get the Gatot. You talked about it. You talked about the Gatot and how you feel it's starting to be way more of a force than people anticipate.
Yeah, and the thing here too is Zuxin has so many escapes that she can use for a lot of these engagements here. It's going to be very interesting. I do like the Kalia pick to be able to try to get to that back line, flick her in, grab Zuxin, hopefully bring her to your team to be able to shut her down. It's just that you're going to have a heck of a front line. And we already saw they had the Kalia last pick, and they were... did they have the Kalia last pick? I think they did. And it wasn't as successful. They were still having issues when they grabbed somebody. Here,
No, they picked Hayabusa actually.
Taking that away from Zia, a good job, especially from that Savage he got from the last game. I'm not gonna lie, it's amazing to watch some of these guys, especially the marksmen here at the top of NA, play the Kimmy, because I'm not gonna lie, I was not trusting in her revamp. I tried playing it, and apparently I just don't have the mind to grasp how to play it well. But the way these guys use it, how well they're able to set up a lot of the CC and then come in with the damage is immense. And she has been a top-tier marksman right now in, I want to say, not just North America, but the world scene.
Yeah, and for the Kalia question, the Valley did have Kalia on the last match, and it looks like they're going to run in for that yet again. So we'll see if it has more of an impact this time around for them in game number 2. And speaking of game number 2, this is match point for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Keep in mind, like you said, a different dynamic, one we have yet to ever see, a new format for the NACT. We like to switch it up every single season, and this time the stakes are higher than ever as there's no margin for error. And the Valley, they have to find a way to disrupt. I wouldn't say the early game was the neutral objectives wasn't the issue. It was just the micro plays, right, and the wave management and holding on to their lanes is where they started falling short. The quick rotations from BTK at a moment's notice, they're just faster to the punch.
Well, I feel like when it comes to North America teams, the BTK always understand what they can give up, what is really not the most important to them, and they understand where their strength lies for a bunch of these. Ooh, the Fredrin ban out there is really interesting. So that's just the really interesting thing that I've always kind of leaned that about BTK that's really interesting. My problem only comes like when it's international stage is when that punishment in the early game continues on because they're facing teams that are not going to let up. They're facing teams, and that's what the
Bro, this time Basic picked up the Kimmy.
Not let up. That only gets stronger as the game progresses and gets sharper. Here I see them, they make these tiny little mistakes that they think, okay, it's not a big deal, we have a lead, but it's a false lead because they have kills, they have objectives, but they don't have towers. They're not opening up the map, and the BTK is doing that. So the moment the script flips, it's an immediate flip, and it turns into a snowball that they aren't able to handle.
Yeah, and definitely have to watch out for that as it can roll up and pile up fast if you're not careful. You're going to see the Valentina picked up from the Valley, a little bit of that IMU action. I mean, you have the AOG. It's not really like the most profitable. I mean, maybe you use the Crimson Beacon for the AoE damage, possibly. We'll have to see how this progresses. You are looking at the CC picked up, though, which is going to be a lot of maneuverability across the map, especially when you have a hero like a Todd who's going to try and drop on you with the AOG. You have a quad shadow from Best Player on this Hayabusa to watch out for, not to mention entire zonal control from Hoon. And let's just harp on Hoon for a minute. Like on the Juicin, he's running this because, which is not like the Selena we saw before. Now he's going more of the AoE control with a little bit of damage behind it. And speaking of damage, carry locked in for Zia.
Yeah, a nice little. I do enjoy this draft coming from BTK. Both teams, they do a good job. This is what we were kind of lacking from the last game, is that it was one team was building for all timing of the game, early, mid, and late game, and the other team was leaving up a gap where they were being taken advantage of. Here, both teams, especially BTK, they've got Hilda for the early game. They've got that mid game locked down, especially where Zuxin starts coming in, and then that super late game where Zia's going to be able to do so much damage, especially if you have the taunt, especially if they're worried about a Hilda. We'll see how it kind of matches up here for Zuxin. Like I said, it all comes down, can we protect Zuxin, or is she going to be able to get her Lantern Flare off on the entire team and basically disrupt everything that they're trying to do, especially at these objective fights.
Speaking of objectives and fighting overall, Leamore picked up from the side of the valley. Now, this is a little bit of a surprise. I did read in the patch notes, though, he did get a little bit of a buff, if you say so. I mean, I guess when it comes to recalling the horse to be able to jump on there and stampede through, it's quicker. You're able to get on it a lot faster than you used to be, so he's able to kind of have a little bit more maneuverability and ease of playstyle when on his steed. So we'll have to see how that kind of plays into game number 2. As ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into our second match of the third series for today. BTK up against the Valley. BTK leading the way 1-0.
Second game, guys. Maybe last game.
For the Valley to prove their worth. Oh, already Coldwell getting taken down to about half health here. Ooh, a little bit of damage coming out. Coldwell might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets pulled back to Hoon. All the while, Mark Cutie's trying to put some damage on. Coldwell finds himself an escape early. This is for all the marbles right now. Either you're taken out, and this is the unfortunate thing about this first round, we've been talking about it. One match here for the Valley could send them out of this entire thing. One more match for BTK could push them forward.
Yeah, and it's make it or break it right now for game number 2. A big taunt, airborne displacement.
Ooh, does the damage on the Coldwell. Is it going to be enough? Oh, Shark finds the kill there. Is going to use that Revitalize to keep him topped off. Meanwhile, best player already visiting, trying to go ahead and visit enemy jungle. Looking for maybe a little bit of a steal here on Nasty Wayne.
Yeah, need to be careful. Quad Shadow, we Shadow kill.
Finds the kill on to Nasty Wayne. I was a little skeptical there of the shadow kill ending and him being under tower, but he comes in, still finds the damage and an early kill on to the Valley onto Nasty Wayne.
Yeah, able to find the kill at a moment's notice. Nats maybe next hit with a taunt.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. I got 3 members, and that. Oh, nice save by Coldwell.
Yo, what the heck?
Finding the escape. Coldwell paying forward and dividend, earning his check tonight as a roam.
Definitely ready to pay for dinner for the entire team. Need to be careful. Coldwell have to go back to safety. Best player. Gonna go in for the turtle, and now on to Mark Cutie.
Oh, almost gets caught there. And a very different game here for BTK as they're even taking a very firm and strong early lead against the Valley.
Yeah, off to an early start. We saw the Valley in game number 1. They were the one who led a little bit in terms of the advantage. But this time around, BTK is going to claim that first neutral objective and start to control the inside of the jungle. Now we have to see these questions that we asked before the match started for the Valley. Wave management and turret control. How can they stop BTK from pushing through?
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Coldwell's doing what he needs to. He's trying to get that vision. He's trying to answer back. But like I said, like you're just facing an overloading spot there. Do have a little bit of a hit there onto Shark. Goes into that Phantom Steed coming out from Nasty Wayne. Nats get picked up there. We have a little bit of a quad Shadow. Best player goes in. Shadow kills out. Tries to get on the Nats. He's not able to find the damage. Best player in trouble. They're trying to put the damage on. Big pop-up down goes best player. Mark Cutie picking up the kill by from the side, able to find himself some damage. Basic comes all the way from bottom lane to the mid, looking for an angle, does not find it. 3-2, favor to
3-2.
BTK still maintaining their lead.
Ooh, Nasty Wayne's gonna be more.
Outside, rocking on this carry up against this Kimmy. Not too far ahead. Does have that swift crossbow on his side though. A little bit of that attack speed to work in his favor, but for the Bloodthirsty Kings, game number 1, they struggled a little bit in the beginning, but they were able to find their way through the turrets and then eventually translated that into the battlefield, where the gold really made the difference on their engagements, not to mention Hoon. Key factors with the plays of the Abyssal Arrows, this time running on this Jushin and doing a great job with these Lantern Flares, keeping the Valley at bay and getting some great displacement plays.
Yeah, and like I said, Hoon's doing a great job on the side there, trying to get, it disrupts the entire enemy, especially when they're trying to kind of group up here. We're seeing the rotations. Basic doing a great job coming in very early. Phantom Steed is out. They're going to go ahead, find the kill onto who? Nasty Wayne there with the kill. Shark a little bit late on that revitalized, and that is unfortunate for the mid of BTK. Quad Shadow comes in from Best Player, putting out some damage. Fried Chicken and Shark putting out some information to his team. They're going to go on to Cold World. Zia coming in from the bottom lane, puts on some damage. The 4 members of the Valley, big pop-up lands on the Cold World. Avatar the Guardian comes down. It is stunned. Barcuti finds the kill. Fly Chicken finds Cold World. Now, Fly Chicken in a little bit of trouble is going to back himself away. Nasty Wayne finds himself the objective. 4-4 matched up by the Valley, but still, I want to say a little bit of a gold deficit for them.
Yeah, and Best Player not having the Ouija Shadow kill to give him a little bit of that bonus toward that retry play. Out retried by Nasty Wayne. Talk about a trigger finger. He's been doing really well on the 50-50 trades against Best Player, and in this case, it's really not a 50-50 because you're on a Hayabusa. He's been out retrying him so far.
Well, I want to say you've got a lot of damage that you can output as a Leomord to be able to.
Guys, who do you think will win second game? It's basically tied. I think TV is winning a little bit because of Turtle. But in gold, BTK is winning in gold still. About 500 ahead.
And help him. And by him, I mean Best Player gets that secure onto it. It shouldn't just be on Best Player to try to get a 50-50. It should be on his team to try to get that CC onto the enemy jungler. And the Valley doing a great job of trying to put that damage onto the BTK. Nice little Phantom Steed out there from Nasty Wayne. Excuse me, it's so long since I've seen a Leomord. We'll see Zia might actually be caught here. Fly Chicken coming in, taking some damage from him. And it looks like a Shark going to go ahead and dash his way to safety. 4 members from the Valley coming down, looking for this bottom tower. And Shark actually going to find himself an escape with that AO, the Avatar of the Guardian.
Yeah, finds the escape. Basic will go ahead and shred down the turret on the bot side. Best Player will answer back with a trade of himself. Takes the tier 1 on the top. Chicken hit with a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. Actually gets caught, but the rest, you see Hoon, and this is the problem. Hoon, all of that damage, they all had to run because Hoon was there putting that lantern flare on them. They lock on the Best Player, but he's able to use that quad shadow. That means he's not going to have the quad shadow for this turtle fight. Shark comes in, trying to get some information. Hoon from the back end.
Oh, he's dead, no? Yeah, Shark is gone. Oh, he got a turtle! The Best Player is dead now.
Nope, it is all.
Yeah, he's dead.
Trouble there. We do have the shadow kill come out. Basic finds the kill. Hoon now still trying to put out the damage. Zia from the side. Is that going to be a big pop-up lands? Zia now coming online as Fly Chicken takes down Cold World. A flicker by Fly Chicken. Hoon, you're going to have to back off. Fly Chicken waiting. He's going to try to find the stun onto Nasty Wayne. Look at all that damage he does to Nasty Wayne. Thought he was going to be able to get a purple buff, but shied away by Fly Chicken.
Yeah, Chicken, a great isolation play to be able to rush in, take down Cold World, and then flicker back out to safety on this Hilda. Such a threat. He's a beefy boy in that jungle, especially when he hugs in those bushes and waits for that opportunity. And it's becoming a problem for the Valley as he edges his way to the back line. And so far, BTK and the Valley putting on a great performance today. 5-6, 1 kill lead for the Valley. But you are looking at neutral objectives going in BTK's favor as they're up by 1 turtle. Looking at the gold difference between both of the ADC so far, not really that much of a difference. You're going to see the Sky Piercer picked up by Basic, has the lethality. We'll be able to get that execute once they get very low. That passive to be able to proc on it to work in his favor. We are looking at both sides, still trying to find an advantage, but I wouldn't say this is really leaning toward one side. It's a battle tug of war so far.
Yeah, it's really going to kind of come down to one of these objective fights, especially when it comes down to the Lord. Both teams are very even here. I want to say maybe BTK doing a little bit of a better job when it comes to mave management. And as I say that, we do have an ultimate. Shark might be caught using the Avatar of the Guardian. And a big pop-up back into their line. The Valley. Zia finds a kill on the Cold World. Naps in a little bit of trouble as Basic able to find Fly Chicken.
Ooh,
comes in,
not too
finds
slow.
a shadow kill. Is that going to be enough? Zia finds the kill onto Basic. Now still tied, but here comes the First Lord.
Yeah, and Zia trying to go for another Savage, gets the double kill, just picked up the Demon Hunter sword as well.
Best
Definitely getting a lot
BTK
more
is gonna do
pricier
well.
items, and he's going to start hitting even faster as they start to stack up, hitting these power spikes and already making his way toward the bottom side. You can tell he's like an engine waiting to rev up, and there's the Golden Staff, Corrosion Sight, the Holy Core Trinity to work in his favor. On this carry, this means if he does join these team fights, he's going to shred through these teams like some pulled pork.
Well, he's already been doing a good job of kind of coming into a lot of these team fights, putting on some damage. He wasn't actually able to have a huge effect, wasn't able to get those kills, but he's still been doing such a good job of doing the rotations all the way from bottom lane, even if the turtle is up at top. You can see here, shredding down some of those towers. Lord up at top, the Valley on their back foot, looking for some type of answer that they can use against BTK.
Yeah, looking for an answer, a window of opportunity. Lord marching on the top side toward that inhibitor turret in the Valley, putting on a great defense to be able to take it down. Cold World rushing in.
Yeah, Zia's going to find himself a tower. Cold World down to about 10% health. He's really not able to find. Oh, comes in. Shadow Kill is out. He's going to find himself
Cold World's so low.
Shadows, minions up at top. And just again, we do have the Phantom Steed is out. Fried Chicken with the push away. Nasty Wayne in trouble. Zia finds the kill onto Nasty Wayne.
Able to find the kill. 1 kill lead for the Bloodthirsty Kings. But again, still yet to find an answer when it comes to wave management and turret prio. Only losing 1 turret, a pure reflection as if we're staring dead in the mirror from game number 1.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the Valley, there's not much that you can do when your team has this type of advantage when they're playing safe. As I say that, you do get put back in there. Quad Shadows is out. Best player in trouble. Zia finds a kill onto Nats. Zia, can anybody slow him down?
Yeah, that's it, man. I told you. This man just is putting the Valley in the smoker, and it's about 8 hours in. Time to take it out and shred it with the speedy light wheels, and you're going to go ahead and see them start making their way toward the base for the Valley.
Yeah, and right now there isn't much that they can do. A Cold World goes in, he tries to get these great sets. Look at Zia, look at how much damage he just put on the Cold World. Half health in like 2 seconds. Shark in a little bit of trouble. Actually, Basic putting on a lot of damage. Shark's going to have to dash himself back to safety. The whole of the rest of BTK going to go ahead and give them some space while, I want to say, best player is clearing out their jungle. Oh.
Ooh, a little bit of a siege opportunity. Spotted out.
And they are going to be able to find Shark using an Avatar of the Guardian. Basic able to find the kill there, but they might have pressed too far on the side. Shadow Kill comes out. Is it going to be enough? No, they use the IMU Shadow Kill, or IMU Avatar of the Guardian to offset that. Fried Chicken trying to come in, but they think better of it. They do have the advantage, and they're just going to go ahead and push this so that they can try to get this Lord.
Yeah, trying to find this Lord. Not going to have any struggle there. I wonder if the Valley even goes in for the push. If they do, could be very risky here. They are going to bite the bait, though. You look at them starting to form around for a potential invasion.
Oh, Moon is right there to offset it. Down goes the Phantom Steed. It is not enough, and another Lord secured by best player and BTK.
Yeah, and that window of hope is slowly starting to close for the Valley right now as BTK claiming yet another objective and only losing 1 turret so far in this game, even though the Valley not too far behind in kills. When it comes to the overall map awareness and objective prio, that's where BTK is starting to shine. I mean, the goal difference, just look at Zia, 10K to 9K, almost 2K advantage over Basic on the other side.
Yeah, and finding these great opportunities to kind of come in there, really knowing his distance and positioning, especially for a hero like Carry, who has to get in pretty close to be able to do that type of damage. Now shredding down the mid lane, Phantom Steed is out. Nasty Wayne coming in, trying to clear out some of these minions. Zia takes down the mid, Quad Shadow is out. They are able to find a kill onto best player. Can they turn this around? Zia finds a kill onto Nasty Wayne. Nats is down. This could be all they want for the Valley. Hoon finds a kill onto Mark Cutie. 10%. Looking for the clean. Hoon by himself. They turn it around. And this
She's Mania, basically.
For the Valley. Bloodthirsty Kings thought they had the end game and were not able to close it.
Not able to close it in the Valley.
The leading BTK like some spam
Sheesh, what a great battle.
with a clean wipeout and a maniac. Trying to catch up to that Savage we seen in game number 1, and another opportunity to possibly turn this around.
Yeah, and you can see they're unfortunate. Best player was the first to go down, got a little greedy, went way into the back line, got stunned immediately, couldn't even be able to quad shadow his way to safety. Thankfully, BTK, they still have their towers up. They have gathered such an immense lead that the Valley hasn't really been able to kind of come back from it. They're still at a deficit of 2K, but this does thoroughly take away a lot of the advantage that BTK had.
I'm starting to see these winter crowns picked up, looking for a window of opportunity. Swap that for the immortality. We know what's going on behind the scenes. You know, interesting enough, Malefic gun picked up over there from Zia, so he is going to be able to have those extended attacks when he does rush in. Something that the Valley is definitely going to have to watch out for. 13 to 13, and now it's getting to the late game.
He's dead. Oh, he had frozen.
Couldn't use that winter crown. Gets picked off by Basic, and they're going to go ahead and clear out that lane. However, 8 seconds left on this Lord when BTK starting to spread up on the map just a bit.
Yeah, spreading out on the map. Chicken, Zia forced to back away. The Valley starting to group up, having some great positioning. I mean, at this point, it's really, the turrets don't even matter, right? And I think that's where the Valley is starting to shine. It's just team fight. As long as they can team fight and clear at least wave management from the minions, this is where they can overthrow BTK.
Yeah, and especially with that advantage taken away, Fight Chicken actually coming up from the top. Coldwell comes in, latches on the Hoon, looking for an answer. Misses his ultimate. Best player finds a kill onto Basic. Nasty Wayne getting picked apart as Zia finds a kill onto Coldworld. That is 2 down for the Valley and another free Lord for BTK.
Yeah, another free Lord indeed, and it started with Basic getting picked off over there without having an ADC, and then Coldworld right behind him. A free Lord for the Bloodthirsty Kings in the Valley wisely backs away.
Yeah, and that's the problem here with the Kalia pick. If you try to latch on the Hoon, he used that Purify, which, I mean, Coldworld closed the distance and didn't have anything to respond with. Now, down to 20%. BTK looking for a different answer here. Zia finds a kill on the Nasty Wayne. Down to the tower and a clean sweep for BTK.
The Valley nils. The crown soaked in blood, and BTK standing
GG,
alone.
guys. BTK won.
Unrivaled. Look at them, unforgettable. Those are the moments we live for. Another great time for the NACT spring season, and BTK will move on forward.
Oh, a little bit of a hiccup in that second to last engagement on the core, but they cleaned it up very nicely. The synergy that they had during the team fights, being able to find the advantages that they need. Unfortunate for Coldworld, I feel like some of these engagements that he had, they were just countered very well by BTK, and once they were
BTK won.
laying into them.
Zia's got rose gold, dog. You see that last item? That's a statement. That's a statement from Zia right there. The last item picks up the rose gold right before closing out the game. What a series. And this is the first time, like we mentioned, to see these two teams face off so early in an elimination. In BTK looking stronger than ever.
Finally, something has upset the caster curse that we had on here earlier. Casters correct with their predictions here. But man, what a great game played by BTK. Like I said, there was that little flub, second to last engagement. I feel like best player maybe got a little bit ahead of himself. Like there was no need for him to go in at the point that he did. He got CC'd down underneath the core, got taken down early, and then things started falling apart for his team, even though Zia was still trying to put on a ton of damage. unfortunately for BTK, or not for BTK, for the Valley, they weren't able to turn it around enough. They were still, I want to say, it was still 50-50 for them, but some of these engagements, it turns, especially for Kalia, Purify's really turn her abilities against her. You go in, you get close to the enemy, you start taking a lot of damage, you're hoping that you grab somebody and drag them back to your team, but if you are not able to do that, if a Purify comes out, then you have a hero that is basically jumping into the enemy, taking a lot of damage, jumping out of the enemy, and then they're all gonna just jump down your throat to try to find that kill. And Zia was right there every time.
Yeah, Zia, able to get that Savage, able to set a record in their debut series for the NACT spring season, and also take down the Valley, not to do it to the Valley on top of that. It's very impressive. But I will say it was
17 to 15.
both sides. Definitely, I would say with the Valley. I mean, it's a little newer. I would say in terms of synergy, right? I mean, we're talking about Nasty Wayne on the team. When it comes to the other side with BTK, I would definitely say that those players specifically have played together for a longer period of time, and especially when you switch that jungler position. But I feel like Nasty Wayne, he did a pretty decent job to be able to see him step into the NACT scene.
He did a great job, and they held their own against BTK, had a great job. The unfortunate part, we could have seen both of these teams being on opposite sides of the brackets. They could have easily possibly been in the grand
are they still
finals.
playing? Hold on, let me
Ended up
see.
here with the randomness and the random
Who's winning right
draws,
now,
and the fact that the Valley
Yeah, I'm streaming, yeah.
to the lower bracket of the qualifiers
Streaming? Hold on, who's winning right
they
now?
met BTK as the first match here in NACT. And unfortunate for them, a poetic ending for a great team like the Valley.
Bro, BTK won, 2-0.
was just too much.
It's always funny.
Bro, I know
you see those
BTK is winning.
conspiracy
Oh, damn,
theories
bro.
out there that it's all a script and it's all written.
Bro, it's
You
equally
can't write
balanced.
this.
Wow.
Nobody. I don't think any scripter in the world
I feel like
would put
BTK
these
is
two teams
winning,
against
bro.
each other so early. So
You think BTK is gonna win all of it? Take the win?
behind the NACT spring season, and
Yeah, I think
credits to
BTK
BTK
is
pushing on
actually
forward.
Wait,
Shout
hold
out
on.
to
Is this
Valley.
the first
Both of
match
them
or
boot
the
camp
second?
Yeah, this is only the first
which
match.
is a major step in the right direction.
And then the finals
Valley
will be on Sunday.
starting to boot camp now.
Oh,
which
I
is
see.
So there's gonna be like no loser bracket at all. So when you're like, if you lose, you're out. There's like no second
This
chance.
is the second to last fight here.
Because our MOBA is
Taken out,
now,
and then
like,
they latched on to Zia.
it's like you're totally some
And
bullshit.
things actually look a little scary for BTK, but they kept
Look,
their cool,
let's make a
maintained their
shutdown.
composure, and were able to really kind of bait Nats into a hit. As he called
Yeah, I
taken
knew,
out
bro.
immediately
When BTK
by
put the
Zia
best
after
player
a
in,
failed
like,
ultimate, trying to snatch up Hoon.
Yeah, trying to find those windows of
I
opportunity.
think I'm way
Valley
better.
not able to get there, and
Yeah,
overall,
BTK is actually
BTK,
winning by
the wave
quite
management,
a
their
lot.
prio,
I think I'm more
the
towers.
objectives, they have everything on lock, and to be able to take a team down like that, you can't afford any mistakes, and I
crazy,
think
bro.
that's where the Valley was kind of fumbling and dropping
And next
through those
match
cracks.
is Eco versus.
Yeah, it's the Eagle.
Here is had it been a
Yeah,
best
I know
of
I know
three
BTK is gonna
when
win, bro.
BTK
Like,
and the Valley met.
Whoever wins that game will fight Eco.
Because BTK lost their first, what was it,
wait, which one? Eco and
I mean, whoever wins will fight BTK.
But BTK moves forward.
I feel like Eagle's gonna
Moving
win.
forward, moving on
You
to
think
our
so?
next Liz, to talk
Yeah.
about all the
I had a
action.
feeling. But I don't know.
that we
I
witnessed
gotta
today
look
in
at
the
this
most
draft pick.
anticipated match.
I mean, I did not expect
Bro,
the
I
Savage
know
coming
BTK is
on
gonna
in
win. I
day
just
one,
knew it,
but then
bro.
again, I also didn't expect the Valley versus BTK and having to say goodbye to one of these teams. But amazing performance coming in from BTK. They had a rough start in the first match, I would say, but they, at the end of the day, proved that they
Bro,
are the
after
better
like
team. They're
this
the stronger
substitute
team. They make
Moba's in
less
with best
mistakes,
players, bro.
and I'm
We
glad
got a
to see
lot
that
better.
Selena
Holy
coming into
shit.
play.
Yeah, the Selena was
Yeah.
definitely
They're just gonna keep getting
A
stronger.
little bit more on the international side. I know Private Dancer had loved seeing that, especially talking about
Did you see first game?
how long
Zia
he's been in the NAC
for the
and just
Savage,
how
bro.
mechanically gifted he is.
Yeah, like I said, he's
Yeah.
usually held down by
And then
something.
basic
A
Mania.
little skeptical at first when I first saw it because it's one of those picks just like a Hilda. If you got,
I would say
if you-
Zia
if
is
you
probably
fall
better than basic.
onto a defensive turtling posture, your team,
Yeah.
it's very hard for you to
Yeah,
make
because I
use
know
of those picks. But,
I feel like basic is
thankfully
more
for a
like
team
it's more like a
BTK,
jungler.
able to kind of
I
find
kind of
that
I do watch him
advantage.
like back in like a few years ago.
Yeah, and the MVP of
He's
this
a- he's a
game, I
pretty good
would
jungler.
guess, is the one who have
Yeah.
clutched in that Savage, but it could be.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at who the MVP is.
I don't know
It is
why everyone be
indeed
hating on
Zia
Super
with
Cash.
that
What did
match
he
KDA
do?
of 10,
What?
1, and 3. It seems like he has been
Like,
carrying
Dude, like everybody's saying, like he said that he's
Yeah,
like
I
the
mean,
pro,
Zia
the
definitely
top
had
one
a
mage
lot of,
and stuff. I think that's probably why. So
both of those games,
because he
right?
has the
Yeah,
highest
but-
ranking stars.
Deciding to engage
Like he reached 1,000 stars, you know.
but definitely making a major advantage.
Yeah, I
when
know,
he
but,
did,
like,
and it really
I don't know why
also
people
helps
say
credits to
like,
BTK.
a lot of
just the
like, this
massive
clip
gold difference helps
comments,
him get to
everybody's
those power spikes
hating
way
on him. It's
earlier
crazy. Oh shit!
than
what the fuck?
basic, and then you see it be a little bit more
Maybe
passive.
Zia
Sometimes
is
you
a
see
problem.
basic kind of overextend and be one of the
Dude,
first
yeah,
ones taken
dude,
out.
last in ECT, Zia carried the whole time.
You don't ever really see that from Zia. He
From
kinda
against
waits to
C9.
engage
He carried again.
until he knows he's
The
gonna
Moscow
smoke.
against the Lord.
The
That's
great thing
just
I've always
insane.
talked about with Zia is that he is an independent marksman. Independently of his team, he is always going to do great. No matter if BTK is slugging around in the early half, if they're successful, Zia is always going to do great in his lane. So if BTK falls short in the early half or mid game, then he's going to be
This
able
game
to
is
come there
actually
and
really
pick up the pieces. However, when you've got a team like
Sometimes
when
even
BTK is
if
doing
you have better
great,
skill
he's going to
than other
shine
players,
like a diamond.
if they got
through a
better
lot of these,
teamwork,
where you
they
see
can
him
still
get
beat you.
savages. When
Yeah.
he was 10-1 on a carry, and you saw those great early rotations from him, and that's something that a lot of carries and a lot of those late game marksmen lack a bit. They'll just sit in their lane. They'll try to get that gold. They'll try to push, and then they'll just sit in their lane. He was rotating all the way from bottom lane to the turtle lane. You'd have thought he was a Moskov with how fast he was getting there for a lot of these objective fights, and that just kind of shows the expertise that he has with getting all around the map.
Dude, but this right here,
Yeah.
dude, basic
Yeah,
like
and we saw the
he
team
stays at
coming
his
back.
lane, but like
Private
Zia
said
rotates and stuff.
how, it's different when the pros play the Kimmy versus when we
Yeah,
play
not
the
going to lie.
Kimmy.
Sometimes if you rotate a little bit, you
I
actually
did not
make
know
it.
Kimmy
Not
can be
gonna
played
lie.
that way. And
Yeah.
Zia
That
was
makes,
a
like-
mage player, so this hero kind of is a perfect mix of being a good gold laner and a great mage.
I would say today records are being set, and it's up to these teams to be able to break them. We got to see
Not going
a
to lie, I'm
Savage
planning to
happen. We got to
retire.
see a
Like,
almost
after
flawless game.
solo
It was
queue
like
to
22
Immortal
to
with
1,
70% win rate,
previous
I'm
series,
done.
and,
I am
and
done
like
with
you
this
said, we
game,
still have
bro.
a whole nother
Fuck.
series to close
Hey,
out the
17
day, and
solo is pretty
this
good
is
still.
what we love to see for the NACT, right? A whole
Yeah,
different
let's-
format.
Bro, I
Solo
go
queue
like
to Immortal.
trio and duel
It's a
and
little
5-man,
bittersweet to say
and my
farewell
win rate is still at
to teams who have
62
fought
in
so
rank,
hard,
just rank.
qualifiers, to these teams, these pros who we've seen compete
Yeah,
since the beginning
but I
when
feel
we
like this
started the
season,
whole entire NACT.
I'm definitely not going
And
to
to see
reach
it get to this
Immortal
level, I mean,
because
you saw
we
the
only have
rosters
39
on
days.
Start.gg.
I
Bro,
wish
that's
I could
plenty
get
of
to
days, bro. What do you
Everybody out
mean?
there. I want to say this is the biggest talent pool we've ever
Yeah,
had.
but I feel I can get to glory with like over 70%. That's for sure. I can definitely do that.
Oh yeah.
Because right now my win rate is at 79.6. Like,
Dude, that's still pretty good though.
To try to pull out all the stops because they feel, and Area 77 feel in their bones that this is going to be their NACT.
Yo, what the heck? We were up against Epics. In 5-man ring.
To Villain Era and potentially the winners of the bottom bracket as well. But like he said, we still have a whole other series to go, and probably a series just as exciting of what we just watched from the fandom.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately today we didn't give Wheezy what he likes to see the series to go the distance, but we did see some dominating performances coming out of crowd favorite teams, and it's a good day
Dude,
for the NACT.
that's how you
and
see.
we saw a lot of strong performances.
to be
Eagle.
honest, I can't
And
believe.
I'm so excited to see the matches
Do you know that
tomorrow
like
as
this
well
girl Liz?
for all the
Yeah.
series.
She's actually 26.
And it's
She's
just great
26.
seeing the
It's actually
players
crazy.
group together in
For
a
real?
camp. It's nice
Yes.
to have
She doesn't
everyone
even look
on camera, but
26. She look
especially when
18.
everyone is in the same room practicing together and building synergy.
Isn't
It really
she
gets to see
married?
the community of North America and
Oh, yeah.
Mobile Legends.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because I didn't get to see things go the distance like I like to see, but I will say something that can make up for it. Private's been harping on it. I want to see this Valir.
Bro, her hair is back to black.
To see how much of a threat.
Yeah.
Like last in ECT, she died if she won.
Got to see the Esmeralda.
Yeah, this
crawling
how
back
she
to the
died
scene
back
as
to
well.
black.
It's definitely been a treat to be able to watch that. We haven't seen too many fannies Not to mention, and it hasn't really been banned anymore. We're getting away from the Fanny era. I mean, I guess they got even. They've been trying to nerf Fanny every single patch. Maybe they finally nailed it.
I still have PTSD from some
Insane, bro.
bans that I've
I
seen
feel like Ego's gonna win.
out there.
Yeah,
But
Ego's
there's
probably
been a few
gonna win.
bans of it. But I mean, it's been a great night of
People just need to stop like
expectations for a lot of these. Overskilled being 0-2.
I don't know
by
what you
Villain
did to
era,
receive
who's,
others.
who's,
Like
looking
every comment
very
is like this shit
strong,
talking.
especially for a veteran team.
Dude, I know.
Milanario, I mean, unfortunately
Wait, so
for
they got-
them, not able
Oh,
to
yeah, I
capture
feel-
that magic that they had in the qualifiers.
It's like if they do anything, they'll just like trash talk immediately, no matter what.
Oh, I see. You don't want to. So basically, he just blamed other people by himself. It's pathetic.
Oh yeah, he's like he has the biggest ego ever, I think, and then that makes like other people mad. Like he
no
thinks he's like the world best player. Like I think, like he blames it on everybody except for himself.
Not able to overcome.
Oh damn, I
just
see.
The
Shit, no wonder.
Yeah, at some point I think Dez like literally left the squad and everything, but then he
And
came
We
back.
are seeing a little bit too much
Wait, so
zeros on this
they are- oh,
bracket
if-
right
if
now.
they lost Bass,
Vendetta
it's
faced
automatic
up
loss.
against Team Eagle.
Yeah.
coming
This
from
I
last
should have
year's
carried them
day.
so hard.
But
in that
before we
tournament.
get there, we have an interview with
Yeah,
the
agree.
team of BTK. What's up, best player?
Hello.
By the way,
Hello,
By the way, do you actually
congratulations on
believe
that
my
victory,
rank is
guys.
only
I'm,
just like
I'm glad to
glory?
see the whole team
Dude.
together. I mean, how does it feel to be back with your boys?
I would say it's pretty fun. I like being here with them. These are the people I play with since like maybe 2 years, So it always feels good. Always feels
oh, this player actually lost the weight.
Yeah, and how do you
Interesting.
think it feels different compared to last year for the NACT Spring?
Crazy guys.
good. Well, I mean that was a pretty bad.
Wait, hold
NCT,
on.
but
Liz,
regardless
are
of
you
the
in
fact,
high school or
both teams are
college?
extremely good. This team right
What?
here I feel more comfortable with. They just know me
Are
a
you in
lot,
high
but
school
they
or
know me a lot
college?
more.
It's a secret.
That's it.
Yeah, you guys did amazing
secret.
today. Now,
Yeah, it's a
with
secret,
a
my
lot
boy.
of the revamps with the heroes,
Oh,
and now,
damn.
what do you think about the meta right now for the Mobile Legends?
I think the meta is always shifting.
Dude, I want to see Mobile
I didn't really
Zane.
expect Kimmy to be meta. I played her a bit too. I guess I just suck. But Zia got a Savage first game, so it seems pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, and with that being said, can we get Zia in the interview as well? Zia? The
Yes, we
one
can.
who,
Zia.
I want to see if Zia loses.
He's
weight.
like,
Zia,
he's a little bit sick, so he doesn't really want to come in right now.
Oh, okay. But in any case, Zia carried the team in the back. We're just gonna ask if Zia's back hurts from carrying his team, but I'm sure that's a fun little joke. Now, for the other players, is Hoon in with you guys right now?
Yes, he is.
Go
The
for
man
it.
and lady on the couch, I assume.
The full squad, bro.
Yeah, really a full squad. Hello, yeah.
Hello, what's up, Hoon?
Dude, everyone is just
Congratulations
from
on
Mobile
that
Zane,
victory.
bro.
Now, we want to ask, what does the hand sign mean that you did in the end? What was that? Can you do it again? What is it?
Wait, that was on the stream? No,
Yeah.
that's Zuzin Lantern. You don't know?
Oh, okay.
Fishing.
Yeah, that was. You fished and you caught the fish, indeed. And now, where are you guys? Like, why did you guys consider to do a boot camp, and where are you guys?
Cause our MS is really bad. So like last time we did the same thing for the better MS. We're in
And
Oklahoma.
where are you guys
Same as last
located?
time.
Oklahoma. You guys must love the Oklahoma. Something special about there. Are you guys paying for the boot
Bro,
camp
I know
yourself?
I'm for sure a better robot.
Yeah,
I don't give a
yeah.
You think so?
If you put, yeah, if
It's
you
okay.
put him in
After
solo
we win
queue,
an ACT,
just by playing tank, he cannot
wait,
get to
only-
glory with 70% win rate.
Dude, I agree with you, bro.
And in
Yeah,
that,
I know you'll be
with you
saying
that,
stuff
how
like
confident are you about the grand final?
it's different if I'm in.
Pretty confident.
Dude, do you
We're all
play
confident.
tank
I think this was
only?
maybe
Or like, what happens if
hardest
some
matches.
other people take your role? What do you play?
99%.
And
Just play jungle or you.
we're
Okay.
still going back to that.
So you don't always
there's
go that
one
tank.
team that you think is going to be the toughest opponent.
Yeah,
coming
most
up,
of the
who
time,
do you think
yeah.
it is?
Yeah, I see, I see.
Team Ego.
Unless like
Team Eagle?
they're actually
Their mages. Spectacular.
Wow. And maybe you guys get to see them tomorrow. Now, last question for Hoon is, who convinced Zane to be a sub for your team?
He made that decision himself.
There's a goat.
So has he been playing with you guys, or are we gonna see Zane back, or is it just mostly the 5 main of you guys?
No comments.
We're keeping that disclosed within the team. Next up, can we get Shark joining us? Super Shark. Super Shark.
Shark is pretty overrated as a roamer. Not gonna lie.
How?
Bro,
Whenever I
you're
was
gonna interview the whole BTK.
Hello. We
Now,
saw
when I was
you
looking at his
actually-
live stream,
yeah?
whenever he played roam, he
What were
make
you
a lot
saying?
of mistakes.
Who, Shark?
Go fit.
Go fit. Well, we actually saw you were
Who?
streaming
Is it
the
Shark?
qualifiers. Have
Yeah.
you been doubling down on your streaming career?
Yeah.
I think I will dream more after the NACT. So, yeah, I will dream more after the NACT. After I win, yeah.
After you, how do you how do you like streaming? Do you enjoy it?
No, I just dream for the diamond.
Obviously, he doesn't enjoy promotion. That's just boring, bro. I'm sure
the
nobody
low
even
that
want to
you're
watch
aiming
it.
at.
Everybody just want to see the
Well,
highlight
with the viewers, how do we actually follow you, and how do we support you on your stream?
Just look up BTK Super Shark on YouTube, MLBB. You will see me.
Is there a schedule that you stream by, or is it just like sporadic?
It depends. If you're lucky enough, you will see me streaming. Yeah.
Alright guys, make sure you
Bro.
follow BTK Super
Dude, I
Shark,
want to win diamonds from streaming
do a
too.
little shark hunting. And if you're lucky, you get to find Shark streaming. And last but not least, can we get Chicken to join us?
Master? Hello?
Master Shifu. Ni hao. Hello, Chicken. How are you doing? How are you enjoying the season so far?
Not good. This meta is boring.
Ain't no way.
Meta's boring. What would you say is the
Meta
meta
is
right now?
boring,
for
bro.
the SPL?
Tanks. And CC on the side.
CZ, what would you prefer to be playing?
It's the stream kind of
Lapu Lapu.
What?
Well, let's
my
hope
own-
that Lapu
I know
Lapu
the
comes
stream is
back.
kind of delayed,
How
so-
confident are you, Chicken, about your performance and your team making it to the grand finals and to MSC?
Ain't no way.
Pretty confident, but I don't want to jinx anything.
All right, and we don't want to keep you guys for too long. Anything else you want to say to fans? Any
Thing with the best
plans
in
on
jungler.
streaming again?
I think everyone streams here after NACT though.
Yeah, and make sure you guys support the whole team with streaming. And best of luck to you guys with your upcoming matches, and we hope to see the best of you guys tomorrow.
Alright, thank you.
All right. The team is chilling. The team chilling on the couch. I love it. A great synergy coming in from the BTK boys.
You know, some of them can say very little words, but it's so impactful to the world. It's so amazing to be able to see that. But yeah, boot camping it out of their own pocket shows their dedication, and I look forward to seeing where they go.
Yeah, an amazing thing too, and best player looks like 1,000 times more comfortable this season. And it goes to say too, like a lot of people forget that best player and that squad have been together for a long time, even before this, even when it was Gaming Gladiators, when it was
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that.
when it was the old, yeah, you know what I mean.
That's
So
what I
best player,
really-
I mean, and
Dude, this is like TOB, bro. The Ohio
synergy
brothers,
just
bro.
seems a lot better for him there, and he's being wildly more successful.
Yeah.
Right now. And
This is like the whole team.
when it comes to the rest of the tournament.
Just realized
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Damn.
I mean, there was the
Why-
Ohio brothers that I actually
Holy
do
shit.
remember.
See?
It's
They
hard to
didn't even say
forget
the Ohio brothers.
That name is in for itself. And then there was actually GG that I almost forgot about.
Oh, yeah.
But now, now we are here with BTK.
Oh yeah,
something
and
we
that
never
time it
saw
was
before.
Obazay and
But
T and
congratulations to BTK.
Yeah.
They have more matches to go tomorrow. But before we get to that, we will have our last series coming up. Team Eagle versus Team Vendetta. So they kind of hyped up a little bit of Team Eagle. I'm excited to see what our casters predict for next series. But before that, we have a short break. We'll see you back in 10 minutes.
I feel like Team Eagle's gonna win. Yeah. It's gonna be a hard match though, but I feel like Team Eagle's gonna win.
Yeah. Who are they up against again?
Vendetta, I think.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be a hard game actually.
Yeah, but I still feel like Eagle's gonna win.
Dude, Vendetta beat the Valleys. Did you see that game?
Shit.
Vendetta sent the Valleys to the lower brackets.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough fight for sure.
Then-
I don't know if
Dude, Vendetta, like, T and Yato, they were part of BTK. Like, I think 2 seasons ago. 2 NACT.
is T a roamer or like he's an EXP.
I think he can play both. Like, he keeps switching. Depends who he play with.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I think I know so before.
But I think T is going to be the roamer. Because
I
T
think
and
one of
Yato have been friends for so long, I think.
I think I know Yato. Oh, I remember. Never mind. Yeah, I feel 2 years. I'll probably forget about me. 3 years ago, he did make fun of my win rate
Oh, nah.
because I have like a 60%. I think I have a 60% solo queue, and he tried to like talk shit about it.
Bro,
How
now
do
you
you
have like
like
70%. That's even better.
He probably doesn't even remember me anymore. I think it's all good.
You text him, bro.
That was a long time ago. I know he probably forgot about it, but I still remember.
He probably still have the same Discord, maybe, so maybe you can see. I texted him on my Discord.
Wait, he actually responds to texts?
Yeah, he
still respond? Oh, okay.
I yeah, I used to host it like a scrimmage, like a custom
Yeah.
scrimmage, from time to time, like every weekend. And he joined one time. I'm very surprised that he actually joined. And then he like DM'd me like which team am I going to be and everything. And that back then he was part of Area 77 squad. Yeah, Joe.
77?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know that. I just remember he trash talked me like 3 years ago, I think. Or 2.
Mm.
Yeah, just because like I don't really like him too. And T also has pretty big ego. In one interview, he was calling everybody new. So I kind of want them to lose. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. I don't know, but they're good.
Yeah, since Super Cash, I don't have any beef with Super Cash, so I don't think it matter. I want Ego to win. But I don't know. I gotta
It
look at
should be a
the
very hard game.
Damn. Yeah, I kind of want to create.
Quit?
No, I'm not.
Dude, why don't you like play NACT and stuff? Since you're a good roamer.
Hard to find a team, dude. Like, I'm trying to find a player that's like BTK, like caliber. But it's hard.
Dude, it's hard to find roamers. I'm sure you can get into any team that you feel like. Because like mostly everybody doesn't play roam.
I mean, I did join like one time, but for some reason when after like a few more games we lost, they push all the responsibility towards me.
Do you like agree with them or no?
I've only played with them for like a few games. I'm gonna lie. I would say only like 20 games, and then I kind of got tired of them.
Are you still friend with them?
Huh?
Are you still friend with them?
Oh no, fuck them.
I see.
So toxic. I don't know. Like that mage player is not even getting blamed. He was going 1-5. I went 2-19 MVP loss as a 10. I get blamed for some reason. I feel stupid.
It's crazy.
I mean, I get it. I might make some few mistakes and shit, but like, come on. The mage player is going 1-5. He has no excuses.
Yeah.
I feel like not going on Minotaur and Hylos are not really a good roam, not gonna lie. Hylos can't really do shit. He can only stab you and take damage.
Yeah, do you see the first game?
Yeah.
The OS team were doing Halios with Flicker. Dude, I don't think Flicker is good. I think Vengeance will revitalize it a lot better on Halios.
If I'm playing roamer, I would play Cho. Tico's pretty good. I would also go like Kai. But Dan is still pretty good. I don't know why people not using him.
So, but then it's so hard. Like, but then literally counters like assassins, bro. That hero is just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, the hard CC.
Yeah.
But I don't know about this roamer, because like, even though what you did is not wrong, people still blame it on you.
Yeah. Dude, no matter what you do, they'll always blame.
For real, sometimes even as a jungle, just because you miss a retribution, people start shit talking you.
Yeah.
Like, hello, my KDA is 714. And they can't be saying shit like KDA doesn't matter, because yes, the fuck it does. It's not everything, but it does matters.
Yeah. Think we're broke here, man. Yes, you?
Lucas jungle is actually so broken.
Yeah.
I've only played him twice. He's actually...
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, we are here for the last series of day 1 of the NACT 2025 Spring. I'm Liz, joined alongside Steph Weezy and Private Dancer.
I want Eagle to win.
I'm sure
Vendetta.
Assassin Dave is out there proud, because I've heard that so many times when I was trying to play MLBB on the side and looking at his
Dude, both are really good team.
Nonetheless, yes, an amazing show so far. We've completed 3 entire series onto the final series of the day, and it's been a lot of surprises. We've seen records.
It's going to be a hard game for both teams.
We've seen a game end in a 22-1 finish, but Joy Bodge leading the way for their team.
Yeah, I'm sure. I really hope
we
like
still
that's
have some more surprises on the way.
Because I've actually played against Des before. I almost beat him.
Really? Bro, I keep losing against Des, bro. I met him twice in the ring game. I lost them both.
I only met him one time. The reason I lost because I was pulling my glory friend. The only glory.
Yeah, one of them was ring game and the other one was in Rising.
No way.
Yeah, I met him in Rising, bro. But I got so cooked, bro. I was playing Hayabusa, bro.
Yeah, they're pretty decent.
Yeah, agreed.
I was playing Tigre. I was MVP that game against him. I was like 5-2
Wow, the world's greatest mage. That's something to look forward to.
The world's greatest mage, guys.
Against Vendetta, and whoever makes it out of that group is going to
Don't understand
move
why
forward to face up against
people barely play
tomorrow. So it does seem like the second half of the bracket is getting harder and harder. Now let's take a look at the rosters and that lineup. And what Private calls the best mage coming in. Now for Vendetta, we have Merciless in the XP lane, Kush on jungle, Yato in the mid lane, Ashley on roam, and Melon on gold lane. Familiar names.
I think that might like...
Yeah, definitely a lot of familiar names here. I mean, you talk about Kush, we've seen him in several different NACTs, you've seen Yato competing as well. Melon, all of them have been here before, right? But it's time for them to...
Wait, Ashley's playing in your way.
Further in this time,
as Rome?
that #1 spot. And
yo,
Ashley on the team as well. It's a little homage to be able to see Ashley after
I really hope
competing in MWI last year and here again for another chance to go to Rio.
Dude, I thought Ashley was a sub. I didn't know.
To top that off is going to be exciting to watch. So I can't wait to see what they bring to the playing field. This is a team.
Too arrogant to be making fun of people's win rate when you look like this in real life.
Yeah.
A star-studded lineup.
Bro, look at him. He doesn't look like a horse though.
So many people have seen.
Who?
Ashley as well too. We've talked about it before.
Yato, look. He looks like a horse.
In your way, buddy.
On the when it comes to like female squads, but she has for a very long time competed in the male teams here in North America and held her own and has really proved to earn herself a spot here, especially when it comes to some top roamers here in North America, not just the female, but overall here in North America.
So
we'll see what she can bring to this team.
Oh.
There is a lot of rumors and a lot
I wonder what happened to Chi.
say expectations.
Melon, Merciless, and Kush. I don't have beef with these three.
That they selected for
I just don't like this Yato.
No fear, fearless attitude. I love it. And let's take a look at the roster for Team
I don't know. I think he's in the 20s.
We see
probably 22 or 21.
Lane, so I guess that is the best mage lane for North America. Death on the XP lane. Des in the jungle. Song on the roam, and How on the goal lane.
I love the Thunder Belt on Death.
I
gotta love that Thunder Belt, right?
Really want
ready
oh,
for
damn.
war. Yes, Team Ego. A lot of
think
fan
Dez is
base for
Dominican.
these
Yeah.
fresh faces, but some familiar.
At the beginning, I
as
thought
well.
Dez was
You talk
black.
about
Not gonna lie.
Dez,
I
he's
thought
definitely all over the place on
know.
YouTube streaming. We got the pleasure of
because he
meeting
got
him
like
in,
curly hair and
in
I
ACT
thought he was like
and
light
our
skinned.
offline events as well, and he's ready to bring this team.
No
to the
way I
table to
lost,
compete with
bro.
the greatest.
Yeah, it's no. I haven't shied about how much I expect out of Team Ego. They're one of my dark horse picks that I've really been watching.
Dude, Dez is the only non-Chinese, bro.
His matches in NACT,
Damn, the whole
how
Chinese
much
who got
effort he has put
Dez.
into, the amount he
Yeah.
plays this game, the amount he learns each season. We're gonna see if Team Ego can kind of coexist. Sometimes I know
I want to see if I
laugh and
can
talk
get into
about
Ego.
how much
Like
arguing
I was
there
looking
is
to
in the
Immortal
voice chat, the
with
chaos that
70%
is
win
in the
the
voice
Romer.
chats for Team Ego when they're
Yeah, I want
trying
to see
to
fucking have a
get a
chance of
game
replacing
together. But they
something. I
can
want to see
turn
if I can
that
do it.
chaos sometimes into victory, and we're gonna see if they can do that against a team like Vendetta.
And we're gonna see by the amount of times that Private actually pumped up Team Eagle if he actually predicted their win in the series. Let's take a look at the Jazzers predictions.
Dude, everybody
Oh,
voted for Vendetta.
seems like unanimous decision for Vendetta. What happened there, Private Answer?
At the beginning, I thought like
it's
like
the same
Squad
thing that kind of
Ego
happens
is
when it
actually
comes
like
to
being
Villain
created by
Era
Dez.
and Overskill.
But damn, he actually belongs to
it's nice to
Super
be a
Cash.
fan of a team. However, when it comes to like some of these picks, you have to sometimes you kind of lean towards what has happened and how successful some of these teams have been. Vendetta worked their way through the top bracket, and Team Ego eventually had to work their way through the bottom bracket. However, this is the same story we had from the first
I wanna see how
match as
Bangbang
well,
play.
and we saw what happened to Overskilled when they took on Villain Arc.
Yeah, for me, it's just Vendetta's just such
Yeah, I
a
was Team Vendetta.
stacked roster, right? I mean, these are teams that
Team Vendetta, bro. I'm going
further
Team Ego. I don't
than
give a
members,
fuck.
I would say, on the side of Team
Fuck yeah.
Ego.
I want Team
which is
Ego
why
to
they have
win,
my
bro.
vote, just
Holy shit.
statistically wise, and when it comes to
Because
these
I'm
tournaments,
cool
like,
with everybody on
Ashley
Team
has
Ego.
international experience. You've seen a lot of these names a little bit more often as a
Dude,
collective
honestly, they're such a good.
versus,
They're
the
both a
entirety
good team.
of the side
It's
of
hard
Team
to say.
Ego, which is definitely why they got my vote. But how are we all voting the same way every single time? What is going on this season?
Well,
Yeah, I'll
that
pick
just
Vendetta.
shows that there's a lot of copying
No,
forwards.
picking
And
too
I've
early, they
learned
gotta,
a lot
like,
from
lose
the
it.
mistakes
It's
of
gonna win this.
with the Area 77 match, but so far it means that everyone's prediction rate so far has been 33%. So let's see if this is going to make us a 50%. But before that, we have another giveaway, the last giveaway of the day for our amazing viewers who are still tuning in. Make sure you scan that QR code and type that code in to secure
EA
yourself
make.
one last chance to a permanent
Make
skin
a-
today.
Yeah, definitely claim that skin while it's available. 30 permanent ones. Man, they're stacking up. We're almost over 100 skins that have been given away from the NACT team. Special shout out to everybody tuning in to the show as well. It's been full of some bangers for sure, and hopefully with our final series of the day, it continues to ride on that wave.
Yeah, and big give outs there for you viewers out there. All you need to do, scan that code.
I'm kind of curious
to
that
get a
nobody
chance
really
at one
played
of these skins. I
Akai.
know everybody.
That's pretty
I'm all skinned out right now, tired. The
Akai?
recruitment is so huge.
Yeah,
It's,
like
been on my mind.
Akai's really
But
good
here,
against like
you
those
get something
teams
for
that
free.
always stick together.
Yeah, Private's been flaunting in our faces
most
that
of
he
the
got
high,
some
like,
nice
these
skins
people are
from
not
them. They
gonna,
really
like,
meant. I'm sure some viewers also tapped into that. But
Yeah,
this is
guess
the
you're not
free skin,
comfortable
guys, so
with
make
it.
sure you lock yourself in whenever there is a giveaway, and we've given away so many skins today.
They're not gonna
so if
pick
you're
those
lucky
tank down
enough,
like,
you
hey,
might
you
get a
got
skin
control.
every time and be one of the
It's
first
gonna make it a lot
winners
easier for
every
the
single
team
time.
to like.
I'm just gonna say
To win the team
I've
fight.
gotten 3 so far. I'm just kidding. I'm totally joking. I haven't been scanning, I promise. But you guys can, so definitely get it while it's available. But you know what? I want to see today. I want to see a series go the distance. I want to see something. I want all 3 games 20+ minutes. How about you, Private?
I would love to see this go to distance. I know a lot of people are predicting that, like I said before, Vendetta was kind of predicted to be like that number 2 seed to see them here against, especially against a team as popular as Team Ego is so early, is kind of the same as seeing the BTK versus Valdi match here. But one team can move forward, one of them will unfortunately
Honestly,
be going
I'm really surprised that you
There are
actually know
no
Tony.
second chances,
I'm
and,
so
I'm not
surprised.
gonna lie, I'm
You know
very
him?
excited about this match as well.
That you know
Two of
Tony.
my
I'm
favorite
so
teams.
surprised.
Yeah, I know him for a
Yeah,
long
and
time
if you
now.
guys
He
were
used to be part of my squad
look
member.
back at the matches that we had
Oh, yeah.
so far today,
And
are there
now
some
he has
tips
his
that you
his own
have to
squad.
give,
Yeah.
if you could, for the next teams coming up?
It's crazy
And before
now that
that,
it's like
draft is
final just
indeed
started.
ready, so you guys can talk about that while you take us into the draft.
Yeah.
Draft, we will head is speaking of tips and tricks. I would definitely say, depending. Oh, well, you got what? Okay, all right. Well,
Good
tip number
lord.
one. Hopefully, you guys screenshotted that fast enough to see what was picked up, because I didn't get it. But tip number two, I'll definitely say wave management and prio objective should be what these teams are focusing on. It's not all about the kills. Oftentimes you see some of the newer teams try and chase in for the kills, and they lose kind of
Not all about
control
kills.
of the entire map with that tunnel
But still,
vision. So
kill
I think it
matters.
starts there.
Kill
Private, I
matters.
think we can also, and you can contest to this as well, the draft is definitely what can make or break a team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen
Bro, it
the
is
first
about kills,
series
bro.
that,
How are you gonna farm if
it's
you have no
okay to have a
kills?
draft. The first and second series, it's okay to have a drafting be going for something, but you can't tunnel vision on it to the point that you're ignoring.
But the thing is, you have to
picks
pick
that
them in
are
order to
out
take
there.
a
Picking a Eve against an Esmeralda, or an Esmeralda.
Of course, like you have
against
to like
your
constantly
Harith
focus
and
on each other.
Matilda.
But maybe like
One thing
kill the
that,
other two
I
members,
want to make sure,
so
and
they can
hopefully
push
that,
like a
we
turret,
see here
a secure
is
turret. Oh
focusing
lord.
on all parts of
Yeah,
the
maybe.
timing. Early game, mid game, and late game. That we need to have some security for that in our draft.
Yeah, Team Eagle should
often
win.
we've seen some of
I don't
these
think
mid to
actually
late
it's
game
not.
drafts
He's not
that
a good
ignore
roamer. I
the
can
early
tell.
game, and
Dude,
what
I
ends
know
up
this
happening
just
is
the
the
mage
early
player.
game gets pushed to such a degree that there's no way for the team to be able to make it out from that snowball.
I can tell. Like
That's
this
an
girl
excellent
actually
point
has,
too,
like,
because I remember
mentality
at a
when it
moment in
comes to
time
roaming.
we
He's
were
probably like,
casting over the draft in the previous series today,
I gotta
and we
sacrifice.
saw the Farza picked up
And they end
against a
up
more
winning.
beefier composition, and you know we were kind of
Yeah.
like, I don't think that'll really work out so well. But then it was just the early game pressure that the Farza provided. It was Kong actually that pulled that out. And they were able to dominate, you know. And sometimes it's just that early game pressure. It's like when these teams make mistakes because you're overwhelming them super early in the match, that snowball that we like to see starts to form, and it completely topples over. So, yeah, those are a couple of things that I would say, and alongside yourself, that hopefully we see these teams address as they debut inside of this series, as we are looking at Vendetta up against Team Ego.
Yeah, very interesting. They do.
Ooh,
The Joy Slip
Ego
through.
Ben
I was gonna say,
Benny.
you either have a Gatakacha or possibly a
Bro,
Frederick.
Kalia is low-key annoying now. Not gonna lie.
Gatakacha,
People are getting better at using her.
On paper, we call it a counter for the Joy, but
Yeah.
you need to be pretty precise
Kalia counters Spanish too.
with
Not
your
gonna lie.
dash
She
to
counter a
be
lot
able
of
to
this.
land that taunt
How?
onto her.
Oh, why go
or
for
she's going to
Harith?
make a mincemeat of your
Harith is
back
kinda
line.
risky,
You
not
like
gonna
having
lie.
the Harith on there. He's going to be able to dash himself. Hopefully, maybe dash circles around with the Joy. But
Bro,
very interesting
come on, man.
drafts that we have here. We see that the Zeusin was taken off the board, as well as the Kalia and
Triple
Kimmy.
cash.
I don't know how many bands I've seen of her, but this is very interesting to see
Bro,
here
Harith,
as
I
well.
don't
And
think Harith is a
both
good pick,
teams
to be honest.
very immediate
Harith is
with
so
their
from
draft.
Moscow.
I think
How's
it's time to
Moscow
discuss.
the
They're like, boom, boom, we got it, boom. All right, and now on to the second banning phase.
Yeah,
They
they
could have
are
gone Moscow.
super confident jumping into this draft for sure. And yeah, a couple of the picks on the board. The Valentina, I don't know, man. I feel like it could be a little premature.
I mean, it's pretty.
Depending
sense
on what
is
gets
yes,
selected
using
from
it,
Ego, because
I
right
trust
now
it.
you really only have the AOG. I guess if you want to be aggressive
Yeah.
and pull out that Ouija Shadow Kill can work in your favor. But they are banning out a couple of interesting things on the top side. You are seeing Vendetta take out the Lu Yi. We haven't really seen the Lu Yi focused on so far. This NACT hasn't even been picked.
By the way,
element of surprise.
do you think I'm
definitely
a
a threat. You know
better
what? I'm
choke
surprised
than,
we haven't seen the chip.
What?
Then
We haven't seen Chip today.
Luna? Yeah, Luna. You think I'm a better kill than him?
Lu Yi, one of those.
Sorry, say it again.
Likes to.
Wait, do you think I'm a better chill player than Luna? Yeah.
Luna?
It's one of the yeah.
I
It
don't
has one of the
know. I've
servers.
never seen you play Cho before. Wait, what do you play? Cho Jungle? Roam? EXP?
Yeah, yeah. I play all three of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully we're actually gonna find out.
Bro, like,
Cause I have,
Cho is like so hard to play, to be honest. Not gonna lie. Because of the flicker thing
yeah,
and the comp and everything, bro. Like, that thing is so hard to. And the timing is like really. Gonna be really good as well.
yeah, that's true though. That's why a lot of pro player play him as a roamer. Cause
Yeah.
roamer is a lot easier.
Yeah.
All right, but that's pretty good pick.
Yeah, they have a game.
Why go? I always go for freaking. Hylos is not a good pick. Hylos can only tank damage and stab your ass. What? That's about it. Or slow your ass down.
Wait, isn't Merciless part of didn't he play for the Knighthood in NACT thing? I thought
Wait, I think so. Yeah, I don't remember.
I guess he picked them up. I guess Nighthood picked
I
them
thought
up.
he was in A77. Never mind. I think it's either A77 or 94.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel like that's team gonna win. The guy actually got more damage. I don't know about like how, because if Harry can dominate early, it's gonna be tough, man. Early game Harry fuck Bruno up. I can already tell. And let me see. In the early game, yeah, obviously 50-50, but then and yeah, but then in Phobia is about 50-50. Hayabusa and Joy, I think Hayabusa that's can fuck up Kush. I'm very confident. Yeah, I think Ego got this. Super Cash and Yato. I don't have. I want Super Cash to win. Fuck Yato, man. He's a bitch. I know he's a bitch. The fat bro making fun of my 60% win rate is crazy.
But we shall see.
Yeah, Team Eagle's gonna win.
Yeah, Team Eagle lineup is really good. But it comes down to the skills, I guess.
I really want Eagle to win.
Oh, Sounds low.
I'm sure Sun just need to play more cautious and disciplined, and Eagle should be good. Because a lot of time I've seen Sun like he overextend a lot, which also leaving their team wide open too. Just like right here, for example, yeah.
Yeah, yo, like they told
That
me.
Gotcha is so weak in the early game.
Yeah, but like a lot of stuff, like they said that Sam doesn't even want to play anymore because like he just want to get top 8 and then like be done playing. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like Sun can just engage a little bit too early. I wouldn't even contest this war. Fuck this war, bro.
Yeah, their jungle wasn't even there, so I don't know why.
Unfortunately, like Eagle team, their early game is a little weak compared to shit, bro. Yeah, it's just fuck. Damn, bro. Yeah, fuck, man. Vendetta got stronger early game, but I feel like if Team Ego can make it to late game, yeah, they can still win. I really don't want. Fuck them, man. I know this actually girl is gonna pick the most easiest roamer, Hylos, of course.
Bro, of course.
But Hylos is an easy
I
ass
don't
roamer.
even
I
know
don't
why
even
she's
need to watch
playing.
tutorial to know that. Okay, this is actually because I really want like Team Ego to win. Fuck, bro.
You think this is gonna be a hard game for Team Eagle? Even though they have their draft is like so much better?
Yeah. I know that Ashley girl is gonna die for it. I fucking do it. She's not a roamer. She's not a fucking roamer, bro.
It's okay. Dude, I don't even know how she got in their team.
Bro, that's crazy. I don't think it make any difference.
Yeah. Maybe not.
And of course, like when they see this and we're trash talking me, they'll be saying, "Oh, you're not even in the tournament. Shut the fuck up, bro." I don't need to be in the tournament like to beat their ass in
Yeah,
a
yeah,
ranking.
yeah.
It's just a lot of these pro players are like very toxic. They think, oh, they're competing in NCT, they're above everybody.
Yeah, they have such a high ego, bro.
Yeah. Oh, this gotta get out of here fast. I don't think they can kill Des that easily. Lucas is doing pretty good. Why people trash talking him? Come on, man. He's not doing pretty decent, pretty good. I want Vendetta to win so bad. Oh no, not Team Eagle to win so bad. Because I fucking hate Yato. Bro, fuck this guy. I hate
Yeah,
this kid so
bro.
much. Let's go, fuck the mic. Let's go, yes sir. OG man, this girl cannot play wrong.
Super catch. 3 kills on Sicilian. 2 of those
Oh, she's still, I know, bro.
fall on this positioning, and she has to be a little bit better on
It's
that
crazy
timing
that's
as
playing high
they're
blue
allowing
fight. It's
Sicilian
still
to
like
start to get online a
jungle
lot
gap
earlier
play.
than
I
normal.
can tell. Man, yeah, I feel like Team Eagle's gonna win. They just gotta be very careful. Alright, Bradley Becker is doing tankier. That's a good thing. Why in Phobias? Oh my god, Phobias mobility is low as fuck. Like once you go in, if you don't have flicker, it's automatically you're dead.
Dude,
Unless like
what
your
the
team is
heck, bro?
you follow up perfectly. Damn, I knew, but Des is cooking this dude. He's only level 9. He cooking Kush. You know, Kush is level 10.
I know.
I know. When it comes to micro, Des is definitely better than Kush. You see this? It's so obvious.
To disperse over there on the bot side of the jungle. Turtle now in the game. Who will claim the ground control?
Yeah, right now it's 50-50. Anybody can get it.
Oh. Dude, Des got a turtle.
I won't even fight that, to be honest. I would just let them. No, come on, Dad. Wait, you jumped a little bit too early. Come on. It's all good. They got his right there. That's so risky, though.
On a roll, able to turn that
Let's
into
go.
their favor. Able to take the turtle as well.
Let's
Yato
go.
opting in on
Keep
taking
running,
KOG.
bitch. Pussy. Yeah. What's up now? This is what you get for making fun of a winner, pussy. Arrogant ass. Damn, that's actually so satisfying. Seeing this type bastard getting demolished. But that's what you get for calling people low rank. Like I get so like personal when people calling like talking shit, talk about low rank and yeah. And no Eagles gonna win. I know they're gonna win, bro. The fact these people pick Vendetta to win is crazy. Right now, Team Eagle just gotta play discipline. GG, easy win. Cause like Phobias and Kylo's is a dog shit pick to be honest.
Yeah.
Nice one.
What do you think would have been a better take
Oh my
besides
god, bro, this is
Helios?
the problem with the Eco. Sometimes like the Roma kind of going too early. They could be a little bit more perfect. That's all good. I would say the set is not that good. Like the follow up is good. The set is not that good, bro. Like these two kind of going a little bit too early, man. That could be a weakness. Damn, that's just jungle cat Kush. I knew it, bro. That is so lucky. It's all good though. I still feel like Team Nico got that.
Dude, it's crazy.
I feel like they probably like decide to pull out the whole of Melon because in late game Melon can do tons of damage. But I still feel like House gonna win. But in late game they also got Sicilian though. And Hayabusa late game also does insane damage. At this point, Song can't really do anything except taking damage though. Like,
Ooh, solo killed. Do you see that? Yes, solo killed Crush.
yes, solo kill. Wait, oh, I think it was kind of delayed.
Oh
Unfortunately, can't
wait,
defend
my
the
bad, my bad, my bad.
Oh, he really solo kill Kush. Damn, I knew. But this, I know this is carrying far right now. Shit.
Dude.
Well, I was just on. This one doesn't play everybody. But his friend just gotta play a little bit discipline with his game, to be honest. And then overlap the game would go in like super catch not even there. Right now, the only people have damage is Dash and Super Cash.
Yeah,
I feel
bro.
like
Me.
well, Harris and Lakin is so hard to judge. Oh, too early. That's a sniper. Oh my god, this is not even there. No, it's too fucking early. No, you see, Ray, this is what I'm talking about. Going too early. Son, you need to play a little bit more discipline. This is all the way over there. Come on. Oh my god, I'm so mad right now. I cannot. They legit got this game. Why they?
Bro. It's okay, they can defend.
Went too early. Oh my god, I'm so mad. I cannot do this. Bro, this is some bullshit. What the fuck are they doing? Oh my god, that's too early. That's way too early. They shouldn't have done that. Yeah. This is not even there yet. They legit. See, I can tell that this film is frustrated right now. I can tell. I'll be frustrated too. Son, you still make the same mistake again. Please don't engage too early, bro. Like. I don't know if I'm Sun this game, I'll be playing.
Dude,
like,
this is dead.
Still up two. No, come on, man. Don't. Bro, at this point, just pay for super cash. Come on, man, bro. Nah, that's some bullshit ass game, bro. And now it's one again. Four. It's almost undefendable. Oh my god, bro. They legit got that. Why they threw? There was. Bro, this is some bullshit for real. Oh my god, I cannot stand this.
From the team members over there from Vendetta's side. Team Ego.
You see, this is the problem I'm
Yeah.
talking about. Like, the roamer always engaged too early. Like, one of them either engaged too early and nobody was there to follow up.
Plays toward that mid game, which made the difference. Jumping into the next match, we'll definitely have to see a little bit better of a defensive posture toward that mid game.
Nah, that's some bullshit game. I'm so mad right now. I can't. They don't even deserve that win. Oh my god. And at the last moment, I don't understand what the fuck, how is engaging first? The fuck.
Man.
Wait, how? They shouldn't even be making beginning mistake like this, bro.
Dude, they were winning too.
Bro, it's all because that terrible, terrible setup. Like theirs was far away. If you scroll back, it was far away. Man, that shit is crazy, bro. That was a close game, though. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
They fucked up and choked.
Throughout the entirety of the game. And so a well-fought victory for the side of Vendetta to give them an opportunity to go for match point up against Team Ego. There are some things going right for Team Ego, though. Don't want to count them out just yet. I feel like those mistakes that we've seen in game number one can definitely be fixed by game number two. I think I liked a lot of the things that were picked out there. I mean, there's some great placements by Song on the guitar with the AOGs. We got Dez going there, a little aggressive on the Kush, man. I don't know.
Bro, if this game they focused more on peeling for super cash, like it would have been way different. I'm not gonna lie, because I knew it's. Whenever I was looking at the live stream, I know this is the mistake is so obvious. Their roamer, like, they overextend too much. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
Like when when your roamer overextend too much, you leave your whole team wide open. Your whole team will be more vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Man.
Because then, like, super Kush, I'm like, Kush can just like get past you and just go for your damage dealer, and then, bro, you don't have anybody to pay for your damage dealer. Damn, bro, I hate this. That part pissed me off. They should have waited for Dez at least to get there before he engaged that team fight.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, shit pissed me off. Damn, bro's doing.
He's doing solo kill Joy when he was behind.
Yeah, for real. That's so. Bro, I don't give a fuck. Dez needs to leave the squad, bro. Oh my god. A lot of people be saying that Super Cash is the problem. I don't think so. I don't think Super Cash is the only problem. I feel like Sun can also. You see the part that with the engaged too early.
Mm-hmm.
Like right here, he's doing fine. He's doing fine. You know what I'm saying? He's playing discipline and playing like not to like overcommit. It's right there with it when they try to dive mid turret, and
Yeah.
this was so far away. Bro, this is common sense. I guess it's okay though, cause see right here they can't win. No, not right here. It was the early part. But that part was okay because almost everybody was there, so it's okay to use your ultimate to engage. Yeah, she missed that. Yeah, this one. Yeah, it was that part like where he, bro, come on, man.
Crazy.
I'm so mad, bro.
It's
A
okay. They
little bit
still
more
have one more
confident,
chance.
a little bit more difficult. They got it. This Ashley girl's not even good. Oh my god, he played the most easiest hero, bro. Fuck.
As the previous matches, I feel like both of these teams are moving at a
And
fast
of course,
pace.
Ness can't really do
Obviously,
shit
mistakes from
along with
Ashley,
Piper. So
a
like,
couple of missteps from Ashley, rushing in, trying
I'm
to
so
get
mad
Yeah.
right now. I
with the
can't.
high lows, with the team being a
They
little
do
too
this,
far
bro,
back.
and might as well
Probably
stop picking Harris, man.
sets. But on the opposite side,
Harris is not a good pick.
overall, just
I don't
again,
give a fuck.
just from
People
a
might
roster
think I'm
perspective,
smoking
Team
crack,
Ego and a lot of them falling like dominoes when
but like, come
Yeah.
on,
pressure
Harris
starts
can't
to
do
build up.
shit. Like
So hopefully for Ego and the
Russia
team,
get
like
to
I
late
said, it's
game.
our final series of the day, Carter. I need one. All right, we need one series to
Damn,
complete this
bro,
thing.
that's so.
Dude, they might play Kimmy.
Yeah, yeah. Kimmy's late game is actually pretty strong now. I thought
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy's a hero,
Dude, Kimmy mid is like really strong as well.
bro. Vendetta is not even all that. I feel like you
Yeah,
can
it looks
still beat
like
them.
Ashley
Yo,
will
look,
be
T's
subbing
playing
out.
now.
T will be stepping in for this one.
The biggest
As we were
weakness
both
is
there
that the
commenting
roamer
on
needs to
that
stop
highlight
engage too
package
early,
in
bro. Like
the
they
chat.
overcommit
But
a little bit too
Ashley,
far.
they got a good lead
Mm-hmm.
right there. They're up one. So
Too
this
far.
presents a chance for them to possibly close this out.
Like this shit is annoying,
But you're
especially
trying to see.
when you try to like clear the meaning and your teammate already started a team fight. Fuck these two gay bitch. Wait, are they playing again? Oh, let's go. Nice. Wait, so they playing again? Oh, I thought this is the end.
Yeah, yeah, they play again. One more.
Finally, let's see, bro. I don't think it will make any difference. Even T like decided to play Rome.
Yeah.
T's Tigre is overrated as fuck. Like one good set out of like how much? Like, come on.
Man, do you think Fanny's still worth a banning?
Bro, that game like Son are not peeling that much. He focused too much on making sets or trying to like, engage by himself.
They're pulling the big guns, right? They're not
Yeah.
pulling in anybody, and that's the amazing thing to be able to see. I mean, what T's coming in? We've seen T's been on the BTK, you know. So it's like this is massive to be able to see these members just sitting as a sub on the backup, just in case. So we'll have to see just what impact that has. I mean, is it a wise decision to switch when you're already one game up? We'll have to see. You know, it just really depends. I'm sure they have a game plan, and I can't wait to see how that plays out.
Like that mistake is so obvious, Riz. Like, come on, bro. Like the jungler are not even there yet. At least wait for everybody to be there.
I know.
Bro, this is kind of too good to be on this team. I'm not gonna lie. And come on, man, Super Ego, you guys were out Asians. How the fuck are they letting Dominican carry you guys? We supposed to carry like, other foreigners instead. They letting foreigners carry them. And matter of fact, our Chinese people legit invented this game. Like we're supposed to be good at this game. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because Kush, he's the kind of player that'll literally like press his limits.
Ah, shit, well, that match makes me so mad.
I used to like
Losing to a fucking ego is unacceptable.
casual plays, and this dude, he's so competitive, man. You gotta love to see it. And I mean, there's a lot of talk about him being a top
About that.
jungler that people are sleeping on. And this is his chance to prove to the world that he got what it takes. You see, Nasty Wayne stepping into the scene. You know, we're seeing Kush starting to really have a heavy impact in that jungle position as well. There was a time where he was just a sub, but now taking main roster junglers and performing really well is a sight to see.
All right, pretty good, man. They don't really need to ban Phobias though. Like Phobias can also be easily melted down. On top of that, why not just give them phobias? Like, come on, free kills. Super Cash is going Joy again. Man, somebody go mention start and counter the shit out of this nigga. Joy is pretty gay to be honest. And also easy as fuck to play too. Just dun, use ultimate, wipe everybody out. Like no matter how hard dog shit you are, you can still be pretty good at playing.
I guess you're going Harris again.
Yeah, too. Going for God man, I really want them to win game two. They gotta win this. So it's best two out of
It's best out of two, yeah. Best
yeah,
field,
best one
yeah.
out, best out of three.
Yeah, best of field 3, yeah.
Let's see what kind of roam teams could be played.
Do you, bro picked up Franco.
I hate T man. I hate him. I don't know why.
Bro,
I just
you
don't
hate
like.
everybody, oh my goodness.
Not everybody. I don't hate Super Cash. I don't hate that. I don't hate.
That is something interesting to watch. And I can't wait to see how this Franco comes out. This is the debut Franco. On top of that, to be able to see him in spring season. So at least maybe not in the qualifiers, but inside of the actual playoffs. As we are seeing some of the bands on the floor, the Beatrix being taken off the table. We do know that Harith is in the mix. We've seen a couple of options like the Claude being picked up. We've seen the carry be slided.
Oh damn, Franco was a dog shit pick to be honest. Oh fuck! Come on. Why Harris again? Oh my god. Just go for Moscow. Come on, gang. Or Clint. Poke them for long range. Shoot these motherfucker. Beatrix. Moscow. They're legit giving Vendetta free win again. I'm so pissed right now, bro. Looks like Harris needs to dive in order to do damage. It looks like a terrible idea for a goalie to engage first, to dive in.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
At this point, Super Cash might as well just go. Don't go for. Don't go with Sicilian. Fuck it, might as well go Valier at this point. The early game is kind of not that good. Yeah, fuck man. The red team got stronger early game. That shit is annoying. They're going for mobility come. I see. Okay. Brody and Harry for early game Oxman. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know Super Cash is gonna go.
Really good counter. If you really think about it, you can go down the rabbit hole all day. But something interesting that stands out to me as well.
Got the gadget. Team Eco, they should got this. If you're looking at the draft, who got this round?
Don't know.
And with this composition, I think it works out really
I think,
I feel like Eagle's gonna win. Ain't no way they're making the same mistake. Ain't no
bro,
fucking
I think Eagle can play more aggressive, and if they make a mistake, it's fine because they have Matilda that can pull them back, you know?
Yeah, true. Well, that's a lot better now. I feel like Eagle's gonna win this time, bro. Franco is fucking useless if you can't hook.
Yeah.
Unless you landing every hook. On top of that, these people are not gonna let him get close to out you. And
Yeah.
Gada can just cancel Franco's ultimate with his ultimate. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But this is like a tournament, so I'm sure that this Franco can hook pretty well. Or else they won't pick it.
Nah, bro.
You don't think so?
Nah, I've seen Team play Franco. That shit is pretty overrated.
Something that stood out between both these teams is they were very close when it came to fighting it out back and forth throughout the entire match, and it really boiled down to that tier 1
The
touch.
bad thing is that the early game is kind of weak, man. But it shouldn't be a problem. I feel like Team Eco don't know how to.
How this kind of plays out, especially on these
Yeah,
potential
shit.
adaptive plays. Kush has done a great
The
job.
thing Hayabusa is the early game here. It's not. Hayabusa is late game, to be honest. Early game is really weak.
Yeah.
But so far the early game gap is not that huge. I know as soon as they get to late game, oh yeah, Team Eagle can definitely fuck them up for sure. Like right now, nothing happening. They're just testing the water. I can
Yeah.
already predict like which lane Vendetta's gonna go to.
Oh, they have Brody against Harris.
It's
Cute.
50-50, I feel like, because both of them hits hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cute.
Brody
This
get
Brody has
killed.
like no skin, I think.
But Brody got more range, so
Joy's going in.
yeah. Stupid. Oh, bro, flicker. No. Oh my god, you're doing this ultimate too early. Come on, bro. This is the. I'm also a guy to man as well. Like, yeah, I'm actually like former global god, so on my main account, but there's no need to use the ultimates too early. Way too early.
Oh, the hook from Franco. Dude, look at Joy go, bro.
Doesn't matter. Hooking the roamer is way easier compared to hooking these other.
Yeah, any hook is better than like no hook at all.
And now after he uses ultimate, bro, it's gonna make it harder for him to escape.
I'll tell you what, nothing's more satisfying than seeing a Franco who can actually land those iron hooks. He's definitely on point so far for the side of a Vendetta team. Subbing out for Ashley and having good impact so far.
High enough crowd control, man. Yeah. Could have just won Cho as well. Come on, Cho EXP would have been better as well. You can still provide some crowd control. Again. Right now, it's still pretty balanced to be honest, but I still feel like Eagles gonna win. Their late game potential is really huge compared to. But the main problem is that they don't have anyone to stop Kush. My God, man! At this point, let's go Mensatar. Fuck. Mensatar works.
Yeah, they have like no. That team has like no CC, basically, except for Gato.
Yeah, I got just.
Oh,
It's not really.
so
Um, Harris isn't that good as the marksman, cause like you gotta dive in to do damage, bro.
yeah.
Why not just go for fucking Moskov? This shit piss me the fuck off, bro. Moskov will be pretty decent to be honest. Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. They know how to counter that too. Just kind of figure when this uses ultimate. Could have just used. I don't really see a lot of skill gap in teamwork. I would say that pick is. I would say it's more like a Roman problem, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is kind of pissing me off, bro. Zero fucking four. Oh my god. Please don't pick Gato again, please. Could have been Tigre. They was like, fuck Turtle, let's get a tower instead.
Yeah.
Right now they can go for the pickup. They can go aggressive on the top lane. It's freaking 5 against 3. Fuck them. Oh man, they can. They deserve. Oh my god, that is shitty out. I think he got something, but not enough. Not enough.
Dude, that fight.
I don't even think he can get to late game, bro. Shit. Late game is the only hope. Not fucking playing Harry as a goal in there. God damn, dude, this shit pissed me off.
Dude, look at this fight. Look at Joy.
Like,
oh man, look at this fight, bro. Look at this fight.
Early game.
It's insane.
1-0-3. They need to get the fuck out of here. Bro, let's get. Oh my god, bro. Shit, that's just.
Dude, Sonya 0-5.
Bro, what are they doing over this way too far? Like, come on, man. 6,000 should make me so mad. I can't. Song is 0-5 right now. Oh my, I knew it, bro. Oh my god. He's going too far. Oh my god. I can't really blame Dev if he died. It's too much. We can't just carry that shit. Oh my god. This is making me so mad right now. Fuck.
Ahead of how one with this era of about 3,000 bullets.
Bro, this game, it's Sunspot, man. It's really Sunspot. It's not in depth. No, it's not in depth.
We're sitting at the casting table, so it probably wasn't as easy of a decision. But I mean, who knew that Merciless would be having such a
I know, right? Discount. Bro.
Right, he will. I just would just go for the earlier take con. God, the Gotcha's not even good EXP.
Dude! Oh my goodness.
This is making me so mad. I cannot. Bro. There's no hope anymore. Fuck.
Bro, this fight, bro.
They waited, they planned, and they executed. Vendetta able to move on forward in the final series.
You look at this fight.
Claiming a spot in the top 4, shutting down Team Ego.
Yeah, a great game there for Vendetta. The counters were out there. A great job.
Bro, this is why other guy is not a good pick. It takes forever to land the ultimate, bro. It took forever.
Mm-hmm.
Suffocation is also dead. Oh my gosh, GG's, bro. Going with the fan is 2v5. Come on. Look at these motherfucker, man. Are they even communicating? Fuck. Look at these four. Look at these four. Oh my god. I can tell that this was like, fuck this shit. Like, why did they even come back?
Bro, they grind so much in rank.
Bro, 0-7. Oh, that's fucking unacceptable. Nah, bro. 1-5. I don't understand why House still decided to pick Harry. Pick a fucking marksman, dude. Just go for like freaking Moskov, man. Come on, it's not even that hard. I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah, he picked Harris twice.
Was in our very first NACT. They were supposed to go to the grand finals, but it ended up being the Simpsons.
Shaking my head, bro. This is actually sad. Unfortunately, Team Ego has been eliminated. They could have at least picked Tigro. Anything is better than like for this game, like like Cho is also not being banned. Could have when Cho might be better, cause like he could just like kick Joy once he coming in.
Man, Private, these teams have been setting the tone for North America. We got some great competition between these top two teams.
Bro.
I mean, today's been full of some bangers so far, and the BTC Vendetta move on forward. Team Ego, very unfortunate for all those fans out there.
How could it go for something like Clint? Clint's been good. On top of that, Clint is legit getting buffed right now, longer range than before.
Yeah.
They could have done a lot better, to be honest. And I'm not even like speaking from opinions. I'm just speaking facts. The early game, bro. The first game they could have won. Like they just a little bit more patient and disciplined. Easy, they got it. It's like their EXP laner and the roamer engaged way too early.
Ain't no way, bro.
Toughest can survive, and that's what we're going to see as we see the top 4 teams progress, and that's our final series. Man. I've got to say, it's been
I'm
lot
gonna
of
pick
surprises
Cho.
today
Uh,
as we take a look at the highlight package from the final series.
because the not going at the early game is kind of too weak to be honest. I thought they're gonna like reach it to like and beat them, but like it's unlikely for that to.
As soon as the Esmeralda crossed into there, if any of them used any of their abilities, all it would do was feed Esmeralda. Not just that, but you had the consistent threat of T landing a hook on you, bringing you back, getting that suppression, and shutting you down. This was just, a clinical game for the side of Vendetta.
Yeah, definitely surgical precision. I would say some heart surgery right there, as I know their hearts are pumping, able to claim that victory. And what a game, right? I mean, you get to see Dez. I'm proud to see him make it this far. I look forward to seeing where they go in the NACT. I know this is not the end for him. I mean, like you said, he started as a sub. Definitely streaming out there on YouTube, and his team has been progressing, and they've made their
Yeah,
way
I'm so
as
mad
the
right
top 8
now.
team in
I can't
NACT
believe this. Holy
all
shit.
by itself. Vendetta, obviously a lot of homage, an old name.
They're not even good.
Since spreading
But
into
that is not even that
into
good though,
Phoenix
to be honest.
for the NACT spring season, and the final seat of top 4 has been claimed.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I really want to harp on too. The win or lose here, the key thing here in North America, if you want to set yourself apart from almost any other team too, is consistency. Sure, you may not have made it all the way in NACT, but it just means you need to work a little harder next season. That doesn't mean that we need to kind of go out
Yeah, whatever.
change team members. I see that so
Yeah,
often
for
in
real. Like
Valorant, and all it's
Hayabusa,
gonna take is just a
yeah,
little
not gonna
bit
like
more
three.
practice,
Those three and miss
consistency
kind
to
of
kind
too
of
weak.
get there, and understanding the little mistakes that you made here. Hopefully, it's not the last that we see of Team Ego. Hopefully, it doesn't
Gato
lead to
Kazi
the
can get to
end
do
of
shit
this
in
of
team fight.
Ego
It's better
Team's
for Gato Kazi
exited
to be a
the
roamer.
series here tonight.
He
Mm-hmm.
can at least
And speaking of
use
the
his
stage,
fucking body to
expand
block
that
damage.
welcome over to our amazing host Liz to kind of talk about what we've seen in the
No,
last series and overall
not even
NACT
that good
for
to be
today's
honest,
show.
bro.
Yeah, good to be back. Unfortunately,
Anyways,
the
Riz, do you
first
want to
game
play a
ended
1v1 for
a
tomorrow's
little
like
bit
tournament?
distant,
Fuck it.
but it's still a
Play what?
beautiful series, and I'm glad to see a lot
The
of
1v1 tournament,
duos
yeah.
picking bans on
For tomorrow.
Esmeralda countering Paris.
Yo, when
Definitely
is it
something that we've
1v1?
seen before
Wait,
in
am I
recent
against
series,
you?
but I'm
I
happy
think
that
I think it's tomorrow,
it's
yeah.
back
May
and to
10th.
see the team
Ain't no
Yeah, yeah.
way.
good on it.
Or maybe it's like
It's definitely
May
sweet to see the
22nd. I
callback
don't know.
of Esmeralda, and it's been very effective today. I don't think
Yeah,
we've
yeah,
seen
yeah. I'm gonna play the
Esmeralda
1v1 tournament.
pushing forward into the top 4, but it's definitely
Are you
sweet to
playing?
see.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna be playing Cho. Wait, is there any way you can try like go Cho versus Sun? Because I'm worried like tomorrow there's people might try to pick Sun to counter the Shadow Me.
Yo, do you think? Dude, I don't know because they have to decide to play the same role.
Yeah, I know. Like I'm just gonna be playing Fighter to be honest.
Yeah, something like that, bro.
The rule is kind of stupid.
Yeah, absolutely. And from that matchup, guys, who do you think is the MVP?
Mm,
I want to hear from you guys, but let's take a look at what our team picked for the end. Seems like it's going to be Melon. What do you guys think?
Oh man, we gotta put some respect on that Franco. There's nothing like a good. Alright, I'm not gonna finish that, but the iron hooks were on point over there from T. I think he definitely shined and created a lot of that opportunity. But Melon did a great job. I mean, he was flawless, right? 9-0 and 6. Definitely the kill participations up there as well. Not to mention, I mean, he's definitely been hitting the gym.
Yeah, I definitely because Melon just had such great games there.
Or maybe a chill. We can also do a chill 1v1 as well for fun.
dude, chill 1v1 would be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm actually getting better at playing chill. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I freaking knew it, man. The biggest downfall is the roamer is engaging too early. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most consistent marksmen, a rising star anyway.
Fuck this guy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Suck a dick.
Okay. Thank you.
Congrats. It was an amazing performance from your team. Now, we did hear from BTK earlier that they are happy of the mage for for Team Eagle. So, who do you think is a better mage, Super Cash or who or you?
Between Cash and Hoon, definitely Hoon. But as for the other three, I guess we'll talk tomorrow.
Between who and you, we'll tell tomorrow. I like it. Now we have
Dude, they're up against BTK.
from the second game, and you get to kind of pair up.
They going against BTK? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
think not beating
van.
BTK.
Yeah, the Vanilla against BTK.
Yeah, BTK is gonna win.
You think so?
Of course, T, because
Yeah,
we've been playing
100%.
with him for so long. I've been playing with him for so long.
We shall see.
And are you impressed by his?
Because in the tournament, in the mini tournament, the score was like 3-4, I think, or something like that. Probably wasn't 3-4, but like it was something close to something like similar to that. In like small tournament when they go against each other.
Yeah, but I feel like BTK is gonna win. Because like
Yeah.
they got both like best player in Mobile Zane. So if best player like Assassin meta didn't work out, they can still go back to tank meta.
Yeah, agreed.
They have two alternative jungler. Like they can play both roles. So BTK is gonna win regardless. I can tell Mobile Zane will be there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he's gonna play at all, bro. Just like one game. Like they did with Ashley. They let her play.
I'm not sure.
Or Ashley is not even a good roamer.
Dude, I met her in rank one day, and I beat her.
Yeah, I wish I could meet you in rank, but not. It's really hard to happen because I solo queue almost like 95% of the time. Like I really do trios.
Crazy.
I play against Batoski as well.
Dude, yeah.
I actually went against him in solo queue.
Really?
Yeah. I mean the first time he beat me, but we both got MVP. The second game I beat him. I was using Clem. So.
Dude, look at the score. 0-2, all 0-2.
Let me see. Which one? For Team Eco?
I don't know. Yeah, Team Eagle for 0-2. I don't know.
Damn. But Team Eco's not a bad team.
Yeah.
Oh, now this guy is being so humble.
I know, right? Dude, look at the score. It's like all 0-2.
Yeah, hopefully like they win. Oh, okay, yeah, there's more to it.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow we're gonna see some 1-2. No, we won't be 1-2. It's gonna be 05. Yeah.
It's always 0-2, 0-2, 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah.
I feel like Villain Era might be Area 77, but I don't know. I gotta look at the draft pick. But there's DK. BTK is gonna beat Bandana's bitch ass 100%. They got Mobile Zane and Best Player on the same team. If Best Player didn't work out, they can just bring a Mobile Zane there.
Yeah. But we shall see, right? Well, NACT is over.
Damn, that's fast. this is probably the fastest NACT. Yeah, because like a lot of stuff happened. I feel like. Yeah, I actually have 1,000 followers. No, 1,000 subscribers now.
You?
No, you are you making money now? Like, did you get 1.3K
No,
subscribers?
I'm not making any money. I wish. I don't have enough
What?
watch hours.
I think you have, because normally I thought you start making money around like 1,000 subscribers and
Yeah, I need
like
1,000 subscribers and plus watch hours.
yeah, that shit is tough.
Yeah, the watch hour is really. I have a hard time.
It's crazy that Petosky only made like $3,000 or $4,000 per month. Not gonna lie, I look up his net worth.
Really? You can do that?
Yeah, you can actually do that. Not gonna lie.
Dude, that's crazy. It's insane. Well, guess NACT is over.
For real. Do you want to play a 1v1? I'm kind of bored. Damn.
Sure.
Alright, I will invite you.
Oh crap. You have me added?
Yeah, I got you out of it. I
What?
should just do
Wait, what's your name?
Oh god, that was me the whole time, bro.
Oh, that's you?
Yeah, that's me the whole time. How you doing?
Oh, my bad. I didn't know that was you. Dude, why is your rank so low? Why don't you play rank?
Because I have 6 accounts, to be honest.
Oh, you have 6? Oh. Is the one that I followed the main? Or?
This is not my main.
Oh.
My main is actually like a lot higher like than this one.
Really? You invite?
You also have Smurf account too.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, might as well this is the chill versus chill instead. This is more entertaining. Hill Volume 1 is basically just about timing for real.
Yeah. I always have bad timing, bro. Like, it's hard for me to immune the ultimate with my second skill.
But of course, like, if you don't have really good timing, you can also like try to bait your opponent to miss.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. That's normally what I do.
Man, what time is it, bro? It's already 11 o'clock.
Are you looking at New York? I think Tony also lives in New York.
Were you Flicker? Anyways, guys, the NACT is over. Thank you all for watching.